X38 is the latest high-octane curved display from Predator. This zero-frame behemoth has a 37.5-inch span and a 2300R curve in glorious 21:9, so that you can fill your peripheral vision with pure gameplay for all-out immersion. And with a very ergonomical stand, positioning this colossal display is quite easy, allowing you to tilt, pivot, swivel, and adjust the height as needed, so that comfort is maintained even through long gaming sessions. Naturally, you have all the latest ports needed, as well as two powerful 7-watt speakers should a headset not suffice. Though the X38 is ideal for hardcore enthusiasts and esports pros alike, what sets it apart, besides a crisp, ultra-wide QHD Plus resolution, is the Agile Splendor IPS panel it uses. This panel makes it possible to push the response time up to 0.3 milliseconds while maintaining a color gamut of DCI-P3 98% and Delta E less than 2, so that colors and details remain vivid. Add on the 175Hz refresh rate and you have a blisteringly fast monitor that keeps all the fast-paced action coming through nice and smooth with almost no ghosting, color bending, or torn frames. To make sure those frames look as pristine as possible, NVIDIA G-Sync keeps frame rate locked to the output of your GPU, while Display HDR 400 certification allows you to enjoy HDR content in or outside of gaming. So if you're looking to go all out, it's time to introduce the monumental X38 to your game setup.
Magandang hapon, Pilipinas, and hello world! Welcome to the play-ins of Predator League 2024. Ako nga pala si Ramon, kasama ko si Mochi. We are your casters para sa play-ins, mga kaibigan. Kasama namin si Daydom na nag-chill lang sa gilid ngayon as we speak. Mochi, kamusta ka naman? It's been quite some time hanggang sa nakita natin yung mga teams na maglalaro ngayon sa play-ins.
Actually, kung gano'ng karami yung nangyari sa buhay ko, ganun din karami yung nangyari sa Predator League 2025. And the only thing that they can do here is to adapt. No? And that's the most they can do is to adapt, to improve, to work on what they should work on more. But overall, everything seems great kasi everything's falling onto the right place. It just means na you're already on your way on where you're supposed to be.
Tama. 1 week at pupunta na tayo sa Cebu mga kaibigan kung saan malalaman natin kung sino ang tunay na Predator dito sa Predator League mga kaibigan. Pero bago ang lahat, we would like to thank ang GAB, ang Games and Amusement Board, si Bossing para mabigyan tayo ng opportunity para ma-officiate ang Predator League 2025 as an official tournament registered under the approval of the Games and Amusement Board in the Philippines. Now, we've been through this for so long now. Ang dami nating naging qualifiers. This is the second year of Predator League that we've been casting this na ngayon. And I think it's a good opportunity para malaman ng mga new viewers out there kung ano yung naging format natin for this year's Predator League.
Ayun, kitang-kita naman, ladies and gentlemen, and everything in between, na everything just been crazy all throughout. Kasi biro mo, we have been able to start this noong September pa.
Yeah.
So, isang buwan na in the making, almost. And then, nanggaling pa tayong Luzon, sa NCR, Visayas, Mindanao, all around the Philippines, trying to scout and see kung sino yung mga mag-fill in ng mga slots sa mga deserving ng mga teams. And it all boils down to like 6 or so ng mga teams na meron tayo ngayon. So, what do you say about this?
Alam mo, yan yung gusto ko sa this year's format Kasi parang naging inclusive tayo sa mga iba't ibang parte ng region dito, as well as opening our gates to collegiate as well. More on that later mga kaibigan kasi napakaganda ng ating magiging group studies. Siyempre, oo nga naman. Ang ganda nga naman kasi ng magiging format natin. Pero before that, we would like to thank our sponsor for today's stream. It is the PC Game Pass. All that you need to do is to buy ang nag-iisa mong Predator laptop sa ating magiging website na nalabas dito sa ating lower thirds. At makaka-enjoy kayo ng free 3 months access to the PC Game Pass where you'll have access to 100 plus AAA games.
Grabe, no? So, if you're waiting for a sign, no? Pa-December na rin naman. It's months already. It's about time for you to get the laptop na ginugusto mo para naman ma-upgrade ang iyong lifestyle at ma-upgrade din ang iyong gaming rig. So, yes.
Tama. Kaya pakita na natin kung ano yung mga groupings natin for today in the play-ins. Just remember, ladies and gentlemen, this isn't the highest of stakes matchup, pero this determines kung ano yung magiging placing mo pagdating natin sa Cebu. Kung mas malapit kang makakapasok sa ating semifinals or kung mahirapan ka lalo sa content natin when you start in the qualifiers.
Yeah, at dito rin magkakaroon ng kaalaman kung magkakaroon ka nga ba ng pahinga. Would it be better na yung positioning mo to gain additional information, some sort of stuff. And this is also our today's schedule. Malayo-layo ang ating lalakbayin, everyone, as our first match is going to be Kadiliman Esports and APH. But don't worry, if hindi mo nahagip itong schedule ito, mag-a-appear ito later during our waiting screens.
Kaya malalaman nyo lang kung kailan magpe-play ang inyong mga favorite teams. Kung kailan magpe-play, napaka-konya naman tayo, pare, no?
Kailan magpe-play? Oh my God.
Kung kailan magpe-play ang ating mga favorite teams. Pero yun nga, mga kaibigan, kung gusto nyo panoorin mamaya, nakalagay naman sa schedule natin. Or if gusto nyo makanood ng mga napakagandang Valorant natin mag-stick around na kayo dito kasi yung first game natin is looking to shape up like a banger. Kadaliman Esports versus APH. Remember, this was the old no-org roster.
True.
One of the fewer teams that actually has been very consistent. Laging nasa Predator League ang no-org na ngayon pinick up na ng Kadiliman. What can you say about this matchup? Kasi feeling ko yung APH may talim to
Actually, yes. Especially nung last time na nakita natin sila, they've been able to perform super, super better than they ever had before. Kasi parang lagi natin pinopoint out, AMPH, bakit lagi silang nalalaglag kung kailan finals na whenever qualifications happens? Especially lang ng PEC, di ba? But right now, they're on a good look onto this one, heading into play-ins and facing up against Kadiliman Esports. I just really wonder if yung mga nakita nating matches beforehand is actually sustainable. Kasi parang medyo unmatched, no? Just to be honest, medyo unmatched sila doon sa mga teams na laro nila against. So, I wonder if ganun ba talaga sa maglaro? Free from mistakes? Free from flaws? Or is it just na it's an experience diff situation?
Malalaman natin kasi ngayon they're under one of the players or one of the teams that actually had made a statement all throughout. Like, you know, org, napaka-dominant ng kanilang run into the qualifiers. Not even a close game at all. Talagang pinakita nila yung experience playing with each other, yung synergy nila with their teammates. Talagang, thinking about like the players on MPH right now, right? We have Nasty, we have Magix, both very talented players. But when it comes to like the teams that have always been here for so long now, imagine mo, yung Kadiliman Esports, nung no-org pa lang sila ha, nakapag grand final sila dun sa KOPH, even though wala sila sa PEC, okay lang yan. Kasi the year before, nandun din yung no-org. Talagang napaka-consistent nila when it comes to Predator League. And this is not the first time that we'll be seeing them, so the pressure is not on them anymore. But MPH has this factor na pwede nilang i-surprise yung kalaban na yun. Kasi again, they're also a team that has scrimmed up against each other before and lagi silang may experience together. Kita mo, yung core nila lagi naglalaro together.
Yes, actually meron akong tanong sa'yo dito. Could you say that MPH has a possibility that we can call them our dark horse?
Pwede.
Diba?
Pwede.
Pwede
Kasi
rin.
it's not the team that you would expect to win, but it's the team that you would like to cheer on kapag meron silang wins against one of the more popular teams that we have, which is the Kadiliman Esports. As you know, in a bit we'll be showing kung ano yung map selection natin mga kaibigan kasi it is gonna be a banger. Talagang narinig ko, ito yung isa mga comfort maps ng parehong teams natin. It will be the map of Bind. It's gonna be all-out rotations. May teleports para mas mabilis yung pag-rotate sa kabilang side ng mapa. At when it comes to retakes, doon ka makaka-expect ng mabilisang 5v5.
Totoo. And I'm really excited what's gonna be the play onto this one. No? Most especially from MPH, nakita natin sila that they are pretty quick in their speed and trying to do some certain stuff. But this is going to be our lineups para sa dalawang sides natin, Kadiliman ng MPH. And
Okay, may konting changes dun sa lineup. I don't remember if Jaso is usually gonna be playing on yung Cypher na yan. Ang naalala ko si Kyle, usually nagsa-Cypher sa kanila. And Scary MD, usually on the Gecko, now gonna be picking up the controller role. So a lot more responsibility. He's gonna be the one putting a bit more of that denial when it comes to the long-range angles. May neon pa nga dito kay Migs, and I did talk about this with Datum that Migs was one of the more impactful neons that we have all throughout the tournament. But for MPH, it's all looking pretty standard. Ganon din naman yung composition, except sila naman yung kuko ng Gecko.
Man, imagine how good would it be kung katapat ni Mig si Zeus, no?
Oh,
so but yeah, this is what we have so far. And with the switch-ups dito sa kanilang roles, I wonder if this is gonna be benefiting them well or not. Kasi, parang ngayon lang natin nakita, no? Usually kasi Justo is the one that enables the whole team to actually execute
Kaya nga diba? Parang may konting factor din na kapag ka let's say, hindi ko lang kasama experiment. Sinasabi ko lang din na pwede silang nag-try na gantong composition nila. Possibly since mga flex players din naman yung mga naglalaro dito. At one point, Scary MD was really good on the operator. Now he's playing on these utility roles.
Pre, parang pwede ka magganto.
Ay, diba? Flexible nga naman. Nasa Pilipinas tayo
Yes,
diba?
yes.
Oh, diba? Pero for me, yung MPH, since they don't really make a lot of roster changes, nag-iisa lang naman yung naging roster changes. Si Alt G, who I don't really remember putting up in this same roster with MPH before. Naglaro ba siya nung nag-qualify sila nung nagkaskini dito?
Hindi. Parang hindi siya naglaro nun. Yeah.
Okay, this is gonna be interesting. So, a non-factor dito pa lang sa MPH, medyo unknown ang makikita natin for Alt G. I'm gonna be expecting this Gecko to play a little bit more
New character,
comfortably.
unlock tayo.
Yeah, diba? Parang gusto ko lang makita yung synergy niya with Yonpeak. Kasi Yonpeak, one of the more aggressive duelists that we have seen so far. Will MPH match up with his tempo, or will yung kalaban nila, Kadiliman Esports, match their freak?
Wow!
Ooh.
Is the body gonna match my freak? Pero, grabe. This is gonna be something that isn't something na lagi natin nakikita. Kasi it's been a while ever since we saw Kadiliman Esports. By the way, napaka-slayable ng post ni Brimstone doon. And I don't know, having Kadiliman by the way, shoutout kay Norpim. Ayan.
Norpim Esports.
Like ever since, hindi natin masyado nakikita. Tapos si Kadiliman, ngayon lang sila, recently sila nabuhay muli. So, they're gonna be up to something. And especially to kay MPH na napaka-prevalent ng growth na nakita natin sa kanila from the previous games that they have. Well, this is gonna be such a banger to start this day off with.
Gusto lang i-shoutout si Narpim, right? Kasi yung mga business owners natin, yung mga gustong sumuporta sa local scene, parang yun talaga yung nakikita kong shining grace dito eh. Manalo matalo,
Yeah.
ang importante talaga is nagbibigay na ng initiative yung mga nasa local scene natin na ma-flourish ang future ng mga Valorant players natin, whether you're on Kadiliman or you are on MPH. Mga kaibigan, the first game of the play-ins is looking locked and loaded dahil ang MPH mukhang magtutuos laban sa Kadiliman Esports. Talagang one of the better teams in the Tier 2 esports scene laban sa isa sa mga naging prevalent sa mga Tier 2 tournaments as well. It's Tier 2 versus Tier 2 dito sa ating laban on the Bind map. Mochi, what are your predictions?
Ay, ang hirap
Yan!
yan! Ano ba yan? Naunahan mo ako magtanong. Pero, wait lang. Sino kaya ang pwede natin piliin dito?
Alin
Not
dito?
gonna lie, I really would love to see MPH win.
Okay.
Just because of the storyline that they currently have.
Alright.
Yes. How about you?
Parang ang ganda ng investment ng storyline eh. Pero, alam, fan kasi ako ni Boss Narp eh. Ayun. So, sabi ko, let's go, man. Feeling ko, Kadiliman, I feel like this is gonna be a clincher. But Kadiliman could have this in the bag ngayon, lalo na since, first game jitters, siguro okay na din na magiging first game sila tapos mamaya magiging komportable sila. Ganon. Yung MPH mamaya mag-chill lang dito so mawala yung practice konti, di ba?
Yeah, that's true. Ay, by the way, yung mga nanonood dyan sa ating live stream, if kayo ay hindi pa nakakakain, please do so na. Habang tayo naghihintay para sa ating first game kasi, alam mo yun, masarap kumain nang may pinapanood ka.
Tama.
Parang naalala
iPad
ko yung
kid
meme
ka
na,
eh.
oh no, he died not watching YouTube while eating lunch or dinner. And it's actually fun. Ewan ko, ang funny niya for me. Kasi,
Comment. Mga
relate
iPad
so
kid
much.
natin. Sino yung
Hello
mga
po.
iPad kid? Hello
yung mga
po.
skibidi Rizzlers dyan.
Yung mga math datum natin. Ay, sorry.
Uy! Ano siya natatila?
Yung mga hindi makakain habang na walang YouTube sa harap mo. Ay, man. Kamusta ka naman, Mochi? I feel like hindi ka pa nagla-lunch. Pero parang busog na busog tayo sa makikita nating Valorant ngayon.
Yeah, I don't know. For some reason kasi, when I look forward sa weekends, I usually hope na sana may casting ako. Ganun.
Ay, oh.
Kasi parang iba yung pakiramdam na meron kang nilook forward na, it's work. Pero hindi siya, you don't feel like it's work kasi gusto mo yung ginagawa mo. Diba?
Gusto mo makapanood ng mga dalawang Valorant sa dudurugan.
Totoo. Yeah.
Tayo chill-chill lang dito sa
Tsaka
studio.
kasi parang iba yung satisfaction na nakikita mo, wow, they improved a lot.
I know,
No,
right?
kaya yung may mga players na, ay, ganito pala maglaro to. Diba?
Yeah. So parang bibigay ka na sa'yo yung yung head-to-head natin for this time in the game. So it is Migs, yung neon player para sa Kadiliman Esports laban kay Yon Peak ng Raze. Ano masabi mo dito?
Actually, you know what? I feel like the factor dito na kailangan nating i-take into account is kung paano nila magagamit yung utilities nila, not in order to just free space and for the kills, you know. Kung paano din nila yun magagamit in order to look out for their teammates. Kasi, yes, they always lead the charge, but very few look back and check out, okay, how's my team doing after I freed all that space, no?
Kasi it's one thing to use yung nade pang post plant. It's also one thing to use yung nade para makuha yung free kill. There's also another thing where you could use the same nade para maklear yung corner, para hindi na kailangan i-check ng kasama mong papasok. Pwede ding magamit yun para ma-prevent mo yung pag-push sana ng kalaban mo. So, in any case, it's one thing to actually use your utility for yourself. It's another para matulungan yung teammate mo as a whole. So, I think that's the theme for not only the Raze, not only the Jets, not only the duelists in the world, but also to the structure of the team din mismo. Kasi ang daming investment na pwede ilabas dito. Pero mga kaibigan, tapos na ang usapan. Let's head on into the game. It is Bind para sa una nating game on the play-in stage. Remember, Matalo lang dito, okay lang yan. Makakapasok ka pa rin ng Cebu, pero ang importansya ng play-ins natin ay kung gaano kahirap ang magiging playoff stage
True.
pagpunta natin sa main stage.
Guys, tandaan natin na pros, pag nanalo, wow, easier run heading on to the playoffs.
Tama.
Playoffs. Pero, pag ikaw ay nalugi at natalo at napunta ka sa bandang baba ng ating round robin boards, abay, medyo magiging dehado tayo pagdating doon sa stage na
Medyo
yun.
egol tayo, Lodi.
Egul tayo, Lodi Cakes.
Egol tayo, Lodi Cakes din dito eh. Now, what I want to know is how big of a deficit would it be kapag ka 0-2 ka? So, nag-start ka ng quarters.
Yeah,
right?
that's true.
So, kapag ka 1-1 ka, does that mean you're gonna be also on the quarters, or are you also gonna be on the semifinals? That's something that we're probably gonna confirm later on, mamaya.
Yeah.
Pero for me, I'm actually looking forward to ever comes up yung top 1 sa both groups natin kasi they're both stuck. Isipin mo nandito yung DLSU, isipin mo nandito yung Oasis Gaming. Now, what does Velocity have to offer? Kasi hindi ko alam kung sa stay pa ba si Yokam, kung aalis pa ba siya. Sa ano yung mangyayari doon sa lalaking yun?
Or kung merong kumuha na team.
May naririnig tayo!
There's some rumors. Good
Okay.
rumors, I think, because the dude's been being blessed, I think,
I mean,
if that would be the case.
I mean, did you see him nung naglaro siya ng qualifiers pa lang? I would be so sad if I was a Velocity fan din eh. Knowing na there are rumors na maalis nga yung mga star player na.
No.
Pero okay lang kasi okay lang if mawala siya kasi
I mean, couldn't they at least finish this league first?
maybe.
Diba? Sana,
Yeah. Sana. Pero in any case, to the game that we have right here, mga kaibigan, Kadiliman versus AIM PH. The winner will get the first leg up dito pa lang sa ating play-ins. Getting that first point will be very crucial, lalo na't habulan to ng mga panalo.
Totoo. Di natin na-point out kanina, this is also a good way for us to scale how they would be able to interact with each other heading on to the playoffs at malalaman natin sino ang lamang at sino ang may kakulangan.
Tama. As we head on into the pistol round, it's a bit of a reset, a bit of a slow start. The thing about Magix and the wall that he put up is na pwede siyang point of conditioning, diba? Malaman nila may wall dyan, may possibility na pwede din siyang makita or makita ng kalaban mo. Pwede may mag-push na Viper, pwedeng wala. Yon peak! He dies to the hands of Kyle, who was holding up that long position.
Nako, nabinyagan ang MPH. Medyo delikado. Pero you're gonna see if there is gonna be some trades that's gonna come up. Although they have to take into account, yun nga lang din yung kakulangan nila dito na wala sila masyadong information. They have to stick themselves near the utilities of AltG as much as possible so they cannot waste any of that at all. And there's already 3 people here at B, so better be safe.
Medyo kailangan maging safe no? Sinira pa nila yung mga tripwire on the A-short extremity. Prompts in the pecan from Scary MD. Again, an aggressive push from Kadiliman. Migs initializing another push on towards that B-long position.
Okay, Mix. He's just gonna go in because what's there to lose, diba?
True.
Alongside being with Tap as well. And it's all about Nasty trying to survive onto this one trade with his comrades, but it's not gonna happen at all as Migs and Kael takes 1 for each.
That's the sakit of having to deal with the default, right? Like, tamang hanap lang ng picks. Pero paano pag yung mismong hinahanap nyo, sila yung nakahanap sa'yo. Sila yung nag-initiate ng mga picks katulad ni Scary MD, katulad nagpa-push ni Mix kanina. Yung mga necessary pushes na hindi naman na kailangan gawin, di ba? Unnecessary yun usually. Pero in a case like this, where Kadiliman are dealing with the less amount of info that they have, thinking about the only info initiator that they have na si Kyle, what more can you lose when you just try to peek on early, get the first pick off? Yun yung ginawa agad ng Kadiliman when they started with the A-short extremity. And now, MPH looking to test their strength doon sa loob ng hookah where Meg starts off strong. Tap, goes in and out of the fight. And again, the better guns are going to do well in this regard as they pick on more at each other.
Okay.
As MPH, they knock down 0-2 laban sa Kadiliman, aggressive on the forefront.
Yeah, gusto ko yung parang naging alay nila. Sabi niya, sige, I'll just sacrifice myself and bahala na kayo guys, sumubo sa kanila. But it's fine. And I feel like this is going so well kay Scary MD. I mean, we've been talking about Scary MD too, time and time again, that this dude is always,
Cracked.
Like
Informal
the moment na makita niya, parang I feel like feeling myself today, no? What if tuloy-tuloy na natin hanggang matapos yung labanan natin, pero bago natin nagtok si Migs, tuloy-tuloy na lang ipupush itong mga kumpare natin dito. Abay, buy round pa naman nila. Pero parang binaliwala ng kadiliman because there are just 2 more people remaining here from MPH ngayon.
Ganda ng smoke na nilabas si Scary MD para ma-isolate yung angle, para ma-push agad yung market. Buti na lang at 3 silang nag-push. 4 ang nag-push doon sa may A-short extremity. Hindi na-realize ng MPH dahil they were all focused on taking that A-short side as fast and as quickly as possible. Pero that's the thing about the setup that Kadiliman has. Sevi though, he has an opportunity. And I like that Kadiliman are playing this slow and as passively as possible kasi they already have the numbers advantage. Hindi pa nila alam kung nasa ng dalawa na sa MPH. So hahanapin na lang yung spike plant. Ngayon pa lang sila makapag-confirm. Naging 5 versus 2. MPH had nowhere else to hide and less. Sevi actually takes a chance.
Sevi, tamang push lang. May magsisecure siya. Although, he has to go out still. May pang dalawa na kailangan na nabusin dito just to even out the odds here. The push is actually doing well for him. And now there is just 1 more main person here from APH Sevi. Nakasecure mo lang ng dalawa pero mukhang susubukan mo pa na makaisa. Possible ba? Mukhang hindi. Kasi Scary MD lang naman ang nakikipagtuos sa kanya.
And in that regard, tama pa naman yung ginawa ni Sevi dito. In that 2 versus 5, you need to be aggressive. You need to play up close and personal. Surprise agad ang Kadiliman. Kaya natakot. Hindi ba natakot? Parang nagulat sila na may isang tao sa loob na may metal position. But with Kadiliman, with the setup, actually forcing the numbers advantage. No? The thing about the lower guns that they have is that they need to force the short-range gunfight against them. Kaya yung smoke ni Scary MD nakalabas doon. Tapos perfect na din yung pag-push shot ni Mix because of his mobility as the Neon.
Pero imagine being so confident na despite having the lower guns, ganun kakalinis gumalaw. And you even won the round for themselves. And now some presence here is gonna be sensed sa bandang fountain natin. Although, mukhang marami na naman ang nasa garden area. No? Baka history repeats itself na naman tayo from first round. Ingat lang.
Kung makikita ba lang ng isang prowler at ngayon pa lang sila makakapag-confirm. Migs, no hesitation, kaso na blind siya agad. Could not hit the shot. Could not convert it onto Alt G. Had his back turned. 4 versus 5 early on. No Neon, no overdrive. Na-smoke na agad yung hookah position. So there's gonna be a bit of a reset where MPH, they do capitalize on getting themselves that first pick. Meaning B-Long could be easier to take, but Kadiliman do not want to give that up as well.
Yeah, I feel like this is going to be a pretty risky move on their end, although the crosshair placement, is it it? No, it isn't. Unfortunately, Onula will be taking 2 with a trade here from Hinabol lang ni Magix lang din naman to si Jaso, and immediately it's just going to be ended by Onula as well. Pero, okay. At least they've got around.
True. At least they got around. And it was off the back of Kadiliman in their attempt at trying to take the first peak again, right? I mean, yun yung naging strength nila nung first round. Ngayon, naging weakness nila this time around.
Yeah.
Already, naging ready na si Alt G with using the Dizzy at the right timing kung kailan nag-peak on tong si Migs. And to follow up with that, they tried to double up on that garden position. But Yon Peak actually had a really nice crosshair placement. Na line up tuloy sila agad doon sa pagkuha ng garden position. And it all fell into pieces after that. The 3-1 scoreline. Kadiliman try to catch up yet again. Migs gushing in and gets a double kill. 8-3K for Migs! Kung kanina we doubted him, this guy is just showing us why we shouldn't.
Tama na raw ang pagtatago at ipapakita ko na kung sino ako. A 4K being secured here by Migs and even a flawless round for the side of Kadiliman themselves. Naghahasik ng lagim.
Tama.
Itong mga kumpare natin dito. Abay, sige nga.
Pakitaan mo kami.
Kanina pa kayo gumapunta dito sa fountain natin. Kanino nyo pa gustong mag-B? Sige.
Oh, diba? Ang
Sige,
kulit mo eh.
namin kayo. Ang kulit mo, diba?
Kulit mo eh.
Deserve.
Oo, tama.
Bakit meron parang may violence ata yung pagkampas mo?
Nanggigil ako gawa ni Migs eh. Ang ganda kasi ng pag-push na dun sa may fountain.
Ang ganda nga ng push nila doon. And I love the support that's been offered by TapTap as well.
I know, right? And that's the thing about your utility players. Just
True.
give your love to the utility players, right? Sometimes the supports actually make the difference this time around. And MPH have to be knocking themselves out after securing that first round and already losing their momentum. 4-1 to start with for Kadiliman, already showing a strong handle on the defensive side. It's Magix again back on that position where he likes to default on that A-short position.
Yo.
And he's going to be walking into that site for utility. Kaya puti na lang may kasama siyang teammate. If ever he pushes in a little bit too far, then there's somebody to shoot yung isa mga tripwires nila.
Although tahimik ang lahat, parang nagre-recuperate pa si MPH. Ano nangyari kanina? Kailangan kalmahan muna natin. We're still gonna hold these specific spaces, but as much as possible, we'll be passive as much as possible. But now, they're trying to get information, but I feel like that's not it. Kasi ganun, kasi secluded itong side ng Kadiliman Esports in doing so. Although they're trying to creep themselves up dito sa bandang A site natin, and before we even know it, someone's already in. Smoke's been put down, and we can see some people here for the side of Kadiliman still trying to just wait them do their thing, and then finally, hopefully delay them further on. I feel like they're running out of time here, Ramon.
Definitely 15 seconds. Orbital strike also to deny the plant. Nandito na din yung TP. Magix gets a peek on the 2K for him. Yon Peak also peeks with another. And MPH have a good grasp this time on the post plant with Scary MD hold up on Heaven, and Magix even picking up the 3K. This guy is putting up 3-pointers after 3-pointers, and this time it is Scary MD. Nice shot.
Lutong.
And it starts at 1v5. Kaso, 4 ang kalaban niya dito. Isolating picks. Magix almost dealing enough damage to kill off Scary MD. This guy is on a roll. A 4K for Magix.
Alam mo, parang na-point out na natin to before, no? Si Magix, for some reason, kahit kontrolo yung gamit niya, yung pag-anchor niya ng site, in post defense or in defense even, para siyang sentinel.
Kaya nga
no?
diba?
Parang for some reason, ang daan niya nasisecure lagi ng mga kills that is very, very impactful for the team, and before we even know it, he almost even pulled out an ace. So, well played here for MPH trying to catch up on Kadiliman.
Para siyang naglalaro ng may Viper Spit kahit walang Viper Spit. Alam mo yun? Parang securing the space doon sa may matchup natin, mga kaibigan. And MPH looking to strike back yet again. 4 ultimates online and ready. And Hookah being that dangerous position, especially for the 2 players on Kadiliman. That's the trash activated for Alt G. Spotted na agad din ang dalawa. And it looks like hindi nag-connect ang nag-iisang trash natin. Yon Peak has to be careful. Cannot push on because of the one tripwire setting between them and the Hookah position.
Oh no, no way. But I sort of feel like they have to push that one. Kasi tatlo naman sila because
sayang
yung trash, and they can put down the tripwire naman easily as long as they talk about it, coordinate about it. But yeah, what happened already happened, and now there's just tons of Yutos being thrown here at the hookah area. Some trees coming in. Although Showstopper already being put out as well, hindi pa rin kumakonekta, and yes, there it is. Scary MD2 sinusubukan pa rin na bumarel, pero hindi natin siya kukonekta. It will, but it's not gonna be enough for them to take the round. Young Love popped off at the best time possible. Nice.
Yeah, and that bit of hesitancy became a moment of clarity na agad for MPH kasi makatapos sila ma-realize na may dalawa pa rin na-hold up sa Hookah.
Parang, ang dilim ng paligid. Parang luminaw, ano, diba?
Gusto ko sanang tuntungan yun, pero hindi ko kasi tandaan yung lyrics. I'm sorry.
Ngayon alam mo na.
Well, ang masasabi ko lang sana actually was that Hookah position, the info was already there. Since because of that tripwire, somebody has to play off of it. That means at least one will be holding up that position. They're trapped because may tao pa lang sa bilong. And if ever na hindi pa sa nakakaalis, wala sila matatakbuhan. Kailangan na nalabanan yung stack na nagpupush doon. Back into the 4-2-3 this time around, and MPH reconvening. Wala silang pera, kailangan magpasok. Kadiliman relying on the Neon. It's the overdrive, and it actually takes up Magix. He's looking to push on and gets a 2K for Migs.
Grabe, kahit wala silang pera. Sige, overdrive lang ako, bro. Ako nang bahala. I got you. Proceeds to take 2 people off from the side of APH, but Young Love, subukan niyang i-trace back kung yung pinanggalingan dito ni Migs, and hopefully meron siyang mamataan kasi aware naman sila the economy na kanina namamayagpag on the side of Kadiliman is already down, but yeah, I guess it is about time for them to try and see if they would be able to secure your site as well. Pero I like the respect na binibigay ni MPH dito, especially despite them not having guns, and yeah.
That's the only time that they could get like the crucial info that they're looking for. Kasi kapag nalaman nila kung saan nakaplant yung spike, doon nila malalaman kung saan din sila magpo-push. So they go back towards running on towards that A-short extremity because MPH have already gotten the spike planted. Kaya CT position being controlled by 3 habang hinihintay nila yung Cypher nila, and believe that is Kyle. running all the way towards the T-spawn position. While overlooking, MPH are looking to strike back with the post plant of their own. One U-haul, one A-short, tapos may nakahold ng showers.
The blind? Oh no, he's been caught off guard. That is so unfortunate here for LG. And before we even know it, everyone's been taken aback. Young Love left alone, getting two. Oh,
Nice
they're
nade.
still holding the spike here, but he is gonna be taking the third kill. Isa talaga naiiwan dito. Would he be able to manage that one? He isn't. And Young Love is up again. Pretty similar to the performance he had last round.
I know, right? Yon Peak, Yoni Love, you can call him whatever you want, but everybody will remember him for that 1v4 clutch. The 4-4 scoreline for AIM-PH after a brutal start doon sa round natin. And remember, they were knocking them down with the better guns anyway. So this deficit, it didn't look like it really mattered at all. Dahil at the end of the day, one tap sa ang kailangan ni Yon Peak. Ang ganda din ng paggamit niya ng nade. Na-isolate yung picks dahil hindi nila alam kung sino yung magde-defuse ng spike.
Yeah. And our people here are just really keen, no? In trying to do more than trades. Than trading their comrades, than trading whatsoever in terms of utilities. They're doing their most.
The most that they can do is to try to reset after this one. Kasi Kadiliman, remember, they were up multiple rounds before this. Still very talented players in their own right. Kael hasn't spotted anybody with their prowlers, kaya wala siyang magagamit into the retake
Look what they're
scenario.
doing, oh. Oh, they're pushing it. The spike is not true. No!
No way!
These
No!
dudes did not take the
No!
spike. No way!
No way, they forgot about it. They already know na wala sa kanila yung spike. Hindi nila push. At hindi nila alam na nandun na pala sila lahat.
Oh no! Okay, okay. Still a trade though. For V4, they have to regroup as much and as quickly as possible. Yon Love, ang ganda ang kanyang paglabas ng paint fields dito. Yun nga lang din, may mga counter utilities na ibabata sa kanila and they better be careful about this one. Magics, mamamataan, and they're gonna be sandwiched here. Kadiliman, maganda na sana yung kanilang position dito. Unfortunately, hindi nila yun napanindigan.
Hindi na talaga. Unfortunate for Kadiliman, had a strong position doon sa loob ng market at ngayon tatakbo pa lang sa loob ng A-site extremity. Well, Kael is the only anchor. Can he peek on one?
Oh,
He
he's
spots
expected.
out Gene. Expect na agad yung position. Hunt
Oh!
in, but could not get the conversion. A 3K for Magix. This guy is popping off. 1v3. Just so has to be the lone anchor this time around. Could not get another kay Magix. A 4K. Another one para kay Magix. Kung kanina, nagda-doubt tayo. Ngayon, Magix is on a win streak ngayon.
Actually, parang nabanggit din natin to before, no? How Magix played before is hindi siya ganun consistent.
Yeah.
May mga times na nagpa-pop up siya, may mga times na he's at the bottom of the board, pero right now is actually looking so good.
And in that regard, siya din yung nag-initiate ng push doon sa may
Yes!
market. So, who would expect like one of the anchors to be the one to initiate that fight at makuha mismo yung spike? Diba?
Yeah,
It was a fumble from the beginning. AIM-PH left that. Hindi ko alam kung nakalimutan nila, may miscommunication ba. Sabi ni
Yeah.
Magix, ako na, kaya ko na to.
It's fine, bro. I got you. Lagi. Bakit natin ilalagyan lagi ng BGC accent yung mga, I got you,
I
bro.
got you, bro. Ano?
You don't need the auto, bro. I'll just cater it na lang. Shit! Yan na! Ay, nagtama si Kadiliman na. Good decision.
Okay.
Not gonna lie.
Bit of a reset.
4 consecutive rounds din, Ramon, no?
Oh my. Kanina nga, sabi ko, diba? 3-1 sila kanina.
Sheesh.
And Kadiliman had a good start. And this is something that's also been plaguing their roster. Even before they were Kadiliman. Even the no-org roster had a few hiccups when it comes to maintaining their balance when it comes to these matchups, right?
Yeah.
It's a good thing
It's
that
true.
Scary MD is, again, still a pretty consistent player. At sa mga times na nagkakaroon sila ng util, I mean, TapTap is also supplying that. I mean, there's a lot of times that Migs has been doing a lot of this with utility, and I think it's been working so far. Pero yung problema is kapag nawala na yung utility, ano yung papampalag nila mamaya?
Yeah, that's also true, no? Actually, want to point out din dito for Kadiliman, they better take it just chill. Like, kasi
Bit
parang,
by bit.
yeah, just take it bit by bit. Oh, bato ng orbital strike. Pero dalawa pa sila secure. Mukhang madadagdagan pa yon, and Love just popping off here, securing everyone who tried to face up against them doon sa TP natin from A. But Scary MD is all alone. I wonder, he's the one being scared right now, not gonna lie.
Yeah, I mean, the Scary MD here is the situation that he is in. And 1v5, it's a sheriff in hand. Alam mo, i-call ko na ngayon. Baka mag-clutch tong si Idol Scary MD. Pero mali mo,
1v5
mali nga ako
sheriff?
dito, diba? Sheriff in hand. Tignan natin.
Crazy.
As he walks up over towards that fountain side, he is gonna be the one to take that first contact kay Nasty. Wala siyang iba, kundi
Yeah.
ang yun lang utility na yun. And can he win against
Oh!
Magix? The timing is not there. Medyo na-miss out niya tong si Magix, pero baka mamaya, doon pa yung may gilason. He walks up over towards that B-long position. Ang dami na nakatingin doon sa may
Oh, he's
elbow.
anticipating.
As Nasty, he lost the fight. Now Magix, he's trying to wrap
Okay.
around him, pero yon peak, he's gonna get that 3K in hand. So medyo na nervous ako ng onte. Medyo na sabi ko na baka
Ang linis
tama
pa
ko.
ng pagka-one tap niya, no? Sabi ko, uy, ano to? I mean, it's not like he has time as well.
That's
Enemy
true.
remaining.
Yeah,
Medyo,
to be fair.
medyo weird yung sitwasyon nila. Kailangan niya, siya dapat yung lumaban eh.
True. But quick trade na naman dito from Nasty as well. And before we even know it, there's been 5 consecutive rounds being won here by AMPH. Kadiliman should keep their chill on,
Yeah.
you know, bro. Kasi kanina pa nila sinusubukan, you know what? Let's try this play. Which all equates to pushing. Maybe just slow, just fast. But their slow pushes are not entirely it, you know?
Oh, first prowler na to ni Kyle. Gumamit na din siya ng
Or
haunt.
isa pa yun.
Kaya mamaya, wala na siyang pang haunt, wala na siyang pang prowler, wala pa siyang pang clear. Migs
Please save your utils.
has to be in a very, very safe position this time. At nagamit na nga agad yung nag-iisang boom bot na pinagamitan ng AMPH. Goes on in.
Okay.
Nice fault line. Showstopper activated agad. Will Yon Peak hit the rocket? It looks like he won't because Tap has already knocked him down. Migs through the smoke as well. And Kadiliman, they have a resurgence in this matchup ngayon na napatayin nila agad ang tatlo sa AMPH. It's all up to the two players.
Good aftershock as well, although both of them are still at the garden area, already being expected here by the rest of the people here from Kadiliman. And finally, they're getting this round for themselves.
What a resurgence, what a recovery.
Wow.
And it's all because they finally played towards their strengths, playing with their util at the right time. Kasi hindi naman yun nagkulang sa kanila eh. They've been attempting that over B-long and they have been trying to get those first gunfights and that's the reason why they got 3 rounds in a row kanina.
True.
Ngayon, bumalik na sa kung saan sila komportable, push on kung saan hindi sila na-expect ng kalaban nila.
Yeah. And you know what? I can't help but think na they are a bit reliant to Migs about this one.
Yeah.
Because as much as possible, they have to pull out these unexpected pushes na mabibilis.
Yeah.
Like speed. Like pretty
that.
similar to what we have in the mobility, but unfortunately, been expected by Yon Love as well. Like, you know what? Baka gawin na naman yan nun. No? So, what if let's just hold our positions and see if he's gonna run down. But Trash is available once again. Not gonna be connecting to anyone, but some information about where the tripwire is at the hookah area. And rest of the people here for the side of Kadiliman is just gonna rotate momentarily sa B side natin. So, I feel like this is a really good setup from their end. If not, then that's gonna be quite unfortunate kasi medyo kulang din sila in terms of the blinds.
Yon Peak at least will get one, but Tap, he will die to the page shell. Beyond the grave, Yon Peak will have impact.
Oh, siya
Sebi
na
with
naman
another
naiwan.
as well. This was Scary MD, 1v4. He let the wingman pass. He get another para dito. Sa side ng Kadiliman, he also denied yung spike plant. So now it's the 1v2 scenario. Ginamit na agad ang orbital strike at mukhang matideny palalo. 30 seconds to play around this 1v2. And remember, Scary MD was the only man alive in that 1v4 scenario. Ngayon ang
Hindi siya
AMPH,
expected.
mukhang hindi expected na position dito, Scary MD. There's a bit of time to work with. Lalo na nakita na si Sevi, but the headshot!
The flick!
The flick from Sevi all the way from backside will lock down 7-5 AMPH. That's a recovery if I've ever seen one. From 3-0, naging 7-5 pa nga.
Grabe, from Ilocos to Laguna yung flick niya. Tanda ng Sebi, ha? Pero, wow.
Grabe.
That's crazy.
Hospital flick. This guy is having a field day.
Parang from, wow. Speed.
Speed
Very
talaga.
nice. Very nice, very nice.
Napaka-ayos ng AMPH ngayon. I think I like the strategy that they've been putting out. They predict every time na may early aggressive pa shot yung Kadiliman. And every time they try to play around that timing. You know, just waiting out kung sino yung unang papasok. Definitely si Migs yung gagawa. And dun sa mga times na yun, napapanish sila bago sila makakuha ng kahit yung entrada eh.
Yeah. And Now, it's been the second half. They better make the most out of the lineup na meron sila ngayon. Kasi dapat dito sila lamang. Ngayon nga lang, may napitas agad sa kanila. I mean, not that much. It's just, pero yun nga lang nga, in terms of trades, yes, magagawa nila yun somewhat.
Okay.
Although, as much as possible, no, they still have the core, yung tatlo, na kailangan nila during attacking, and they've been able to secure the objective on their end, and there's still hope here for Kadiliman.
Yeah, APH will gonna have to roll it out with the numbers since Kadiliman already got the spike plant this time around. So the flank comes in. May dalawa na nasa hookah. Mukhang makakapag-surprise pa sila dito. Tatlo na nakalabas na agad. So alam nila yung position nila dito. Push out over towards the backside. Tap also gets one. As Alt G will knock down another. The defuse on the spike has been happening all throughout that spine. As the on-peak will lock down two. Habang naka-8 round ng MPH. Natutulog ang Kadiliman. Habang nangyayari na yung defuse of the spike. The objective confirmed.
Ay, alam ko na nanunip si Kadiliman kasi tanghali pa lang.
Ay.
Pero, yeah, that's quite unfortunate though. Like, imagine just losing.
Nag-reload si
Because, yeah, wala na siyang bullets. Na-force siyang mag-reload. Sayang!
That's the thing about the classic 12 bullets, sometimes those right clicks will... It's like the most high risk
It's so
reward.
unpredictable. Yeah, I
Ay.
hate those right clicks. But for some reason, other people make it so easy. Yeah, make it seem so easy.
Well, hindi na
Ay,
naka-classic
naku, ito na naman
si
tayo.
Migs. Baki na naman!
Okay!
Oh my, the entry! Migs will get one more. MPH, they did all their best work para ma-defend yung spike dito. Kaso Kadiliman, they always find a way para makapasok dun sa objective.
Ay, grabe yung baki niya dun. Kahit na na-seize siya. And everyone is just making the most out of the entry na nila. Pagkita ni Migs just by using the Bucky as well. Nag-dash in nakita!
Nako, sayang. Kung nahanap niya sana tong si Yon Peak sa kabilang side ng smoke na yan, it would have been a crazy round. Pero at least, diba, nakakuha sila ng 4 dun sa MPH. They made this round a little bit more expensive. The Bulldog will be kept for the next coming round. But that's the only gun that they're gonna be keeping. Talagang nakapag-entrada pa nga tong si Migs. The Udel has been perfectly played on their side. And even though Nasty used this one smoke para masuportahan yun, parang ginamit pa nga ni Migs yung smoke na yun, na parang smoke na yun
Yeah. Pero alam mo, sayang din yun kasi kung nakapag-hunos dili si Migs ng bahagya doon. Hunos dili, parang nakakalma siya ng slight. Baka, or nakapagpigil. Baka kanya yung round na yun. Kasi baka naman hawak niya And I feel like it's gonna be fine for them if, just hold their positions and pretty close naman, close quarter combat. You know it. But, yeah, some people, a lot of them at B-Long, once again, kanina pa tayo nagkakaroon ng ganitong mga interactions, no? As much as possible, they want to take long, hopefully for picks. But I don't know if mapepredict nila yung location nito ni Savvy. He's gonna get some information and he will be forced to release himself from that position.
Yeah.
Initially.
5 seconds for the haunt as well. And habang nasa B-Long ng Kadiliman, it's not always gonna be the B-side position na magiging entry nila dito kasi may TP pa sila. Walang nagpo-push on to the shower side, so this is telling me that this is gonna be a committed push unless may mapatay sa isa kanila on towards that B-long position, and I feel like Magix will have the upper hand since kahit naka-bulldog lang siya, he's on an off angle, and that's something that Just One never expected, kaya tumakbo na lang siya. Migs will get that first entry. Hindi na nga siya tumakbo. Hindi na niya kinomit yung hookah position.
Yeah. Sabi niya, no, help me guys. Meron dalawa dito sa hookah. Mag-ingat kayo. And which is good because he kept himself alive and he saved himself from that encounter na alam niyang medyo lugi siya in terms of the position. Pero ngayon, maganda ang kanilang pag-go dito in specific angles. I just hope that this can hold out until later on, especially that they are starting to push forward and try and attempt to retake the site. It just boils down to a 2v2. How did they manage to even everything out? Magic's Anand again with the 4K popping off. This dude is just crazy. Ever since the first half, he is consistent.
Mr. 4K is in the building. This doesn't mean na wala siyang makukuhang ace all throughout. Kasi this guy, he's not like this dati pa.
He's not like that before.
Legit na nagbago. Ang talim nitong si
Nagbago
Magix.
ka na.
Talaga nagbago ka na.
Nagbago ka
For
na,
the better,
Magix.
for the better.
For the better.
For the better.
Oopsie.
Very nice attempt out for Kadiliman to hold down the spike defuse. Ang problema nga lang, ang ganda na naging tech nila doon sa may hookah
Grabe,
side.
ah.
Nag-in and out tong si Yon Peak para siya yung magiging distraction kumbaga. Eh doon, hindi siya nagko-commit doon sa fight. Si Magix yung mismong tumalon.
Yep.
Eh siya yung parang yung full HP sa kanila.
Grabe, no?
Yo.
Parang wala siyang pakialam. You know what? I'm confident enough that my shots are gonna connect. And it doesn't bother me.
It doesn't know.
The low HP doesn't bother me anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The cold
and-
never bothered you anyway.
Yeah. Oh yeah, not gonna lie, second time out na nito for the whole match itong si Kadiliman, and unfortunately, I feel like hindi pa sila nare-rewardan with the timeouts that they're currently
Yeah, hindi
having.
pa.
Yeah, not
Yeah, hindi
yet.
I mean, to be
That's
fair,
sad.
nag-timeout sila bago sila nag-eco round.
Oh, isa
Nung
pa
time na
yun. They keep on pulling out the timeout
Yeah.
pag eco.
Eco, no? Yeah. I don't know if that's like a good thing kasi
Yeah, same.
pwede lang i-formulate yung
I'm
round
quite unsure.
after ng bago sa buy round. They could also like use this eco round as a way to like an eco round timeout, by the way, that I'm talking about. Pwede
Yeah.
na lang i-formulate ng last on play dito. I'm thinking kung ano yung mga pwede na lang gawin dito eh. Pwedeng slow B-long approach by Jaso. Possibly another attempt at taking very fast executes dun sa may A-short
Yeah,
extremity. Nakita ko yung mga pings, so baka yun na nga yung magiging play ng Kadiliman dito. So we're back into the game mga kaibigan, APH. Tri-stack over towards Showers. It's a fast take again for Migs. He never expected .G over at that Showers position. Tap gets a nice frag out, at least for the 1-for-1. Pero with the Nightfall, they could actually use that. 3 kills, in fact, for Kadiliman. Through the smoke, through the Showers position. And APH, they're relying on Magix. Mr. 4K yet again.
For some reason, every time na nagiging ally si Migs, yung pag-ally niya sa sarili niya, maganda yung nagiging outcome. Parang nagkakaroon ng abundance on the end to the rest of the round. But Magix is gonna be left alone. Alam naman natin ang kapasidad nitong taong to, at kung tao pa ba to, or this dude is a monster. But never mind, he's gonna be coming down because of a bucky on his face.
Akala ko judge.
Yeah.
Ganun din kasi yung hawak eh. Pero in the end,
That's true.
it was beautiful shots from Jasaw and nice timing as well. I think the overcommitment to the Shower side was not the worst case scenario for them kasi they wanted the ult orb. They also thought it was a safe haven for them.
27?
Wow.
Kayon love.
And following
yeah, that's true.
And following him, Magix also is trailing up with 16. This guy,
Diba? Single-digit deaths?
yeah nga eh.
Sheesh.
Sheesh. Talagang feeling himself dito pa lang sa matchup natin mga kaibigan. 6-10 with Migs. Trying to entry on already deep in towards that Shower side. Scary will get that
hiding.
first blood.
Aw.
Second again for Scary MD. This guy still on a consistently high performance. And also supporting Migs para makuha niya yung entry at baka yung spike plant doon sa may truck position.
Oh, I just really hope that this is not gonna be unable to finish the match off moment for AMPH because they're on a really huge lead right now. So everyone across me shout out to Migs, eliminating him shortly with just 4 more people here by the side of Kadiliman. Everyone's just trying to prepare themselves for the best setup they can do. Although tap, meron siyang mapipitas dito before they even try to resort for the retake here. Magix with just the Marshall, unfortunately not gonna be enough for their end as Jasso tries to clean them off.
Yeah, strong push out for Migs doon sa may Showers just so that they have 2 points. Power positions from the Shower side at
Very
tsaka si
nice.
Scary
Not gonna
MD
lie.
as well. Again, we kind of talked about Scary MD. He has the capability. He has the aim. He's a demon
Yeah.
when it comes to him turning up online as well. So when he's on a roll, then everybody else on the team from Kadiliman is also doing well again. So taking advantage of the lower buy from MPH that time around as they got a pretty good aggressive setup doon sa may Showers position kanina. Split pushing towards that A-short extremity. So we're back in towards that default position. And when I mean default, sobrang slow na magiging gameplay na to. Kadiliman just want to see if they can punish MPH for doing the same mistakes that they've been doing kanina.
Ayun nga and you can see that they're all stacking na dito sa A site natin and starting to like, you know what, let's try to play it off with numbers advantage as much as possible. Not quite sure if that is going to be a really good answer because, I don't know, Kadiliman is like trying to boost themselves already or trying to get momentum on their steed. So they better be careful about this one as much as possible if they can take Migs out. that's going to be a huge advantage on their end.
Yep, Migs has been the tip of the spear so
Yeah.
far sa mga pushes ng Kadiliman. Take him out, then everybody
Si
else
Migs
is
Aussie
gonna...
tough, actually.
Yeah, kaya nga eh. You know, both of these players. And I believe both of them also have like duelist experience din. So parang pag-push nila, Migs is already in the site. Si Kyle ang magpa-plant ng spike as Migs, he has given yung space doon sa may CT and killed off Yoni Love. So it's a
Naiwan.
5v4. At kapag may space na agad yung Viper, MPH will have the Viper's pit. Ang problema, they have to contest against Migs, who already is feeling himself. Nice smoke off as well.
Smoke up indeed. The Flash is trying to clear up every single nook and cranny possible. Sevi being able to secure Migs up. And of course, the smoke's being put down here para naman magsilbing boundary sa kanila. And lalo silang mapaisip
Rolling Thunder?
na umatras. Pero Rolling Thunder is gonna be delaying them just a bit from diffusing this spike down. Nako,
Molly?
nilagyan pa ng Molly. Sunod-sunod na yung nilatag ng mga utility dito ni Kadiliman, and they're confident enough that that is gonna do the trick. And another round is gonna be taken by them.
Kadiliman feeling the heat this time around, as they're the ones who are pushing the momentum on towards AIM-PH. Talagang pagdating sa push, Migs will not hesitate anymore. He takes up one of the anchors and then forces that 4 versus 5 retake scenario for them. It was almost like Kadiliman had all the stars lining up this time around para sa post-plant nila. And look at what we are looking at. AIM-PH have a low buy,
Wow.
which almost guarantees a 9 to 10. Pero malay mo, that showstopper will do everything that he can. A short being controlled by AIM-PH. Pero wala siyang nakita kahit sino.
Yung showstopper natin, ang layo na pinanggalingan. Unfortunately, hindi niya magagamit yon. But, merong nakatuon din ang pansin doon si Jaso. Pero wala nangyayari yon. Napakalutong ata ng tutok ni Sebi ngayon. Kanina pa siya. Mukonecta with Justos Sheriff. Pero, ayun, some people, hindi yata ako na ito yung shot si Jaso doon, but at least he got some information that someone's heading onto B site and they had to be careful at the hookah area.
Di ko alam kung naghihintay ng bait plant tong si Scary MD or
Possible?
kung meron siyang plano. Ano makapag-plant ng spike dito? Backside already in control of Kadiliman as AIM-PH already made a presence doon sa may hookah. Orbital strike also perfectly placed, but that also prompts a punch!
Gasero!
But just saw a 3K for him! The hookah side was a trap all along. It's all up to Magix. Mr. 4K has to do it yet again against 3 sa Kadiliman. But will he do it in time? No, he cannot. Just saw a 4K for himself as well, giving Magix a taste of his own medicine.
No way! They're using their utility so good so far, no? Imagine the setup, you know what? Sige, mag-orbital strike na lang ako tapos ikaw na yung pick para sa akin, Jaso.
Hindi para sa patay. Para lumabas sila
Para
ng
ma-force silang mag-push, yes! Kasi parang there's no way to go kasi as much as possible, gustuin mo nasa bungana ka ng hookah para makapag-push ka forward. And panindigan nyo!
tama.
Diba? Eh wala na nagawa, hindi sila nakapag-reset. They've been taken aback by the orbital strike na nilapag ni Scary MD onto that one. And wow, Chef Kiss.
Scary didn't even need to
Chef's
peek
kiss
because of that. He already had impact just from that ultimate alone, which means he's still safe on backside. He still has control over CT, and he still has access towards his smokes. So, you know, that one overall strike actually made a lot of difference. It's a 9 to 10 so far, mga kaibigan. Kadiliman trailing up. One more round para ma-equalize against AIM-PH, and it starts with that one brimstone smoke already depleted. Already, thanks to another Prowler.
Natatawa ako sa posture ni Daydom. Parang nanay na galit.
Kaya
Bakit
nga
niyo
eh.
pinatagal MPH? Parang gano'n yan. Ang ganda na ng simula niyo. O pinanindigan niyo pa lalo.
Parang sinusundo na tayo eh.
Mamaya guys, pakita namin sa inyo paano yung posing niya. Pero, grabe, sayang na sana yung naging head start dito ni MPH. And it's just Kadiliman trying to prove na, you know what, despite of that, kayang-kaya namin bawiin yung momentum at kayang-kaya namin i-equalize at baka higitan pa.
Solo hold. Alt G. He's in a lot of trouble. He cannot convert the shots. Migs. He was using his movement. He was using everything in his power para makonfuse siya agad. Orbital strike as well. The C's also affects Magix, but they don't even know about him. This guy was on backside all along. He doubled for Magix again. And Nasty will do everything that he can, but Migs already trailing behind him. 2v2. Kadiliman, 20 seconds to plant it down. Now extends the timer with AIM-PH still leading the fight yet again. They need to contest para makakuha ng 11th round.
They have to contest indeed as much as possible, although Sevi is not gonna let that happen. Kadiliman is not gonna be getting this one because that's going to be a great retake here from AMPH. Not gonna lie, those two pickups are so big from Magix.
Yeah, just perfectly hiding himself behind that orbital strike.
Di nila in-expect yun.
At hindi ko alam kung kaninong orbital strike yun, pero kung galing yun sa defending side, sobrang talino ng MPH dun.
Yes.
Denied the spike plant, tapos ginamit pa yun para makahide dun sa likod niya.
Kasi, orbital strike mo, yung alam mong nandun yung kakampi mo. Bakit, di ba?
Oh.
Pero it doesn't actually work that way, and indeed, played out so well. Man, I hope we can get some clarification kanina ng galing orbital strike na yun. Please. But I think the people here from Kadiliman is just gonna try and hold their chins up as their crown might possibly fall. If that is not the case, Magix is a man in a really cheeky position. Oh, he's gonna get someone, but not the rest. All of the people here for the side of Kadiliman just trying to take the B side for themselves, and they're doing it.
A little bit late to the party. Sebi being a little too early to the call. Mukhang alam ni Lodi ko na yung call time natin. Papunta dito sa retake scenario. 40 seconds as Kadiliman have secured themselves that B-side position. Believe this is the third round in a row na nakuha nila yung B without that much hesitation, without that much contestment as well. Again, AMPH relying on the two players. Two of the staples from AMPH as well para makuha, ma-deny ang 10th round for Kadiliman, but their positions are telling me that they have to save. So, an inevitable 10-11 double digits raised up for Kadiliman so far. The former no-org roster maturing to the fact that AMPH like to play that passive position.
Yeah, I mean, not gonna lie, AMPH is really good in doing those rat-like strategies.
Yeah,
that actually works. Not gonna lie, but they can't do that forever. They have to adjust in some sort of way, and Kadiliman is trying to catch up kung ano yung sinusubukan nilang gawin, and mukhang nababasa na sila paunti-unti.
Yung mahirap pa doon, si Magix yung pinanggamit nila for the bait and switch.
Yeah.
So the guy who was supposed to hold himself doon sa may backside with that Viper spit, I add you, is the one who's actually giving his own body to support yung B-long defense.
Yeah, matindi yung nagiging sacrifices nila doon on that end. And hopefully they can whip something up in order to have Magic be supported by someone else, perhaps.
Yeah.
I feel like that would also be a possible answer. Although tough, papatahimikin si Yon Love.
Papatalugin lang muna.
Good night, boss.
Binigyan ng kumot, binigyan ng push! But Nasty gives him a bullet to the head! Migs knocked down to the ground. 4v4 this early on, even though Tap is so low on HP. The fact that he's still alive is a miracle. Since sobrang aga ng push shot for the side of AMPH, is all leaving up to Magix, who's in a comfortable position to get the trigger discipline! Get two picks in hand! Viper Spit activated! Mahirapan silang i-push to!
Yeah, and I wonder how they would be able to handle this and hold this down. Dapat mag-ingat si Magix. Yun nga lang nga na-push siya. So, saktong oras na binaling yung attention niya sa kabila, pero you just saw. It's going to be taking Nasty. And now it's a 2v2, all equalized in terms of numbers with tons of utilities to work with. Not gonna lie, for the side of AMPH. I wonder if that's the same for Kadiliman as well.
The smoke also prompts them, gives them the info na baka sa B-side pa rin sila magpupush. They have to clear the corner kasi nandito yung Gecko. And he also gets spotted.
The
Spectre will knock it down. 1,600 credits, sinulit pa nga niya.
Gusto ko yung nagsabay tayo. The Spectre?
Kaya nga
oh my gosh.
Kasi hindi mo may expect sa range na yun, yung Spectre yung kukuha yung dalawa dito.
Grabe yun
Ah, man. Match point already set up for the side of AMPH, and it all took a bit of patience and a bit of that payoff.
We see you.
Okay.
Let's go.
Okay.
Ay mo yan. Oh, you just need 2 more orbs then, or kills to get their trash then. So.
Dalawang bros.
2 bros.
Yeah. 2 orbs para sa side ng AMPH.
Match point na pala.
Yeah, it's match point. One more round para ma-secure nila ang first win in the play-in stage. Magix yung intuition niya nag-work dito. Kasi
Yes.
narinig niya yung ibang mga steps over the B-long. Now he's deciding to hold up the same corner. Already spotting at least the Prowler. Has to hide inside that backside position. And Niggs is looking to trail up and through the smoke as well. Almost like he expected him to peek.
Yun lang, napitas yung one of their valuable players here from the side of APH. I wonder if mauudlot yung kanilang pagtapos nitong laban na ito. Pero yun, Love, parang merong ibang plano. He's just gonna try and push forward dito sa bandang B-short natin, and while the rest of the people here at the side of Kadiliman will be dwelling sa ating long. And meron ding naiwan dito. This one's still gonna be on a short, while I wonder if this is going to be a really good position for themselves. All of the rotations happening here at the bats area. Sevi will be taking it back. Hindi yan na-expect yun. Jim may prepared sana, pero yun nga lang, Jessel will be coming from the lamps area. And it's all up to just 2 more people from ngayon, isa na lang.
Isa na lang at nag-iisa pa nga itong si Nasty. Spotted again, gets one. That 1v5 is gonna be one for the ages, mga kaibigan. But Kadiliman will knock down the dream of that ever happening in 11 to 12. At mukhang 1 round away.
May rolling thunder pa,
OT pa nga ata tayo. May rolling thunder si Tap Tap. There's also possibilities of Gam taking the rush. Kanina pa silang nagdi-default. Kanina pa yung mga slow pushes. Napa-perfect nila yung timing against 8PH this time. Only needing 1 round. And I'm trying to see kung mag-aggressive push pa ba tong si Migs kasi eto na yung best time para ma-surprise sila with the tempo. Kanina pa sila nagdi-default, kanina pa yung slow pushes. And if they want to surprise AMPH, this is the time to do it, especially with that hookah position looking wide open.
I wonder what's gonna happen onto this one. Pera pa naman si AMPH, pero kumpleto sa Ricados din. Si Kadiliman. So, Ricados is like ingredients. Yeah, all the ults, all the the abilities, they're complete with that one. So, man, this is already up for grabs. Whoever is gonna be excelling this round will just gonna, say if it's gonna continue or be ended.
Ginamit na agad ulit yung Prowler doon sa may shower side. So that's 1 gun. That's gonna be another that would have been used doon sa may hookah position. If ever that is gonna be the case for them. But you all, possibly could be the play for them. Tap Tap already smoked off as well.
Yeah.
So shower is looking like a pretty big variable for Kadiliman. As AMPH are looking to strike reactively.
May pinatulog ata dun sa isang solo ka. Migs, yung entry nila, free na wala. Medyo delikado sila dun Pero okay lang yan. Meron pa naman silang nagmimistulang duelist dito.
30 seconds.
Diyan pa rin si Tap Tap and the rest of the squad. Just 30 seconds left. They have to decide on this right here, right now. Just saw at the hookah area. He's gonna be taking some heads. Oh no, I guess not. Some people here are just gonna back out, pero may iwan dito. Si Magix, just at that corner. He's gonna take the pick. And he's gonna be winning that one. Just 2 more people, and eventually, just one scary MD to switch up into the guns. Pero meron pa nga siyang oras. Never mind. Because Algie will be altering the tides at 13-11 here in favor for the side of theirs. And congratulations, because meron na may tantos na sila doon sa ating round robin board.
Well, AMPH have definitely secured that without the hindi madali. Talagang pinahirapan pa ng Kadiliman to para sa kanila. Pero in the end, they definitely deserved it in this regard. Lalo na sa mga times sa kung kailan sila nasa defending side no? Parang nakita ko yung strength ng AMPH where they actually held up a pretty good defense on point. Magic's also doing a really good job of securing a lot of those 4Ks, doing a lot of damage pagdating doon sa mga executes nila on the attack as well. So well done for AMPH. But this doesn't mean that Kadiliman Esports are out of the tournament. Literally, play-ins tayo mga kaibigan. This just means 0-1 sila. Medyo mahihirapan yung journey nila. Pero okay lang kasi medyo mahaba pa yung oras.
Pero alam mo, sayang imagine how different it could be if they kept themselves together. Baka mantong tayo ng overtime, pero apakabilis lang din talaga umaksyon itong side ng AMPH. And we have been discussing this earlier on, what's going to be the probability na mananalo sila dito, and we'll try to continue the storyline that they might be the dark horse of this group. And hopefully that is the case, kasi right now, napakaganda ng performance nila, Sebi, nila Magic, and the rest of the squad, and they've been able to show na eto na kami ngayon. Nag-evolve kami, parang Pokemon lang.
Yeah, I mean, parang tamang cool off lang. Tapos ngayon, pinakita mo na nagbago ka na. Literally, for the better ang MPH this time kasi we don't really like talk about them being a highly regarded team. This time, this is a pretty good look for them. Very patient in the regard. Ang dami na lang times na na-counter nila. Yung napakagandang strategy for Kadiliman Esports. It'll be a long way for yung mga bossing natin para makakuha sila ng leg up again. Pero for APH, especially in their scoreboard, we gotta give a lot of props to everybody on Kadiliman kasi literally, pinahirapan nila lalo yung APH. Especially nung pagdating doon sa mga times na sila yung nag-hold, especially on the attacking side. Kasi yung APH, very proactive sila when it came to those defenses.
And also, I want to boost up lang or put forward tong si AltG. Kasi kanina nakikita mo nahihirapan siya. Pero during the last few moments na kailangan niya mag-step up in order to end up all their specific rounds, may mga times na naging impactful draft. So well played and hopefully we can see more of them later on. But for Kadiliman, sayang mga men. Sayang, grabe.
Okay lang yan kasi para sa kanila, mahaba pa naman yung araw. Para sa kanila, first chance lang ito para sa kanila, pero you know, I feel like for my own personal prediction, I guess Kadiliman very much showed us that they could actually contend. You know, that's the main thing here. They could contend.
Which is nice,
and
kasi they can.
With a little bit of support, talagang makaka-go far sila sa ganito, di ba?
Yeah, and I feel like we're gonna see the MVP just in a bit. Ikaw, may mga predictions ka ba sino yung MVP?
Feeling ko hindi natin kailangan i-predict kasi si
Ayan
Magix, mga kaibigan, ang MVP.
Kanina pa yan eh.
Let's forget about the deaths. Literally, 24 kills for this guy. That's, I believe, 2 4Ks all throughout this matchup na hindi duelist. I mean, hindi mo kailangan maging duelist eh. Sa lahat ng mga times na nagkaroon siya ng magandang position, he fully exploited a lot of holes para dito sa side ng Kadiliman.
Yeah, this bro just gets the job done as a controller, executes like a duelist, and holds the site down as a sentinel. Super well done here for Magix, and I don't know, seems like we're off to a great start for these two teams.
Yeah, I mean, first day pa lang. Well, I mean, first day, first game. I mean, same thing lang naman.
Yeah,
first game ng play-ins, mga kaibigan. We have been looking for a hot start, and with a 13-11 win, looks like AMPH have their first leg up so far dito sa ating group standings natin. Pero mga kaibigan, hindi lang naman yon ang nag-iisa nating BA1. Punong-puno ng Valorant ang ating araw ngayon kasi after this break, magkakaroon tayo ng next matchup. It will be DLSU versus another team in Group A, mga kaibigan. So, the first appearance of a UAAP esports team as well. So, tune in, mga kaibigan, because Kadiliman still has it in the bag.
The X38 is the latest high-octane curved display from Predator. This zero-frame behemoth has a 37.5-inch span and a 2300R curve in glorious 21:9, so that you can feel your peripheral vision with pure gameplay for all-out immersion. And with a very ergonomical stand, positioning this colossal display is quite easy, allowing you to tilt, pivot, swivel, and adjust the height as needed, so that comfort is maintained even through long gaming sessions. Naturally, you have all the latest ports needed, as well as two powerful 7-watt speakers should a headset not suffice. Though the X38 is ideal for hardcore enthusiasts and esports pros alike, what sets it apart, besides a crisp, ultra-wide QHD Plus resolution, is the Agile Splendor IPS panel it uses. This panel makes it possible to push the response time up to 0.3 milliseconds, while maintaining a color gamut of DCI-P3 98% and Delta E less than 2, so that colors and details remain vivid. Add on the 175Hz refresh rate and you have a blisteringly fast monitor that keeps all the fast-paced action coming through nice and smooth with almost no ghosting, color bending, or torn frames. To make sure those frames look as pristine as possible, NVIDIA G-Sync keeps frame rate locked to the output of your GPU, while Display HDR 400 certification allows you to enjoy HDR content in or outside of gaming. So if you're looking to go all out, it's time to introduce the monumental X38 to your game setup. The X38 is the latest high-octane curved display from Predator. This zero-frame behemoth has a 37.5-inch span and a 2300R curve in glorious 21:9, so that you can feel your peripheral vision with pure gameplay for all-out immersion. And with a very ergonomical stand, positioning this colossal display is quite easy, allowing you to tilt, pivot, swivel, and adjust the height as needed, so that comfort is maintained even through long gaming sessions. Naturally, you have all the latest ports needed, as well as two powerful 7-watt speakers should a headset not suffice. Though the X38 is ideal for hardcore enthusiasts and esports pros alike, what sets it apart, besides a crisp, ultra-wide QHD Plus resolution, is the Agile Splendor IPS panel it uses. This panel makes it possible to push the response time up to 0.3 milliseconds, while maintaining a color gamut of DCI-P3 98% and Delta E less than 2, so that colors and details remain vivid. Add on the 175Hz refresh rate and you have a blisteringly fast monitor that keeps all the fast-paced action coming through nice and smooth with almost no ghosting, color bending, or torn frames. To make sure those frames look as pristine as possible, NVIDIA G-Sync keeps frame rate locked to the output of your GPU, while Display HDR 400 certification allows you to enjoy HDR content in or outside of gaming. So if you're looking to go all out, it's time to introduce the monumental X38 to your game setup.
Welcome back, everyone! This is still the Predator League Philippine Qualifier. My name's Dedom, kasama ko nag-iisang si Ramon para dito sa ating Stage 4. Number 4 at ating pangalawang game na of the day. And what's a series? What a game. AMPH, the homeboys from down south, taking the cake. I'm telling you, man, ever since we saw them, they're gonna win it all. And they won against Kadiliman. I mean, next up, it's gonna be Kadiliman against Virtus Arcos, but I'm excited for AMPH. I'm sorry, I can't hide my excitement.
I mean, we gotta hold off on that because mamaya pa sila mag-perform ulit, you know.
Sorry.
You guys gotta know, pagkatapos manalo ng AMPH, biglang sumabog yung kaibigan ko si Data, man. Literal, na naging excited siya nung nalaman niya nanalo ang AMPH. Pero, well, di na tayo mag-focus, mga kaibigan. It is gonna be the LSU VALORANT Esports versus Kadiliman Esports. As you mentioned, Virtus Arcos, literally the collegiate team when it comes to winning a lot of championships.
Yep.
Pero in collegiate.
Yeah,
in collegiate, sometimes there's like this discussion of how big of a gap is collegiate compared to like the main stage, right?
Yeah.
Well, I feel like there is no gap, man. I feel like parang naglalaro lang din sila ng normal na competitions.
Well, I don't know about the no gap thing, but when it comes to Virtus Arcos, I think they're an exception to that rule. I think they are the cream of the crop of the collegiate scene. And it is going to be an absolute battleground against Kadiliman Esports, who, mind you, just got picked up by Kadiliman stage, or rather in the qualifier stage.
Yeah.
They were no org. They took out LFO to get to stage 4, and unfortunately they weren't able to win it against the best team in the country, AMPH. But now they're gonna try their luck against the best team in collegiate, and what better map to do it than in Haven, Chris?
Yep, Haven, which is again one of the more comfortable maps for a lot of teams. But I gotta tell you a little bit of recency bias para sa akin. DLSU just came off of a win on the Haven map as well on a different tournament, and it was a very dominating one. Pero bigyan natin ng konting asterisk yan kasi naglaro doon si Javi 8K, and as we all know, Javi 8K is literally the god of collegiate dito. So he's gonna be coaching this team, watching from the sidelines. Lalaro dito si Gruenberg, lalaro na agad din tong si Sacre. I believe Corpus is also gonna be in the lineup with Sablay. So it's the full lineup for the LSU VALORANT Esports. They've been prepping for this moment ever since they won yung UAAP Esports League. So now, Now is going to be their time to test themselves onto one of the more popular players, one of the more popular teams that we have, which is yung Kadiliman Esports, where they're not looking too hot after that loss against yung kalaban nila from the previous game.
Well, I think we don't give him enough credit, right? That was still a close game
Yeah.
by any means. MPH, I mean, it took them a little bit of time to close it out. But Kadiliman, the fundamentals were definitely still there. Let's take a look at the agent comps dito. No, Astra getting locked up for Juso. And an ISO para kay Sablay dito. This is looking like a spicy comp for Viridis Arcus.
Yeah, literally the same composition that they also played from the one thing that I mentioned.
Yeah.
And the last thing that I saw was Javi 8K just putting on a role all throughout that matchup. He was
is
the
playing.
lurking guy. There was so much presence for Javi 8K all throughout that game. And since they're starting on the attacking side as well, we're going to see a lot more presence from Gruenberg, even though, yes, true, wala silang entry duelist, I might say. Kailangan lang mag-rely itong si Gruenberg na mag-push without any sort of TPs, any sort of dimensional drift from the get-go. Pero from the game itself that I saw, I think Sablay was doing a really good job of locking down those long angles. So I think the LSU, despite them not having the Neon or the Jet, they're going to be in good shape.
Yeah. I love the composition here for Viridis Arcus. No, it's very firepower reliant, and going up against a team like Kadiliman, such a team with a lot of experience under their belt, it's definitely a good testing ground. I mean, we talk about the collegiate scene where they fare up against the tier 1 teams in the country, and I think this is a pretty good testing ground. No, I mean, against the likes of Tap Tap, Scary MD, these players, Migs as well. No, these players been around for quite some time. And a bit of a change in lineup dito, no? Scary MD actually going for the initiator this time. Hindi na siya yung controller. So it's going to be interesting to witness as well, lalo na dito sa Haven.
I mean, lagi naman siyang flex player as a whole lang din naman. I think the thing about Kadiliman is that literally 2 or 3 players from their team literally can flex on any sort of role that they comfortably want to. Kyle has always been played as a sentinel all throughout lang din naman. I think this is one of the fewer times that I see him play on that Killjoy role, so I'm expecting him to do a little bit more leg work laban dito sa DLSU Valorant. And since they're starting on attack, I'm expecting a C-long position being controlled by them, which is supported by Sablay getting first bloods across the board. So will that be the case dito sa ating first pistol round, mga kaibigan? Or will Kadiliman Esports, surprise from the get-go, try to reset off of that loss against AMPH so far? Because in that game, although close, they were pretty much done by the end of it nung namatay na si Migs nung una pa lang.
Yeah, it's just... there's just no way around it. MPH won. That's, I mean, of course. Guys, by the way, I'll admit to a little bit of bias because I love MPH. I love representation down from Mindanao. But in this matchup, Chris, let me ask you this. Let me rack your brain a little bit. Having said that we saw Viridis Arcus recently on the same map, on the same composition, and we just saw Kadiliman up against AIM, I want to ask you for a prediction dito.
Alright, well, I like that you put me on the spot. Pero buti na lang at prepared ako dito. I truly believe that it is going to be DLSU winning this out. And this is not because I believe that Kadiliman is going to be inferior dito. Kasi really, ang lakas ng team na to eh. Literal na maganda yung performance nila nung last year's Predator League at hindi sila masyadong nagbago ng roster. So that really is a good news for me. Ang nakita ko lang last week nung naglaro ang DLSU is literally a highlight reel for every star player for DLSU so far. And this is against also one of the collegiate teams that also put up a really good performance in the Tier 2 scene as well. So parang the litmus test for me, meaning that Kadiliman Esports is not going to be that good of a gap in terms of like the eye test. Kaya for first impressions, it's up for grabs. Pero for what I believe, I think DLSU has this.
Oh, so you think it's a litmus test for Kadiliman and not Viridis Arcus? No. Well, it's the same thing for me, but the other way around. I think we're going to find out just how good Viridis Arcus are. If they beat Kadiliman, they're pretty good. If they don't, then they haven't broken the stigma of, well, collegiate not... well, some people say collegiate is like the training ground for the Tier 1 scene, no? But this ain't collegiate no more. This is Predator League, baby, and there's only one team that will come out on top in this best of 1. So let's see who comes out on top here in Haven.
Yep. It's going to be in the big boy scene, mga kaibigan. DLSU tasked to take down one of the pivotal teams dito pa lang sa local scene natin. Kadiliman has been here for so long that this organization has seen changes time and time again. Over at VCT, over here at Predator League, and now with the no-org roster holding the helm of the Kadiliman banner, tasked up to face one of the best teams in collegiate, DLSU. Can actually be... You know, they have a chip on their shoulder. Ang dami ng expectations para sa team na to. Maybe that's pressure on them. Kasi literally, ang daming nagsasabi na DLSU has always won a lot of their finals when it comes to the UAAP esports. Hindi lang din UAAP, outside of outside of UAAP, they've also garnered a lot of trophies. So, maybe ang pinakamalaking question dito is who really is the underdog?
That's true. And we'll find out in just a sec. We're starting in just 12 seconds. Dito, Chris, can Virtus Arcus find the stronghold? Seems like to go for a C stack. 3 people down there. B wide open. Garage gonna be left hanging here. Kadaliman with a semi-standard approach. 3-1-1 split with Scary MD. Alam naman natin, Scary MD pretty good at taking these duels. So they're pretty confident putting Scary on that C-long position all alone. Recon comes out, a bit of a bait. Mix is gonna push up immediately after that. And surprise to them, they're not gonna spot anyone out.
Yeah, literally, Banunu was there just to give info to the team. Once they invest that information, that's when they call upon the push. A-Long being full controlled. Paranoia, and that wasn't even the tip of the spear. It was Javi 8K who also gets taken out by Kael, of all people, who decide to give up the site for the team. DLSU have full site control, but it's a 4 versus 4. The Omen is also very low on HP.
Yeah, this is really important though. This is in a site. DLSU have full control of the site. One of the hardest sites to retake in the entire game. Migs already up in heaven. Spots out Gruenberg there. A lot of flashes still available as Sublime picks up the first. Tap gets Sublime. The right click doesn't connect. And the retake dismantled here as Tap tries to pick up the pieces. Just finds a couple and suddenly it's in their turf. DLSU go down, Kadaliman pick up the pistol.
And I don't even know if Jasso was there on A-Short all along, but he was the guy lurking around the shadows, just surprising them. Even though DLSU had the A site, as you mentioned, the hardest sites to retake in the game, they don't really have the setup to actually put up that bit of a defense. Like, nobody around that graffiti position. Jasso also finding a timing over that A-Short side. I mean, in this scenario, Kadaliman, they still have the experience, in fact, just so that they have these retake scenarios on the check as DLSU. Struggling to find themselves a scenario. Literally, I like that they're able to hold off that A-Long control and Javi 8K actually striking from the shadows. The difference here, though, is that there were a lot of times that Kadaliman in that round actually got really good util to clear out both graffiti. Maybe that's the reason why nobody was in graffiti, because they put out that aftershock in the first place.
That's true. But pretty good round nonetheless for Kadaliman, as DLSU this time. It's not a bait in C-Long anymore. Everyone ganging up just against the dark covers, with Banunu setting up the recon, just forced away by that. And the Marshall not connecting from Kael so far as Virtus Arcus get the spike down and see.
They got the bare minimum. At least they got 300 credits into the next round. They're easy enough to take the short-range duels and tri-stack, 4-stack over towards CT. This is going to be a very interesting position. DLSU want to take the fight set on, but they're fighting up against the Marshall. The push down again from Scary MD as well, as they fall down one by one. It is a triple for Kael. That's 3 ult orbs for him as well for the lockdown in place. At least they got 300 credits.
Yeah,
love the play.
Love the play from Virtus Arcus though. They went for the CT push, which is a pretty nice idea, all things considered. It's just they didn't have the proper aim, proper firepower to deal with that 3-man prong in C-Link. So Virtus Arcus, I did like their approach in that pistol round. Yeah. They put their Sova in that C-Long. And typically in solo queue games, you expect the team to put their initiator where they're going to push the site. So that's why they pushed. That's why Kadaliman pushed down that C-Long. They saw the Sova, they pushed expecting everyone to be there. And DLSU, they won the mind game there despite losing the round, which is one thing they could use in round 3.
Yeah, now this was a bye round for the side of DLSU. Need to get a bit of rounds just so that they can have a leg up into the matchup, but so far, the pace catching up to them. Migs also finding a solid timing, but Javi 8K has known this so far. That's 1 kill for him. Very close towards his neural theft, and he's been in this situation before. The last time he's played this position, he got an ace. And now, they're all giving the respect that he deserves this time for Javi 8K.
Yeah, Javi picks up the first, and that's just tip of the spear gone here for Kadaliman. Migs getting down even before the site take happens. And a fair bit of resistance here as Sublime hides around the pocket in C-Long. No one knowing where his position is. Meanwhile, 3 players from LaSalle, or 4 players, making their way towards A lobby, exactly where the Killjoy setup is going to be. This is going to be a hard take if you decide to push here, Chris.
Yeah, that is if they go towards A-Long. They leave Javi 8K, who has been known to lurk around the shadows. Going to be the solo pusher to take on those Killjoy Mollies as well as the Astra utility. Smoke on down, info given as well. I believe that's a neural theft, and just saw nice timing. Nice shot over to D as well. That locks away the smoker. But what about the 4 versus 4?
Yeah, that's a spike taken down as well. A bit of info. And Kadalima, they don't have
Sablai.
to budge even. Just about to be pushed by Sablai! Expects it. Sablai goes down. That's 2 kills already for the Astra. And Kadalima, a stronghold here in Garage. But Seaside is where the pressure gotta be. Just saw peeking up against Gruenberg. This time doesn't get the shots in. But the push on through. Gruenberg holds on to the side. Tap with the Bulldog. Can't get the shots in yet. Flashpoint gets dodged. Time ticking away. A 2v3. This round looking done and dusted for Viridis Arcus. Unless Tap can find a kill, Gruenberg finds the 3rd. And that seems to be it here. Tap can't even get past Banunu. And we're only counting down time here, but Viridis Arcus on the board, 1-2.
Absolutely. I mean, he could not get the Guardian. And that would have been a better upgrade for him to fight that long-range angle. And I like the split up for DLSU as well. I mean, making some presence. Kavi 8K also holding the flank, just seeing if he can get himself a pick. I was surprised that Sablai actually found a timing all throughout that C-long push, right? I mean, in that regard, just saw had one choice to either hold up the garage position and push right afterwards, but he held himself. He just held after like killing off that one player, knowing that all his teammates are going to be backing up with him anyway towards the retake scenario. Solid timings again for Kadiriman, but DLSU fighting back strong. Again, in towards the 2-1 scoreline. Migs holding up that A-long control. He doesn't even need to overpeak. The fact that he's here, his presence demands that they use utility on him, but I like that DLSU is holding their card.
Yeah. They know exactly the game plan of Kadiriman. They know exactly that default.
Kill contract.
The contract just saw on a 1v1 against Sablai. Vandals. And the shield just proves too fatal. Sablai takes down the controller. That's going to be a tough ask for Kadalima to hold the side. But Kael finds a couple despite not having any smokes. Still alive and kicking though. Might be looking for more. Sablai shuts them down. And suddenly it's all down to Migs on a 1v3.
Can Migs pull off the 1v3 scenario? Has pushed on to C-long. And remembers that he is him. 1 kill in fact for Migs. Has to deal with the last 2 from DLSU. He pushes on. He uses the relay bolt. He uses the wall, isolating the picks, but Sablai picking up the 4K. The ISO is activated on the C-site position. DLSU, Valorant Esports fighting back when they need to.
And because Sablai took so many kills as well, he's more than halfway through getting his ult back. Remember, he just used the kill contract this time to shut down just so early on. And we talk about this composition requiring a lot of firepower, Chris. And LaSalle, they're stepping up. They definitely have the firepower.
They're hitting their shots. That's the most that they actually have to do. And Gruenberg also has his ulti up online. The thing about DLSU Valorant Esports is that they like to put the pressure where they have been succeeding from the previous round. So they're going back towards C-long. They initially pushed from that last regard, but Nunu spotting out at least one. As the Astra, the controller over at that C-site position. Gruenberg has the dimensional drift, but he's deciding to use all of his util to supply the push out on C. As Kadaliman give up the site, relying on that 5 versus 5 retake, but Sentinel versus Sentinel action happening over at Garage. Ultimate out as well. Javi 8K will find the timing, but not Kael. The shot from Sheriff. And again, that Hunter's Fury, nothing to behold as well.
Yeah, Sal gonna have to hold this site with 4 people standing. Only one upgrade that's in the hands of Kael after finding out that lurk that is Javi. Lockdown gonna be invested by Kadaliman as well as Sablai forced to push on out. That's a judge. A Bucky right in front of you! And Mix shutting Sablai down. Now it's all up to Gruenberg. TP's away just in time. He's got the proper angle. A 1v3 here, Chris. And Gruenberg, he's going to have to work double time up against the Cosmic Divide. And there's nothing he can do here, Chris. He has to push up so far away. 3 people against him. Despite the gun deficit, Kadiliman pick up the round.
Now, the thing about that was they were pressured right after the lockdown. They had a choice to actually go back towards C-long, but they were also thinking about that Astra ulti. Something that they forced themselves into that situation, right? Where do you go?
Yeah.
Do you run away back towards C-long, try to dodge away from Kael's lockdown, or do you try to fight up against Just So with his ulti? Both ultis demanding their presence.
Yeah.
And that in that regard, it kind of got split up. Like, I mean, you saw somebody push up over at that CT's position. I believe it was Sablai.
Yeah, Sablai.
And then Gruenberg also was hesitating on whether he wants to go back towards C-Long or hold up that garage position. I mean, in this scenario, their ulti usage has been pretty on point so far.
Yeah.
Kadaliman is doing well.
Yeah, the retake so good from Kadaliman there, forcing the positions here to make full effects of that Bucky. This time B-site gonna be the target for DLSU. Funnel of players, kill contract again here in round number 6. It's Tap Tap that's the target. Wins the fight this time. What movement was that? Tap Tap shuts down Supply. Migs finds one. And Gruenberg is still holding on to Gong. And this retake is gonna be so spectacular. Gruenberg fights a Tap, but he's the only one left standing here. Nasal. Thrifty banking on him. No gun up close that he can pick up. Everyone just guarding that spike in a link, and I don't think there's any way he can recover from this, Gruenberg.
Yeah, and he's also getting flanked as well from the Sova. A bit of a sicky situation for the baby goat himself as Tap Tap will lock the shot onto Gruenberg right now. That's a round win in the hands of Kadaliman. Really good patience from them. Just letting DLSU play on their own territory, their own turf, the tempo. He found for DLSU so far in this let's take a look at this replay right now. Tap Tap, as you mentioned, his movement just dodging away from the bullets.
That's experience right there. Tap Tap playing in the professional scene for years now. And he checked
At
Gruenberg.
20 years old. Jesus. You forget that even though we're kind of talking about college students at this point, these guys from Kadaliman are also pretty young.
Yeah, they're pretty young too. Oh, speaking of young Migs, the new duelist here, barely surviving that breach stun. Dash slides into the fight as he shuts down Gruenberg. Banuna gonna be able to find a trade for now, but it is the C-Long fight here. About to get crunched as Jaso gets peeked by many people here. That's the Owl Drone giving a little bit of information. Stun connects, but Javi from behind shuts down Jaso. Finds the last 2 players here from Kadaliman that gives them a C-site.
Yeah, it's not even a bait and switch setup. It's just a setup for them to actually knock down that C-Long control, as it looks like DLSU are looking to fight for the fences. Javi 8K also initiating that bait and switch. You got the long angle set up from the Omen, and Javi 8K, well, he's the one to put on that first knife in. It's D and Banunu that get 2 picks for their own, locking down that 3rd round win on the side of DLSU. And again, that C-Long control looking primed as ever for the side of Kadaliman, but in the end, when it came to raw aim, DLSU just won in that regard.
Not just aim, the lurking pathing here from Javi, able to crunch down that C-Long, able to get full control of both Garage and C, was really what made it easy for DLSU to take control of that site there. Again, Javi, we've talked so much about how good he is at the lurk, and he's showing us this time.
Yeah, and also, don't forget, the Tap Tap also kind of concussed his own duelist. Migs could not even run away from any point of util given to him by DLSU. At that point, that duelist, it would have been okay for him to be the only one dying in that regard. That risky play just not paying off in time.
Just have a bit of a slower approach as it's a 1-3-1 setup from Kadaliman. Very standard here on the defense. Aldro getting spotted out as Banunu. And at this point, Kadaliman, they're still adjusting to the way DLSU plays around this Sova. I mean, they're not sure if C-Long is going to be the focal point of this push, because in the pistol, it was just a bait. So not anyone moving yet. Dimensional Drift used up already by Gruenberg.
Yeah, Gruenberg has been holding out for so long, looking for a perfect time to use it. The only guy inside of sight, Scary MD, has the op as well. As Gruenberg is doing the best chance, using the shorty and knocking down the only guy inside of A. That's a free entry for DLSU. As Sublai is looking to give himself a chance. Rolling Thunder also activated. Tap Tap heard the shot. As Gruenberg gets a 2nd frag, a 3rd for the baby goat. As DLSU, they have given Ace side in full control. Kadaliman running for the fences. Just saw knowing in towards Banunu. It's all left up to Kyle.
Whoa, wait, he finds the spike. That's D going down in mid. So there's still a winnable round here, translatable for Kyle and Kadaliman. But there's 3 people right in front of them, and he can't even get past Banunu. That's DLSU evening things out here, Chris. 4-4, and we have a game in our hands.
Definitely a beautiful game for us. I mean, in that regard, I think DLSU actually had a bit of hesitancy. They got really strong control over A, but why not plan A on A anyway? I think they were scared about the Rolling Thunder. I think they were also thinking about the util that they could be spammed on when they do push out over to the A side position, right? But For Kadiliman, that was the operator gone. That's
Yeah.
a huge investment already flushed into the toilet. This timeout called for Kadiliman will be everything for them. And remember, in that previous game, they've been using so many timeouts, but almost all of them haven't been converted.
Yeah, the difference is this time scoreline is equal, right? In the game earlier against AMPH, Kadaliman was almost always playing from behind.
I just love that you were just so focused on that game and you were just cheering for AMPH. Cheering from inside, because I know that you would be a little too noisy when you actually do show your true colors.
Of course, man.
AMPH
What's your
fan.
favorite team?
I mean,
It's okay. You don't have to answer that. You don't have to have a favorite team.
I'm a bit of a Velocity fan myself.
Ah.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
Ah, okay.
I'm a Yokam believer.
Hmm.
Yokam believer. What about
Is
you?
he still gonna be in Velocity after?
Ooh.
Anyway, later on. Let's talk about that later on. But Kadiliman on a 4-4 scoreline, picking up the early.
Heard it here first, guys.
No. I didn't say anything, Kadiliman. Here's the fact, Chris.
Okay.
They went for a pause, and their eco is not the best.
Yeah, that's going to be a bit of a crucial factor on the side of DLSU. Well, Kadiliman do have the potential to hit those one taps. You can see the MiGs not hesitating to use the Guardian at this point in time. Grunberg on the same position that Javi 8K has been playing for the past couple of rounds. He's the one trying to hold up that push, and MiGs, nice shot, adjustment onto D. Could not hit the D over back onto the window position at all. So a 5 versus 4 very early on. Grunberg also walking up a little bit more.
Yeah, they don't have the smoke, so they don't really have much of a choice except for hit that B site. Javi shuts down MiGs, tip of the spear gone. Grunberg gonna have to do majority of the bidding here. Flash still available. A little bit of time bought by the aftershock, but Grunberg not pushing up yet. The garage push is what DLSU are banking on here. And Sublime might just catch a timing against Tap here. Nope. Tap plays from behind the wall. DLSU, there you go, finds that space against KL.
Yeah, and they're calling on the push on the A side itself. And that's also the Killjoy gadget's
30
already
seconds
nullified to no effect. Scary MD. Let's play around the backside position as DLSU plans to spike down. Adjustment over to Javi 8K. Beautifully timed as well. Banunu with another. And it's all falling apart for Kadiliman as DLSU. They find another round in towards the A side push. And I'm not mistaken, that was a flawless victory as well.
No, they lost their controller, but they didn't lose anyone after the fact. And I'm loving the composure from this UAAP winner here, Chris, proving they are just as, if not even more composed, the arguably more experienced Kadiliman team here. And it's absolutely stunning to witness here. I love it. I love this look from DLSU. And they're pushing Kadiliman to their limit. You gotta remember, guys, this is still a budding team. Technically, DLSU is still a team that is up and coming, but they're looking very good in this best of one.
Pretty sharp when it comes to these aim duels. I think MiGs has heard Sublime on the corner, but Tap never expected that. Double tap activated as well as Javi 8K. The bait and switch. Scary MD could not convert to the second as Javi 8K will pick up another.
Here we go.
That is it. Another execute on the A side. DLSU love to puncture the wound whenever they initially try for it. Kyle, another shot for Grunberg as DLSU will convert onto the A side itself.
Retake from Kadiliman here. 2 players. The double swing finds Javi and finds Banunu as well. Paranoia is perfect from D though. This guy's just timing up against it. So a 1v1 against Gael versus D. Playing around the boxes here. Inside of A side, timing almost gets the better of D, but he gets the shots in first. Kael goes down, and LaSalle. How many rounds is the streak?
Oh my!
4 rounds?
I believe so. I mean, you can see from the player cam that he was happy about that, and you can never expect that kind of timing because in this regard, it's almost like it almost could have been anybody's game right there, 50-50.
4 rounds.
The ring around the rosy. That's 4 rounds in a row for DLSU. And you mentioned their composure, but what about how confident they are when it comes to the executes. I mean, they got the first pick off, and then after that, it was a rush on down from Javi 8K all the way towards A. And with the overdrive from Migs, he was looking to fight back, but Sublime, that's another shot again. The double from the ISO. Kill contract, but it doesn't matter. The overdrive doing a lot of damage. Slide on through. Triple kill for Migs. 4K for Migs. And the Neon is looking to activate one more, and Banunu will get destroyed off the face of the earth. Migs gets the ace. All 5 kills for the side of Kadaliman.
There you go. That might be just what Kadaliman needs. The first ace of the game brought to you on a silver platter by Migs with the overdrive. I want to see that again here, Chris. Because Kadaliman, they really need a lifeline. This might just be it.
Oh man, I mean, it was the story of 2 ultimates. Supply with his kill contract, knocking down 1. But in the end, Migs isolated these picks with just his overdrive on the eco round. This is the beautiful thing about Neon in this meta, is that even though you're on the low buy, you will feel the lethality once you have that overdrive.
Yeah. And the effectivity of it against the ISO shields as well, right? You cannot discount that. Gruenberg this time activates the Yoru ult. Finding just a little bit of info, no kills yet, but they do get space. Get the spike down in C. Lockdown invested. Hunter's Fury in response to Supply. Shuts down Kael. The push down CT and Garage. As Gruenberg finds tap. Scary MD. Migs on the board as well. It's retake. Not looking the best, but DLSU are holding on, Chris.
3v2, and Banunu is already ready to get this first contact. Migs pushing it in. He doesn't connect! The whiffs coming out from Banunu. That's gonna haunt him. Javi 8K holding his own. He gets one on just so. Knows that Migs is gonna push onto him and makes it a 1v1. It is again Scary MD as Javi 8K pushes in. Gets nothing out of this push. A triple from Scary MD, who knocks it down, a 6-6 with 5 HP.
It's as close as it can get here, Chris. Only 1 player remaining for both sides. And Kadaliman barely getting themselves to 6, getting into the second half. That was a nail-biter of a round here, Chris. But could have been anyone's at the end of it. DLSU pushing Kadaliman to their limit, but neither team letting up. And I love this push, I love this hold from Javi, but it just wasn't enough, was it?
It almost like, I got surprised. An uncharacteristic mistake for Javi 8K, just not able to control his aim, control the recall of the Phantom over to Scary MD, who kind of took a little bit of time as well to adjust onto Javi 8K himself, who in the end won by a hair into the 6-6 scoreline. Kadaliman pushing the limit towards DLSU this time around. In this discussion, we already talked about this being 50-50. We didn't even know who the underdog is this point in time, but in this story, I feel like both teams just want to run for the fences.
Exactly. Here's the round. Oh, Migs. Double headshot on the classic. Super impressive stuff from the Neon. Gruenberg, off angle, pushes up in C long, up against 2. Where did he go? TP's on out to safety. Let's see, 1 man down. Cannot deny this C side. They're going to have to go for a retake here.
Kadaliman is going to be pretty. Ooh, he has the timing. He could have actually gotten himself another here. Javi 8K, he's the one first contact. Migs, a right click in hand. The classic was more than enough for him. Banunu 1v4 as Tap is the sole defender on that C position. And he was enough to take down the LSU in that regard. That's a 7-6 this time. Kadaliman with their entry.
Guys, if you did not see the qualifier stage, Migs put up the best performance of the tournament, in my opinion so far, as the Neon in that Haven map. And it seems like Migs, after that ace, have come online again here, Chris. A 3K in the pistol, denying Viridis Arcus off that lead early in the second half is really important here for them. 7-6. It's not a big lead by any means, but Kadaliman, they really need that confidence boost.
Yeah, I mean, the ace from Migs just starting the momentum, building back up upon from Kadaliman. I mean, this time, in these types of games, sometimes the ace, sometimes a multi-frag could be enough to actually boost momentum. Sometimes the morale is going to be higher up.
Yeah.
Kael is holding down the flank. The Marshal in hand for him. Does he know that there's somebody on the other side? Could not hit the shot from the Marshal, but there's somebody else holding up from behind. Somebody holding up that C-long control. Bucky could do a lot of damage for them, but just saw as it work cut out for him. Gets a shot through for Banunu.
So C-long hold still working out, but Happy still in that area.
Chasing
the Bucky. Punishing D finally gets the kill. The flank still unable to be dealt with. Coming out from Javi as Big single-handedly opens up the site for themselves. Javi jumps up at about a 1v1 now, but the defuse is a little bit too far off, so there you go. Kadeliman, they lose all their players, but round is theirs.
Yeah, I mean, they denied the Vandal. They got 5 players in hand as well. So, is this a mission successfully failed? Mission failed successfully? Because they kind of already needed, like, for them to knock down their economy. They kind of needed to get a little bit more of that damage done. I mean, it's kind of, they kind of succeeded in that regard. They didn't win the round, but they also were this close to winning out that fight on Silong that it would have actually needed less more time.
Well, I don't know, but one thing's for sure here, Chris. Kadeliman, they're going for a force buy, so investing everything to convert this third round in the second half. With Migs absolutely leading the charge here, slides on in again in a long. Not a lot of assistance going to their aid yet. Migs forced to back off after a couple of smokes had already been invested here from the side of DLSU. They halt immediately. Remember, they have a lot to risk in this round. They invested their entire eco to try and convert this round number 3, so they're not going to be reckless now.
So both teams are on a knife's edge in terms of their financials this time. Whoever wins this will have a huge upswing into the next coming round. Kadeliman are going to play this a little bit more passively, just that garage control looking primed as ever since there isn't that site for Util to hold up upon. Javi 8K also sole guardian of that B side control. It makes the space. He almost dodges away from the bullets, but because he was blinded, he could not convert onto another. D gets a second shot again, and DLSU, they're fighting back on their defense.
Garage being held by this Omen D. Doing a fantastic job of scaring away Scary MD.
30 seconds
And
left.
even down to
One
2.
enemy
This
remaining.
default not working out. This force buy not working out. It's the flawless from LaSalle as they pick up round number 3 of the second half.
And just as we mentioned, because the force bot, it is going to be an eco round for the side of Kadeliman. A difficult scenario for them. Even though they're up in rounds, DLSU have the eco advantage. This time, they only needed to hold where they needed to. Initially, just
enemy
taking the
remaining.
fights where they're reacting towards the aggressive position on Kadeliman. They started with that A-long control, but then they converted to grass, see if they could push their buttons. And it's not even over-aggression. It was just pure confidence on taking these first peeks on DLSU. Just understanding the assignment.
Yeah. Now Kadeliman, nothing to work with. They do have the overdrive from Migs, so that's something. The question is, are they going to pull the trigger on that? D, just holding on to the paranoia back of C side. One lurk coming through in A. Ooh, they already opened up sewers. Some pings coming on from DLSU as well, but they have no clue that Jasso is already inside of the site.
The rat inside A site. Sublai has no idea. But Kadeliman could actually just give this info back up. I mean, the smoke already gives his position away. Not just his position, but the whole plan of Kadeliman taking the execute onto the A site. I mean, it's still the A site, mind you. They still need to clear all corridors, even though they have the low buy. But then again, DLSU have the eco, and they also can push them down. Tap starts off strong with a double kill. The Sheriff! You can never underestimate the hand cannon in Valorant as Migs opens the overdrive. A triple from both Javi and K Tap, who closes the round with a 4K. That's the thrifty win. Daylight robbery being dealt upon on the A site by Kadeliman.
A spotlight performance, this time from the support that is Tap. Just the Sheriff is all he needed there, Chris. Gets a couple kills, got the upgrade, and then held on for dear life onto that C site. Migs didn't even have to go massive with that overdrive because Tap was all they needed. That's a wonderful thrifty there, just the Sheriff. And I picked up the 9th round on the board here. Rolling Thunder available as well, so Kadeliman, they could take any site by storm now.
Yeah, it's not too long ago where Tap was a jet main for one of the teams playing on Predator League, but now he has matured into a role where he can still frag out. Now supporting the young guns over the side of Kadeliman now, DLSU feeling the pressure on the ropes. D deciding that he wants to peek. He's the controller. He has to run. Paranoia out. TP on as well, but Scary MD has caught up to him. It's almost like he was the Neon Kavi 8K from downtown. Could defend the side all on his own, and that's when Kadiliman start to reset.
Yeah, 4v4. Kadiliman still trying their chances at the C-long push, but the site.
Whoa! Whoa!
Got held with a nasty shot on the
He just dunked on him.
That's important too for Kyle to win that fight because Kyle has the spike, so that's info denied. As Sublime pushes down in sewers. I think that's a stinger. Kyle is holding on to. No, it's a sheriff. Sublime looking for any stragglers at this point. Just so might just be caught off. It's Scary MD to get down because of that flank. Sublime looking for more. Just saw just around the corner. But the peak is wonderful. A 3v2. Kadiliman gonna try to get the spike down.
They actually still have the guns in check as well. Kadiliman surprising them on the eco rounds yet again. The flank comes in. Just saw. They have no idea. The double for Just saw. That could be a triple, but Gruenberg will get himself the 1v2 this time. Killing off Just saw. Fighting off Tap Tap. He dodges the flash, but not the bullet. His Tap Tap peeks on in and out of the fight. The wall bang comes through. As Gruenberg will fall down to the ground thanks to Kadiliman. They execute on the A site as well. That forces the timeout for DLSU. This time, I feel like the tables have turned. They got the first pick off, and then that's where the reset comes in.
Yeah, 10-7 here. A 3-round deficit for LaSalle as they push up the timeout. Tap Tap has been a massive headache here for DLSU. They haven't been able to find a way to deal with Tap Tap, let alone Migs, who has been fragging out of his mind here. 19-13. And Kadiliman, they have come online here up against the collegiate champs DLSU. What do they have cooking here? What is Javi going to call for in this round number 18 that they so direly need? These are one of their last few eco rounds here, Chris. Yeah. One of their last few full buy rounds. LaSalle got to make the most out of it.
Imagine, no? You're playing with not only one of the best Philippine players, but you're also playing with your coach. Like Javi 8K at one point was also coaching for DLSU versus Arcus, right? Providing his leadership from behind the scenes, and now he's playing with his teammates, playing with his team, not only as a coach, but also as the primary caller. And not only that, he's also the one leading the team as the first or the top fragger for DLSU right here, right now. I mean, let's not forget, at one point, Javi 8K was also a young gun, and he still is, right? But compared to everybody else here, this guy just has the accolades of a champ.
I thought you were about to call Javi old, man.
I wasn't going to call Javi 8K old. This guy literally just graduated.
Well, yeah. But here we go. LaSalle trying to hold on to that A site. Javi not here in the site yet, but Kadiliman might just pay. A lot of presence towards that A-long position. 3-4 people all the way down that A-long part, all the way down to lobby. As Baroon tries to beat out any stragglers with the shock darts. No luck so far. But I love this Kadiliman. The mid-rounding here, the defaulting has just been grueling here for LaSalle.
Yeah, I wonder how Narpum's going to feel about this, you know? Kadiliman just pushing the buttons of DLSU. Playing the default positions, A-long in full control. Sublime not taking any chances anymore from a short. Playing the passive positions, play the reactive side. The thing about this is that they don't have a paranoia to deal with.
Right there.
So Kadiliman gonna have a full investment chance. They also got Tap Tap ready with that Rolling Thunder. Kael was not prepared for Sublime. He was taking his risk of taking control on a short, and now the Rolling Thunder comes in. Sublime could not hear the push. Tap Tap falls through with another. As DLSU, they're trying to fight back with D, but not with Javi 8K, caught sleeping by Tap Tap's double kill. 2v3, where DLSU are fighting for the retake this time.
Gruenberg had to use that ult as sort of a bailout on the Sioru, but now it's 2v3. Gruenberg has to come up massive from the sewers position. D coming in, doesn't find anything, and Gruenberg goes down as well. Kadiliman, 11-7. And LaSalle, nothing to show for after the timeout.
An unfortunate regard because D accidentally used one of his TPs, pulled out one of his skills where he in fact should have been pulling out his gun. And Kadiliman taking full advantage, A-long and full control by them. That Rolling Thunder in their pocket as well. The ultimate surprising. The side of DLSU could not have any sort of utility to pressure them off of it as well. 4 ultimates for DLSU so far. The collegiate team, they're feeling it right now. And Kadiliman, you could say the same, but in a different aspect.
Yeah. Got a lot of firepower here, a lot of confidence, a lot of momentum here, Chris. Kadiliman getting challenged now. Look at the positions of DLSU. Aggressive stuff on this defense. 3-man prong push from this lobby position. Garage from outside. Javi speaking up against. And this is a bit risky from LaSalle. If they got caught from this lobby spot, they're going to lose a couple of their players.
Bit of damage done over to Banunu. That C-Long control looking as primed as ever. D with a pretty premature ulti. That paranoia. Not the ultimate, the blind also coming down as Kyle picked up the first one. Javi, 8K, what a nice shot. That was wild. Migs was also using the slide, but Scary MD responds with the ult, but prematurely also cancels it out. What is the play here for Kadiliman?
Yeah, it just seems like they're scrambling for air at this point. Kadiliman just spotted by the neural theft after using their own Astra ult. Hey, there's Javi finding a bit of info down in mid. B is going to be the play here for Kadiliman. Hunter's Fear, but finds a couple, and Guenberg going to have to find a kill, at least with the Sheriff, but Kadiliman all falling apart. DLSU, full control. Pick up the guns, pick up the round. 8-11 for LaSalle.
Exchanging thrifty rounds at this point in time. DLSU relying on their util usage. The neural theft just giving all the info in the world, while Kadiliman are running around like chickens, just trying to bait out those information. I mean, literally, DLSU, in this regard, just surprising enough with the Sheriffs. I mean, did you see the flash from Gruenberg?
Yeah.
That B-side defense was looking so impenetrable. Just after that one tripwire from Javi 8K, just confused everybody from Kadiliman. It almost made them hesitate.
Yeah, and it was a lot of, it feels like miscoordination from Kadiliman. They pull out the Hunter's Fury, and then they use the Astra ults. And at that point, they had to cancel, run away, find another angle of attack. And by then, LaSalle just used the neural theft, and they caught him pants down. They knew exactly what the plan was. Fenced up that B site, and now there was nowhere for Kadiliman to go after investing a couple of big ults. So, yeah, Kadiliman really need to get on the same page after that, because they have to keep it together. Only 2 rounds away from winning.
Yeah, literally. And sometimes in this scenario where you're up multiple rounds, you can get a little bit more overconfident. Sometimes you get a little bit too over-aggressive. In this regard, Kadiliman in that previous round, I mean, that C-Long control, the one that actually triggered the neural theft, well, just to surprise or at least overwhelm Javi 8K, who is in full composure, just so he could delay or at least defend the C site like it's his own baby. Like, how many times have we seen Javi 8K be pressured? I feel like
I don't even know.
it can't even count it at the palm of your hand.
I'm going to take a wild guess and say 4.
Wow, okay. I like how it's so specific. How many times? Okay, so that one round where he actually got overwhelmed by the ace by Migs.
I'm
That's
not
one.
actually, I'm just guessing here, Chris, but
I was actually gonna ride your joke, but
thanks.
of course.
Anyway.
Oh! What a shot from Migs.
Yeah, Gruenberg goes down early. LaSalle can have to recover from that. 3 people rotating towards C. Is that a good idea here, Chris?
I mean, it's a chance for them to actually beat out the paranoia, and sometimes that's more than enough for them. That's a W in my regard. That is, if D actually has a chance to use it. I mean, Kadiliman are gonna play this a little bit more slowly, trying to see if they can. For the retake scenario for DLSU, D in the same position where Jasol actually got himself a bit of an impactful frag of 5 vs 4. Migs surveying the area, also knows that C is in full control of them. They can take that site, play for the long angle, or try to play around this Killjoy lockdown and the kill contract from Sublime. Ooh, they also take down the double tap, but Sublime doesn't care. The shield still refreshes, and we got a 4 vs 4. They'll SU. They're gonna try to swing for the fences.
A lot of time bought by that lockdown, but Supply already pushing up. C-long positions for Kadiliman on this post plant. Supply gonna have to try and get a pick or 2 without any utility. Tap down to 1, but it's just a supporting cast at this point. Stun comes out, defuse the knight, tap with the spam as Banunu finds a trade so far. DLSU gotta try and get the stick going. Banunu finds a couple, shot comes out, it's half, it's stuck, it's gonna be the round. Vinidis Arcus 9-11.
And they stuck it with full confidence. That 3K for Banunu, another one for D as well. And right after they got themselves the lockdown, they could not even force themselves away from that C site itself. Kadiliman, they fully invested in towards a C-long position, but just after the smoke put down by D, They put all of the resources into protecting the spike diffuser, and it was more than enough for them. TapTap was so low on HP. That's one of the utility players down. They could not use the aftershock, plus the peaks on after. They kill off TapTap. Oh, they could not hit towards the spike itself. 11-9. DLSU fighting back with everything that they have. As Collegiate still lives strong so far with that shock dart lineup that actually catches one of the biggest tripwires that we've seen.
And not only the trapwire, Gwynberg finds a killjoy. Javi finds the neon. And Kadiliman suddenly down to 3. The operator, a big headache. Sablai proves Garage to be a stronghold of his. And here comes Sablai again, but Scary says, nope, you ain't getting another kill. But it's D who does. DLSU pushing on and get themselves to 10, 1 round away from equaling the score.
They're making A short a pressure point for them so far. I mean, every time that they peek on towards that angle, it's always the hardest thing to take, right? Operator in hand for Gruenberg, and it's singing onto his side as well. I mean, nice lineups all the way towards B, but it doesn't really matter when you have the lesser guns anyway. In this regard, we can say that DLSU has a fighting chance in this, even though there was a time where Kadaliman could have actually ended this right here and now. DLSU in the present has already caught up to them. 1 round na lang. Manunu. It's a nice recon dart just to get some information that A lobby, I wouldn't say in control, but actually use that to bait out a bit of that false information. But Kadaliman are looking to swing towards B.
And he's already had Migs planting the spike down. Paranoia util a lot being thrown at his face, but using the relay ball to buy a little bit of space. Javi shuts down Migs. Neural Theft 2 orbs away, so gonna have to get a couple more kills as the all drone will be used up. D pushing up with Gruenberg. The operator gonna be hard to use, but Spike already half down the defuse. Gruenberg sticking up.
No
and
way!
That's gonna be DLSU stealing that round away. Kadiliman. What happened there?
In the same regard, where they stole away that C long control after they defused the spike from right under their noses. This time, it's in the B site. They were fully invested on taking that garage control, but D has been putting on a hammer.
Yeah.
He has been feeding this information to the team, and once he put the smoke down on towards that B site itself, all that they could do is just hold down 4.
Yeah.
Just stick on the defuse, trust in their teammates. DLSU has caught up.
Yeah.
But Kadiliman, they could still fight back. The force buy comes in as well for the judge. An
Operator?
up versus up Hamlet, but Scary MD doesn't hit the shot.
Yeah, 1 orb away from this Hunter's Fury as well, so Scary's got a big uptick in terms of value if they get a kill. Operator shot doesn't connect from DLSU either, so that's a little bit of information bought from both sides. And after hearing that op shot, DLSU playing a little bit more safely. Javi, Phantom in hand. Setup in garage and C. A lot of info being heard here, a lot of info being bought. So Javi, I think, hears a lot of this noise being made just outside the garage.
I mean, he doesn't even have to move at this point, right? Because they have to play towards him. And he actually dodges away from the operator, so this kind of gives DLSU a bit of that agency. Don't even need to peek the long angles anymore. Remember, the judge is still in hand for Migs as he gets the space. He could actually use the smoke to his advantage as well. Push on to Javi 8K. But they know that the judge is there as well, so play for the long angles this time. Kadaliman not even poking the bear on towards the garage position. This time, over towards A.
Yeah. 5v5 still. Migs leading the charge. As the overdrive activated. Sight still not clear. Jordan shuts down Migs. Dimensional drift activated now to find a little bit of space. Tuck on tail back to that CT position. Rolling Thunder used up, but the retake in full swing here for DLSU.
My god, 4v5 Kadaliman. They have a chance here. Even though they're at a numbers disadvantage, DLSU still got this in the bag. A shot from D. Kyle with the defense as well. This could be a 3v4 that Kadaliman could win. Just so with the long angle. Tap with another. The follow-ups are coming through. But D is still alive. A-Long still in full control. The shot could not connect. But D has always been here. And he's here to play. The triple from the Omen of DLSU as they get that point.
From the shadows getting as much value as it can from D as he picks up A-Long and claims the site. End the round for DLSU. 1 away from taking down Kadiliman. And this is looking like it's going to be a grim day for Kadalima here, Chris. I'm not calling it yet, but LaSalle looking good after that 2v4.
One round at a time. At a time where Kadalima needed one round to get match point. That has been stolen away. His DLSU using all of that chaos, all that noise to put D in a comfortable position just from the shadows. Like a thief in the night. Match point stolen away by DLSU. Now requiring Kadaliman to play for overtime. Migs trying to shut down the Sova, but he has already gotten himself a chance.
Yeah.
Another chance at life as he dodges away from the relabel.
Yeah, good backing on out here as DLSU forced to give the site away. Another retake here, but DLSU, they're pretty darn good in these retakes, as this defensive half has shown us. Even in a site, Javi, food in hand, world theft available, Phantom picked up. And this is looking like a really, really tough one at least. Sublime pushing up against the Astra ult. Sublime picks one, Balloon finds another, and this retake is looking done. Scary MD, the only one left standing. Gonna buy a little bit of time, have to swing out, but will not survive. DLSU take their first win of the game.
And not only that, it is the first dub of Collegiate. DLSU proving that they can hang with the best in the Philippines. And literally, Kadiliman definitely not on the best turf right now. Congratulations to Verdes Arcus, ladies and gentlemen, proving their worth in Predator League as well. This was their debut game. Everybody has already put their notion in. Everybody knows all these teams, but let's take note, DLSU VALORANT Esports have never played on Predator League. Now this was their chance to shine, and shine they did, especially in the later rounds.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited for the next match. I think they're going up against AMPH later on, but it is looking... I am very much pumped. I am very pumped. You know me. I'm the resident AMPH glazer, and then this is the collegiate team. I mean, it's two sides, two different stories. And I can't wait to have them face each other. But let's talk about this game a little bit first. Kadiliman having a grim start to their day here, Chris. I mean, what is happening here?
I mean, okay, I'm not going to be a little too heavy on this. I'll be a little bit more impartial about how I'm going to look at this. But I think Kadiliman are still a very young team. They don't have the best experience moving forward. I mean, we've seen them play a lot of tournaments, and they were also here in Predator League last year, right? So their synergy together as a team cannot be questioned at all. The problem is that they're facing up against one of the best teams in Collegiate right now, if not the best. Literally a dynasty built up upon a rich history in Collegiate, all leading up by Javi 8K, who literally is one of the best players not only in Collegiate but in the Philippines as well.
Yeah. And you talk about the storylines, right? MPH as well as DLSU here. The amount of drive that these young players have. You talk about representation, both in Collegiate and in that regional sense, right? Yeah. There's a lot of motivation for these teams that Kadiliman are playing up against that is unquestionable here, right? Talk about Kadiliman having a lot of experience, but do they have the same willpower, the same tenacity as these teams are playing up against is a big, big question. And it's definitely showing on screen the amount of play that these teams are playing up against here. It's game time, Chris, and everyone's come to play.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's very important to highlight everybody that has made impact so far. And that's everybody in this lobby as well, because they all actually put up their fair share, the lion's share of what we have just witnessed. I mean, even though Scary MD down to the ground, he has been putting up shots as well. I mean, it's not his best day, but you could say the same as well for everybody else in Kadiliman. Tap, beautifully done so far. I mean, this guy used to be a Jet player. Now he has been playing things like Breach, things like KO. Was also maturing, just helping Migs be the guy that he needs to be, the entry duelist for the team, who unfortunately has what's a better term for fallen off? I think he kind of got fatigued by the end of the second game. They did lose their first game in Predator League right here, but I mean, no, kudos to them because they definitely gave a run for their money for DLSU.
Yeah, absolutely. But in a quest to find out who is the underdog, it seems like we have our answer now. Guys, that is just the second series of the day. When we return, it's going to be AIM PH up against Verdes Arcus. But before that, let's see who the MVP is for this game. And I'll take a guess. It is going to be a certain someone named Javi 8K.
Yeah, I mean, look at the tip of his hat. Like 21 kills, 254 CS. This guy put on a heater all week with his Haven map on the Cypher as well. He wasn't as potent as he was previously, but he still showed his impact this time around. I mean, 21 kills is not to be laughed upon. Like,
Oh, yeah.
literally just carrying himself towards the finish line, motivating everybody on DLSU to actually give their own share of the work. I mean, DLSU is looking pretty primed up from that previous game, and I very well am surprised to see Cadilima be falling to the ground. That's going to be their 0-2. So that means they're not out of the tournament, man. It just means that it's going to be a harder grind heading in towards our quarterfinal. But you know what? I digress. I really like how much effort that we've been putting out this so far in Predator League, but I want to give a huge shout out as well to our sponsors, especially to the PC Game Pass. All you have to do is buy your own Predator laptop at the official Acer Predator store, and you will get 3 months off on your own PC Game Pass, bro. You'll get 100 plus access to 100 plus AAA games, as well as a lot of things that you can expect from the PC Game Pass.
Yeah,
as well.
exactly, guys. If you're looking to game, if you're looking for a new laptop, look no further. Predator Gaming has got you covered. If you buy a Predator Gaming laptop, you got 3 months access for absolutely free. If you get a Predator Gaming laptop right now, if you're looking to game, there's nowhere else to look but in that link down below, or scan that QR to see the official Acer Predator Gaming website. But that concludes game number 2 here, guys. When we return, it's going to be the battle of the Mindanaoans versus the collegiate squad. That is Virtus Argus. My name's Adam here with Ramon. We'll be right back with Predator League Philippines, so don't go anywhere.
The X38 is the latest high-octane curved display from Predator. This zero-frame behemoth has a 37.5-inch span and a 2300R curve in glorious 21:9, so that you can fill your peripheral vision with pure gameplay for all-out immersion. And with a very ergonomical stand, positioning this colossal display is quite easy, allowing you to tilt, pivot, swivel, and adjust the height as needed, so that comfort is maintained even through long gaming sessions. Naturally, you have all the latest ports needed, as well as two powerful 7-watt speakers should a headset not suffice. Though the X38 is ideal for hardcore enthusiasts and esports pros alike, what sets it apart, besides a crisp, ultra-wide QHD Plus resolution, is the Agile Splendor IPS panel it uses. This panel makes it possible to push the response time up to 0.3 milliseconds while maintaining a color gamut of DCI-P3 98% and Delta E less than 2, so that colors and details remain vivid. Add on the 175Hz refresh rate and you have a blisteringly fast monitor that keeps all the fast-paced action coming through nice and smooth with almost no ghosting, color bending, or torn frames. To make sure those frames look as pristine as possible, NVIDIA G-Sync keeps frame rate locked to the output of your GPU, while Display HDR 400 certification allows you to enjoy HDR content in or outside of gaming. So if you're looking to go all out, it's time to introduce the monumental X38 to your game setup. The X38 is the latest high-octane curved display from Predator. This zero-frame behemoth has a 37.5-inch span and a 2300R curve in glorious 21:9, so that you can fill your peripheral vision with pure gameplay for all-out immersion. And with a very ergonomical stand, positioning this colossal display is quite easy, allowing you to tilt, pivot, swivel, and adjust the height as needed, so that comfort is maintained even through long gaming sessions. Naturally, you have all the latest ports needed, as well as two powerful 7-watt speakers should a headset not suffice. Though the X38 is ideal for hardcore enthusiasts and esports pros alike, what sets it apart, besides a crisp, ultra-wide QHD Plus resolution, is the Agile Splendor IPS panel it uses. This panel makes it possible to push the response time up to 0.3 milliseconds while maintaining a color gamut of DCI-P3 98% and Delta E less than 2, so that colors and details remain vivid. Add on the 175Hz refresh rate and you have a blisteringly fast monitor that keeps all the fast-paced action coming through nice and smooth with almost no ghosting, color bending, or torn frames. To make sure those frames look as pristine as possible, NVIDIA G-Sync keeps frame rate locked at
At tayo ay nagbabalik dito sa ating ikatlong laro para sa araw na ito. Everyone, I am Mochi and I'm with Daedom. At nagbabalik tayo para sa play-ins ng Predator League 2025 Philippines, syempre.
Stage 4 na tayo dito, Mochi. And we're down to the last game of this first group, no? And it's the battle of the collegiate empire that is DLSU versus the best of the best that Mindanao has to offer, MPH dito. And you know how much I love MPH. I'm not even gonna sugarcoat dito, Mochi. MPH, I mean, I love the way they closed out that map against Kadiliman kanina, no? And I think they have just about the right amount of experience to take down DLSU dito.
Alam mo, ang masaya dito kasi meron tayo pinapanigan pareho. At yung pinapanigan natin, hindi magkapareho because ako personally, I just want collegiate on the top.
Wow.
At some sort of way. Kasi syempre, ito na ako nanggaling eh.
Yes,
So,
yes.
ikaw, if you want APH to win, well, this is gonna be an interesting one. And everyone, ang ating mapa ngayon ay magiging Lotus. O, kaninong mapa to?
Ooh.
What do you think?
Mahirap sabihin eh. We haven't seen a lot of Lotus from MPH, no?
True,
but they are the kind of team that loves being on that aggressive side of things, as we saw in Haven kanina, or rather in Bind pala kanina, no? But they're also a team that is very good in Haven, and I wouldn't be surprised if they are just as good in Lotus dito.
Yeah, and actually, I feel like this is gonna be a bit of a fast-paced game once again. Pretty similar to what we have in our first map. Pero now that we are gonna heading on to our agent select, we are gonna see ano nga ba ang kanilang magiging pickings on this time around. Kasi most importantly, it's about the mobility present with both Neons on both sides. And is this a mirror matchup? Almost.
Ooh, Sky being picked up para dito sa DLS. You know, on that Sky is a pick that we see rarer and rarer these days. No, a double duelist to complement that with is even more so rare.
Yeah.
Pero yung combination ng Neon and Raze absolutely makes sense. Ang dami pa rin utility nitong combo na to. No? Meanwhile, a little bit more standard for MPH. They got the Fade and Yon Peak, Yon I Love rather, on that breach. Supports Nasty on this duelist role. And I love this setup from Valorant na naman, from DLSU na naman, no? A very spicy comp, just like what they had in that previous map. And it really shows the characteristic na meron dito, yung UAP squad natin.
Yeah, tsaka parang pinag-uusapan din namin ni Ramon kanina, yun na naman si Javi tsaka yung the rest of the squad because yun nga, I feel like we're not gonna be seeing Javi on Raze but Banuna will be playing Raze instead. And also, point out ko lang MPH pretty good in terms of their switch-ups onto their roles, and we are gonna be diving into the map of Lotus. Everyone, let's go. This is gonna be a spicy one. Kasi, biro mo nakikita mo yung mga palitan nila in terms of roles, in terms of agents here for the side of MPH. Kasi, parang hindi mo ma-predict kung anong role yung gagamitin. Bawa, ito si... What do you call this? Ito si Alt G, parang kanina, Gecko gamit nga ngayon, naka-Killjoy siya. Ito naman si Nasi, naka-Neon. Like, they're switching up all their stuff. Si Magix kanina naka-controller, pero ngayon naka-initiator naman. Like, wow, how flexible is this team?
And this is a good thing always, no? When you see players switching around their roles, that means very flexible talaga yung play styles ng mga players natin.
Diba?
And they could take on the mantle of many different faces dito. MPH this time taking the more standard mantle that is the double initiator and the Neon on Nasty's hands. And I'm super excited to see yung Neon dito ni Nasty. No? Always have been a player that likes taking that spotlight. And I think it's going to be perfect. This is going to be the perfect playing ground for Nasty here in Lotus. But the question is, DLSU, they're a team that is very macro-oriented then, no? Very similar to MPH. Lots of aggression then. So, let's see who's going to come out dito. I'm excited. MPH, come on. Come on.
Man, it seems like we're going to be ending Group A. Round robin with a bang here because these guys are just gonna be fending each other off and proving, you know what, mas higit ako sa'yo, hindi kaya, kami kaya yun, or something like that. So, yeah. But do you have any predictions who's gonna be like the MVP?
MVP.
Yeah.
Akala ko predictions sino man nanalo.
It's too obvious, dude. You're biased as heck.
I mean, you talk about the performance of Magix in that last game, no? I mean, in the game we saw them earlier in. And it was super consistent, this time taking on the helm of the Fade. Arguably a little bit permissible to be on the aggressive side of things. So I think Magix could take the cake here as well. Unless Nasty is gonna pop off absolutely. Ikaw, sino bang pick mo?
For the LSU, I am looking toward Gruenberg.
Oh, yes.
Because earlier on, parang medyo na-hinder siya ng Yoru pick. I mean, usually he uses the Yoru on Haven, but isn't being leveraged as much. Pero ngayon, nandito na sa loob ng ating C-Sec, but 39 HP left, running low, but they would be able to save this guy out. And yes, -1 na dito kay MPH.
Yan, I love coming in from Waterfall as well. MPH gonna have to go for the retake. Spike not down yet. May isang flank coming through from Mount. Happy holding the line, shuts down Nasty. And now it's 3 people left para sa MPH much.
Grabe, parang kahapon lang. Walang ginawa si Javi kundi mag-raise. Pero ngayon si Sablay na ang umagamit nun. Some trades coming in here, but unfortunately, MPH hasn't been able to set the power up into the opposition. But this is just gonna be ending Magic's off. Pero ito pa dito Ito pa, dagdag ko lang. Omen pick in Lotus is so underrated for me. Kasi before you even know it, you don't know Omen is already above you, behind you. Horror at for real.
Especially dun sa may A-main position, no? Up above the wall in Rubble. There's still a lot of players, despite it being the default play now as the Omen, a lot of players still get caught off guard. And that's just one of many setups na meron ng Omen dito sa mapang to, no? So, the LSU, a very straightforward approach on that A-side take. And MPH, well, we talk about this team having one of the highest conversion rates in terms of pistol.
True.
And when they don't take that pistol, it's kind of scary for a team like this.
Yeah, now that you mention it, they're on.
Then, nagpapainit pa.
Oo nga pala. Bias nga pala tong kasama ko, guys. Pagpasensyahan nyo na tong si Dadum, ha? Pero, but,
Unapologetically, guys.
I mean, not gonna lie, they're on a really good stack here at the entrance of B. So, this might actually be a good thing on them, but may mga nakaabang din dito the shorty, specifically itong si Nasty. So, hopefully they can convert that one or at least tarnish yung economy existing here for the side of DLSU. Perhaps? Question mark? Hopefully?
Maybe. Pero wala kasing tao eh. Everyone from DLSU either in A or C site. For majority of those in Mound. One player spots them all out. That's the Omen Sevi going down. Gruenberg with the stinger. That's the site gonna be taken without any resistance. Yung shorty dito ng MPH wala pang nahanap as the players of DLSU already inside the C planting the spike.
Oh my.
30 seconds left.
Seems like there's gonna be a
then
bit of a
shorty.
tough position, but Algae gonna be removed on here as well while the rest of the action is happening at the site itself.
enemy remaining.
Rest of the people here are just to be eliminated here. Although still alive itong si Yonla, but not for long. Sabi will be just making his way onto that specific position, catching him off guard.
Yeah, 2-0 on the board. A very good start here for DLSU in their final game of the day. Gotta remember that as well, no? I mean, both of these teams already had one game to play apiece, which isn't a lot, but you still have to factor in that mental strain, no? A little bit of stress then. And you gotta remember too, na DLSU, they just came off a game. AIM, they had a bit of a pause between games. Meron silang pahinga na isang game, no? DLSU, dire-diretso lang. So, could be a factor here, but it doesn't seem to be slowing them down anytime soon. 2-0.
Oh no.
And AltG getting tapped down to 31 HP. Supply pushing up. Vandal picked up para dito sa kanila. And Supply, very risky play. Pushes it to the dark cover, goes down. D finds Magix as a trade. Gruenberg slides in. Sevi shuts them down. DLSU, 3 people left, but they do get the spike down. Uy! Nahanap si AltG doon. Suddenly, it's a 3v3 much.
Oh, a dude's been eliminated by the Nano Swarm as well. Not even the guns! A blind pick and a blind gun kill here from D. Savvy though, just on the sidelines will be securing Banuno out. And it is going to be a pretty clean retake here for the side of AMPH. Although, apat yun nawala sa kanila eh.
Yeah.
What matters is they got the round for
Yeah,
themselves.
it's clean for the most part, but they lost so many people there. 4 people going
Yeah.
down is not insignificant at all. We'll take a deeper look into their eco next round, but it certainly wouldn't be as good as DLSU at least. But I think nag-force by dito yung ibang players ng DLSU. You know, you gotta remember, at least one of the players picked up a Vandal for this round number 3. So the eco certainly shouldn't be the best either, but it's not as bad as MPH. Bulldog, Spectre, para kay Yon, I love, tsaka AltG respectively.
Yeah,
So gonna be a
not
little bit
bad.
harder for these site holds. But it is a two-prong approach papunta dun sa may C tsaka A main. So should have an easier time doing so. Nasty pushing up, taking control of Rubble. Relay bolts, create a little bit of space. Nice flash as Nasty picks up Gruenberg. And Rubble is in the control of AMPH.
Man, Gruenberg is being sacrificed from time to time. I mean, that's really unfortunate here, but good news para sa AMPH kung ganon, Sevi, though. You know what? I really want to highlight both of our omens from both teams are actually excelling so far. And just initiating the charge, regardless of the situation, but already objective secured here by DLSU, and they are yet to see if they'll be able to keep the spike down here at site. Even an aftershock kill. Rest of the people kill, just 3 more people. AMPH, kinakaya naman nila until sabi na lang na iwan na naman natin yung kapasidad nitong kumpare natin dito. 45 HP na siya nila, but he would be able to take that kill for himself. Well played.
Nice little retake from MPH again. Down to the last man. Down to the double-digit HP here of Yon. I love taking down Javi 8K and picking up the round para dito sa MPH. I mean, they started off this round not the best. The eco that is still able to pick it up because of Nasty dito. No, I think this Rubble control is really important para sa defense ng MPH. No? And I think that's the one thing that DLSU have to try and break through if they want to find a little bit more leeway in the post-plant.
Yeah, that is so true. But at least you can see your members here for the side of AMPH na as much as possible that they can take the round, regardless of how close it may be, they will take it. And now it's a 2-2, means pretty early. And I feel like dito na din papasok yung advantage na you have rest. Kasi in between the series, sunod-sunod yung laban ni Kadiliman as well as ni DLSU. But this time around, MPH has time to cool off. But I feel like as of the moment, the action doesn't stop as MPH gets a couple soon.
Nasty!
Just the rest of the team, possibly, as this last dude, Banuno's gonna be fighting for his life and not moving an inch from that position. Nasty is just gonna be taking him out.
Yeah, 3K for the third round dito ng MPH. Nasty with a beautiful hold on that site. B-site that is. The retake just denying even the spike to go down dito. No, ang ganda ng overdrive doon ni Nasty, picking up all the kills and the round. And MPH, well, despite the fact that they have been on a streak dito, no, the eco still not looking the best because DLSU have been able to minimize the numbers dito for MPH every round.
And then they've got 3 ultimates too for DLSU. So, I wonder if they're going to be using this anytime soon. But if ever, they can use it right now. And heavy presence here at the mound area. Sevi just preparing the paranoia just in case that they decide to actually enter here onto C side. Although they're going to be delayed a bit because of the dark covers being placed here by Sevi.
Grunberg just looking for a little bit of a spam dito sa may mound.
Oh, okay.
Nasty, a bit of a slower push. Punta sa may rubble, uses the double wall, try and run away. Sprints off back to A site. Meanwhile, yung press dito ng DLSU, majority of it is in mound. The spike down there as well, but they could rotate because they have control of rubble dito much.
Some hesitation coming in here from DLSU. I wonder how long they'll be able to like have a strong, firm decision to actually enter a site. But it seems like A side is gonna be their ball set up here. Oh, there's gonna be some sort of aggression present here for MPH, but Bonaparticle is here from DLSU will be getting the dirty job done. As they get the A side for themselves, Showstopper not going to be connecting onto anyone, but tons of space has been freed by them.
Yeah, they've cleared up that stairs defense from AIM rather. There's only 2 people left, but it's a retake. And I think it's time to minimize losses. It's time to cut costs and just save these guns. Alt G though, looking to try and find a couple of stragglers at least. I don't think the goal here is to retake. I think the goal is just to get a couple of kills. Unless they get a kill apiece. Sevi coming in. Wala sa may drop area, deciding between heaven and drop. Stair still in full control of MPH, but jump down from Sevi, proving 2 fatals. Grunberg shuts them down, and LaSalle get themselves a 3-3 score like I Mochi, and this is looking very close.
I mean, these are like the type of games that we want, not gonna lie. I mean, as much as possible, we want them to fight for their spots and making sure that they deserve those slots heading in, especially with the advantage in terms of seeding heading on to playoffs. Yes, sir. That's a nice one. Still, we have the overdrive active here from Grunberg and as well as from the shadows on D. While all of the ultimates has been spent by MPH and they'll be resorting on an eco round, although I wonder how do they be able to get the guns here galing sa DLSU kasi sinusubukan nilang umentra dito sa C-side natin and they've been able to like possibly get the space up for themselves kasi medyo passive naman sa MPH dito.
Yeah, Grunberg pushing on towards that C-side. DLSU already in the site. It's planting, or Benuno will be going in for the plant from the shadows. Ganahanap na information doon as C Mount still in control.
Oh no!
Coming in from B, gets the double pinch. Javi D, pined 1 apiece. LSU, well, this is stronghold down in C. Mukhang flawless pangatong round na to. The only one left standing is gonna be that fade. And Magix finds 1, but that's it. The LSU find round number 4.
Oh my. Inanod. Yung member na nandito from the side of MPH and I feel like there's this series of rounds wherein, you know what, kung hindi mag-alert si Sabi, ikaw bahala. Itong uman natin na si D. And so far, they've been doing very, very well. And as much as we may say that that is an eco round, they still managed to secure, or rather, yeah, they didn't secure anything. That's a flawless round, I remember, which is quite unfortunate.
Yeah, but Aim, I gotta remember. Wait, hold on. Before I make that point, Grunberg pushing up. It's an anime battle. He spots out Nasty and Yon Peak. The 3K from Grunberg. as he open up rubble. A site is next, and Grunberg is not done. Overdrive available, but the Vandal is all he needs for now. Sevi pushing up against his position, coming in from CT. Out G right next to Sevi. But Gruenberg looking to find the next couple of people standing in their way. Out G shuts Gruenberg down, but DLSU, teka lang ha. Sevi finds a kill, and suddenly this is doable, Mochi.
Oh, they gotta chill, because if not, APH can turn the tables. But dark cover's already been placed here. Both of them are just gonna be forced to go in here and contest the lockdown that's been placed by the side of APH. And before we even know it, some shots will be let out and it will be connecting some people on the spokes, but it would be fine as DLSU will be able to secure the plant and around for themselves. And unfortunately, it's just another eco round for APH, I guess.
Yeah, another broken by Parito to start off Gruenberg. What is this, Mochi? I mean,
dude popping up, yeah. It's pretty different from what we have seen earlier from Haven, no? I feel like talagang nahihinder siya nung agent pick niya, but now, dude's 10-5-4.
Looking very good in this Lotus map. And we talk about which of these teams looks comfortable in Lotus. It seems like the answer is DLSU for the most part. I mean, on the attacking side at least. Pareho kasi itong team na to magaling sa attacking side. You know? APH back on the eco this time. The overdrive available again for Gruenberg, but having to find Nasty first dito sa ating round number 9. A lot of utility getting pumped into that C site. Yon I will peek, but will also go down. DLSU thins the herd down to 2. APH, the eco round's not looking too good anymore. What a shot from Sablay as well from downtown, and then there you go. The flawless as Sablay picks up the next, and DLSU on a roll, Mochi.
Grabe, nula na ng bala. Galing sa taasan, no? Sablay just sat chilling in, and then, whoop, you're dead. Whoop. Yep. Whoop. Natuwa. But we've got 3 more rounds here in case APH would like to equalize everything. And hopefully that will be the case. So that's going to be a full-on reset towards our second half. I feel like there is going to be some disparity heading on to the defense here. Kasi we can see na medyo hirap din dun si DLSU kanina during their Haven match. But yeah, now the map is Lotus, not quite sure how that would be different since there is some resemblance on Lotus and a Haven. But they're gonna be faking their presence here from C and reverting their attention here at A site momentarily. And makakatunog na si Alt-G dito, mga pre. Parang dito ata sila papasok. Pakingatan naman, mag-atras muna ako. Baka magbitik tayo, mga para.
Gruenberg, so just outside of stairs. Heaven in control of APH pa rin, no, as DLSU take control of 3 for now. Gruenberg looking to clear up as much space as possible. Drop, hinagisa ng nade. D finds John I love, but Alt-G still hiding underneath the dark cover. So ilalim kailangan tumingin, but doesn't get the shot in. Sablay with the timing. And APH again on a unfavorable spot. A 3v5 on this retake, Munch.
Nah, they haven't been able to offer the trades time and time again. Nightfall already going to beat out, but unfortunately, I feel like that is one of the worst times for them to put it and use it. But Banyunu will be securing the last 2 remaining people here from APH, and I feel like this is pretty much of a strong start here for DLSU, and before we even know it, timeout's gonna be active here on the side of APH.
7-3. I mean, I think really what made this really hard for APH is not getting a right start. I mean, we talk about their pistol round being one of their strengths. It's a two-prong, double-edged sword, kumbaga, no? Kasi not only are they good in pistol, they need that pistol. If they don't, whenever they don't get that early momentum, it seems like AMPH struggle to get it back. And this is a classic case of that, no? AIM unable to get this stride going. They really need to cook up something, especially habang hindi pa masyadong malaki yung lead ng DLSU.
I mean, we can see AIM getting back from this naman. Especially like, yes, it's gonna be a bit of a rocky start if hindi nila nakukuha yung mga pistol rounds nila. But heading on to the second half, that's time for them para bumawi. Although, right now, medyo marami silang kakainin na bigas. It's a 7-3. And would it be a 4-7, a 3-8? Not quite sure. Does the 9-3 curse exist? Of course, yes. You have seen that. But the question is kung hahayaan ba ni MPH na mangyari iyon, lalong-lalo na medyo dehado sila in terms of the guns that they had, but with an overdrive capacity or possibility para kay Nasty.
Kung gugustuhin man nilang going 5-7 yung scoreline dito, they really need to make a lot of work happened onto the side of APH Tita. 3-7, remember, Mochi? A 4-round deficit here for them. And we've yet to see them come back.
Oy!
And Javi gonna deny that first pick from Nasty. Ang daming baril dito.
Grabe.
APH, may vandal pang nakatago si Javi.
Grabe, no? Parang planadong-planado niya na yung ganun lang. You know what? Parang yun nata yung balak nila dito. And nabasa nila yun. And in turn, they've got to pick for themselves an early advantage for this round. And we are yet to see some commitments here by the side of DLSC. But if that would be the case, it would be much easier for them to do that. Pero kailangan nila mag-iingat. Seekers not already been able to pinpoint certain people here. Not quite sure if expect nila din itong ating KJ na nasa kabilang banda. Showstopper connecting with the trade here. But wala siya makukuha dun. Sayang, maganda na sana yung position niya. Pero sana Hit will be able to get your blood. Sunod-sunod nila. Inuubos ang MPH. And yes, it's gonna be a 9 or rather an 8-3 this time.
Yeah, this is going to be the challenge for MPH. Get that composure going, get that momentum, get that mental staying strong. But Nasal, their seaside hits has been really, really good dito. No? The executes have been real nice, even with an off angle here and there mula sa MPH. Lasal's constantly been able to push through, break through this side strongholds. And MPH yet to try something radical dito. No? Maybe a 3-man push, maybe a mid push dito. Seemingly uncharacteristically tame dito. Nasty gonna be breaking that stigma now. Din dito ni Javi. Looking for stragglers, relay bolt, hinagis na nga. Nasty looking for Javi. Uy, sakto-sakto para mga dito. Gruenberg gonna be activating the overdrive to keep control of Rubble. As one of the players of MPH, Nasty go down again.
Imagine so confident and so good at reading na, you know what, sige, magpupush naman yung mga yan. I'll just use my Odin. I'll just use my Outlaw and whatsoever. Save me from the sidelines. He's not gonna check that corner. Instead, he's gonna be take one. But pansamantala lang, as D would be able to take him at 3v3 right in front of your eyes. And it seems like C is not so clear as they thought. Lockdown is going to be placed down though. So the outage should be decisive in these types of moments.
Hindi siya maalis,
Oh no, not looking good. He's going to be taking one. Okay, it's a trade.
Yeah, it's worth it in my opinion. Alt-G denying Javi from survival there, and Yon Peak will be denied. The detain!
Okay.
As Magix finds D, it's a 2v1 now. And I like the timings there from MPH. Magix might have just won this round for AIM. Sablay unable to get the spike down. Hindi niya alam kung saan manggagaling dito yung breach. It's from Waterfall. Magix. Di na itama yung C's, but it's okay. Yon, I love coming in from behind. Aftershock available. Will not even need it as AIM pick up their fourth on the board. 4-8. MPH, little bit of a deficit, but they need to win this pistol.
Yeah, you know what, not gonna lie, that's quite of a tough win because with the time constraint that they have, I feel like there's like 20 seconds left and there's two people near at the site he's supposed to plant the spike on. Yeah, it's still a nice try, and for 8 at least this is not gonna be that difficult for APH to equalize the numbers at least, or so we assume.
Mahirap yan, mahirap mag-assume, Mochi, ha?
Ay, masama mag-assume.
Masama
ba yun?
Depende.
Depende. But
Depende.
parang may hugot ata.
Pag may stats, pag may stats naman, pag may history, pwede na siguro. And MPH, pinakamagaling sila mag-pistol so far. So,
Malay mo maging 6-8.
pwede.
Is that the
Let's see. It's gonna start here. Nasty has to open up the sight lines here. And they're going to go for that mount push. 4-1 split. B control established here for MPH at least. But they got to get past this pesky Killjoy. Nasty na smoke na nga siya dito. And nobody's rotating towards C yet. DLSU, they're counting on the fact this might be a bait. And they're correct.
Oy!
MPH is not gonna commit. Sevi, nakahanap ng dalawa coming in from that proper position. Gruenberg has to check the close corner.
Some pings.
Sablay up close. Oh no, Sevi hindi nakatama. Slide coming in, and Sevi runs out of bullets. That could have been it, but Sevi goes down. At least Magic's out G find a kill. Teka lang, MPH still in this round. They pick up the flank, and now they can rotate towards A or B.
Well, at least they managed to take 2 out from DLSU, and soon to be another one more. But
last player standing.
wow, seems like they're trying to fend them off regardless, but it's still gonna be a good round for MPH. Ito na ata yun, yung naantay mo. Na mapunta sa kanila yung pistol round. And they managed to get the first round. And I wonder if this is gonna be the same case for the second, or will they be banking on the Sheriffs here for DLSU?
I mean, AIM should win this round, right? Bulldogs, the Guardians, a heavy eco advantage papunta sa kanila after picking up that pistol is something that they're no strangers to, so they should be able to translate this into a 6 to 8 score line. And I think the bigger question is, will they translate the next one? Seems like it's gonna be a quick push down from DLSU down in mid. Wala sa lang nakita dito because all the players from AIM already down in mount. Smokes do come out. Paranoia is perfect as DLSU look to challenge this mount position, but Nasty picks up one, picks up another, slides into the sights, picks up the third. Gruenberg is the only one to step in his way, but there's only 2 players left for DLSU. Binuksan ulit yung pinto mula sa mound as AIM on the hunt of this Neon. Spike out of their control, but Magic shuts down Sablai, leaving Gruenberg all alone. Alt G wants to challenge Gruenberg, but Gruenberg gonna run towards Waterfall instead.
But seems like the rest of the members here of AMPH will be sticking together. A tight-knit setup, which is
Spike planted.
the most of they can do. Gruenberg getting some shots connecting onto Sevi, but not gonna be eliminating anyone from that. He's just gonna be delayed the most that they can, while Alt-G is gonna be playing quite a fun aggressive position alongside the Sentinel. Ruge, boss, 1v4, pero mapipit na siya. Ako, makakatatlo pa si kuya mo. Boss niya yan lahat! Gruenberg securing this round for themselves. Such an impactful play from this guy. Kahit tatlong o apat pa isama mo na yung sentry, iharap mo sa kanya, wala siyang pakialam.
No, Mochi, not like this. Gruenberg with a masterful play on that Bulldog gets the 1v3 done and dusted. And I thought Nasty was the hero of that round. Turns out, yung Neon pala nung kabila. Si Gruenberg pala.
Ano yan, no?
Paano?
Hotdog. Bala ka dyan. Ayun, si Ramon na statwa na nagulat dun sa play ni Gruenberg. Di na nagalaw si boss. Boss, kaya mo yan, boss.
Well, MPH, they stayed true to their composure in the pistol, pero hindi na na-translate yung bonus nila supposedly, no? So DLSU back to a 4-round lead, and this is looking risky for AIM.
Yeah. It's just unfortunate they haven't been able to get the supposed to be round on their side. And instead, they had to catch up with 4 more points consecutively. If that would be possible, but they would be taking the first pickup of this round, and Magix will be eliminated, which means -1 in terms of information, and they have to play for contact given that the breach is on their side. But let us see if there is still going to be a possibility for that to trade this later on. And even the overdrive active in the hands of Nasty. I hope he can pull up something nasty on this.
Slides back into the site now. Paranoia bought a little bit of time, but Sevi picks up D. Nice shots on the Sheriff site. Opened now by Nasty, but he gets met with Gruenberg's Vandal there. Slides into the fight. Sevi shuts down Gruen. At si Baru na lang natitira dito with a Guardian in hand. MPH a 2v1. We've seen this before, but they have to clean it up this
30
time.
seconds left.
And they're both low.
Spike planted.
Oh, Guardian has a full-blown power on this one. And a greater advantage than they would ever thought.
No.
A 10. Guys, sorry, hindi nyo nakikita, pero napaluhod tong si Dedo.
AIM. No.
No way.
2 rounds in a row. They got clutched on in a 1v2 or 1v3. This time it's just a Guardian. But it's the perfect timing. It's the perfect position.
I mean, at that point, it doesn't matter if it's gonna be a head or a body hit, because, you know, Guardian is pretty much heavy in terms of every bullet you can let out from that one. So,
MPH.
yeah, that's really unfortunate for AIM.
AIM 5 to 10. They're really struggling on this attacking side dito. They really need to find a way to force one of these rounds away. Gruenberg gets downed by Magix, but Happy D pushing up from mid. Looks to end this right now, leaving the only one I love in a 1v4 that is just impossible. DLSU 11 to 5, and they're looking to continue the streak.
I mean, not gonna lie, this is quite of a really interesting dynamic because earlier on we have seen DLSU playing it a bit close to Kadiliman, which is currently 0-2, mind you, but
Yeah.
right now it has quite of a breeze here against APH.
Yeah, I think it's just the map. I think the LSU
Yeah,
are
it's
just,
the map.
have just come in really prepped
So
for
true.
Lotus and AIM, just not at the same level. I mean, the fundamentals are there, right? When you see the duels, it's close, but the rounds
Man.
don't feel anywhere near as they did in the earlier games.
Man.
Neither does the scoreline 11-5 dito, Moch. You know, the biggest deficit that AIM has faced today.
Yeah. And seems like DLSU is just gonna be minding their own business. And as long as something works, it works. And they've been able to get tons of rounds already from that one. Medyo low na si Algi. Mapapa-atras habang pinupush siya ni Glowenberg dito. And he's gonna be taking the kill for himself. Although APH more passive than ever. And even though that they are the attackers on this one, they're playing quite slow, which is something that DLSU wants.
Especially Javi playing inside of that site. Kanina nasa loob siya ng smoke, no? And Javi pushing up even further. A little bit of info being taken by the Trailblazer. And Javi finds a cheeky angle dito.
Oh, good.
Nasty.
Good
Relay
crossfire.
bolts. Hindi nakatingin. Javi is there. He's gonna
Fine.
find
The
everyone.
discipline.
That's the spike. That's another kill denied by Magix. Okay, a 2v3 doable for AIM with Magix popping up, but now he's all alone. D picks up Nasty.
30 seconds
At
left.
least Magix has control of the spike. A little bit of space to work with, but he has to get the spike down now.
Magix, one of the most valuable people here from the side of AMPH, looking into clutching this round for himself and hopefully prolong the lifeline that they would ever need in this match. Pain shows out. And it is about time for them to push forward.
Okay,
Tons
Magix.
of damage being received by Magix here, but at least he managed to narrow this down to 1v1. He has to be really careful on this one.
D.
I wonder if that's going to be an off angle, but he better be really good in taking these positionings. D trying to force him out. Oh, not quite sure if he's going to be expecting this one. What a good clutch here from Magix once again.
Nice.
A 4K on the bag. This dude is really wise in terms of picking where he should go next.
AIM needs a hero, and Magic step up to the plate. Dito Mochi keeps the game going. 6-11. It's still a mountain to climb for AIM. But Magix, that was magical from him.
Yeah.
They needed that round.
Grabe, no?
And they need to stop this bleeding right now. At least for now, they have. But what does the eco look like? What does the round look like after this? Let's see.
Man. Akala mo, no? Akala mo walang TP si Fade pero nagkaroon bigla kasi si Magix yung umahawak. Ang tindi naman dun, pre. But they're still gonna be having a stable economy here for
Okay,
DLSU.
okay.
They've got tons in the bank.
Yes.
But this is already a good start for AMPH if they really wanted to look into a comeback.
Of course, Alt G with a big lurk.
Ay, kinakabahan ako dito
Kailangan
kay
niyang,
LG.
kailangan niyang i-clear yung close left corner.
Okay.
That's the Fade Han finally with one player. That's D able to TP on away. Alt G
Oh, they're gonna force
covered
this, I think.
by the Hunt. D, ooh, a little bit too antsy as Magix picks him up. Gruenberg just denying that B site, but I think AIM, I think they're gonna run away from this B site because the spike is in rubble.
Yeah, I feel like they just want some attention onto B side with the kill that they currently have here. And the LSU is quite of on a deficit on this one, especially that their controller has been eliminated. Specifically si D. Pero ngayon, di ata tatama yung mga shots dito ni Sabi 8K kasi magugulantang siya na tatlo na pala yung nandoon.
30
Sa
seconds left.
bandang rubble natin as they secure the objective here from AIM. Looking good. Will the retake be possible here by the side of DLSU? I guess it's going to be a pretty difficult one. Unfortunately, Sablay, oh, he's gonna be taking one. A 1v3 ba Nunu? Yung kanina nagawa na yung 1v2 makakaya niya kaya ang 1v3 natin. Wala siyang flash. And the Trailblazer is not gonna be used in these types of situations, most likely. Shot's gonna be connecting to one, but not onto the other. 11-7 in favor of the DLSU still, but
AIM.
damn,
slowly
something's
creeping up.
happening.
Alam mo yung meme na, na si General
Player
Luna.
standing.
May nangyayari na!
Nangyayari na.
AMPH slowly creeping up the scoreboard dito, no? And it's starting to look good for them. Timeout finally called by DLSU. I think just is the perfect time to do so, as they have plenty of ults to work with. But aim certainly is the same. Actually, Nasty one orb away from completing all the ults for this roster. So they're looking primed for this 4-round bout they're about to venture into.
Yeah.
And they're looking ready. I mean, Magic's that round really worked. Magic clutched it out. I think that's a big boost for aim dito.
That is so true. And I really like how they're taking this one. No, you know what? We managed to get our key to the door, and all we have to do is to unlock it. And we can do that by keeping ourselves cool, pulling out this timeout, and cook something up for them and serve it. And hopefully they would like it here for the side of DLSU. But rest of the people from AMPH will be taking this, hopefully, cool, calm, and collected.
Hopefully. I mean, we can't hear the comms between these players, right? But you gotta imagine that AIM has to be confident at this point. They have to, well, of course, have a level head, but
Yeah.
a little bit of better mental after that round where Magic's clutched it up. Nasty. All the more aggressive here in Rubble. This time, hindi na nagpupush sang Rubble in DLSU, no? Just giving away this Rubble control for AIM to take advantage of. Which, for the most part, could be a good thing for them, considering they don't really have a lot of guns. Stinger only being held here by Gruenberg, but it is a 3-stack. If AIM decide to push down A, could be deadly for them.
Oh. And also, this is quite of an aggressive angle here from Gruenberg, pero hindi ito papanindigan. Ay, hindi pinanindigan. Boss, mahirap ata yun. De, joke lang. Nagsiset up lang sila, boss. Boss, saglit lang ha. Brawler natin, walang makikita sa bandang 3 area natin. Nasa yung taking some shots onto this one and some trades
Sablay.
as well. Sablay ko connecta ba ang showstopper mo?
No.
Yes, he has been predicted. Oh, the aura's been sensed here by this dude, but Nasty with an overdrive. Will this be connected? No! Because Stinger lang ang katapat niya dito. Some shots from Gruenberg once again will be connecting. Ang papatahimikan siya ni Magis. Si Magis na naman na may iwan, pero alam
30
na
seconds
din
left.
natin yung possibilities na maaaring over ni Magix dito. Sheriff pa ang hawak ni Banuno, pero mag-ingat ka kasi Sablay nasa harap mo na. And it is gonna be a match point secured here by DLSU, proving that they are the kings of the jungle. That is Lotus.
Yeah, Gruenberg and Banunu with an impeccable hold doon sa may A site. Hindi man lang napasukan ng AMPH doon. Just a Stinger, just a Sheriff, enough to fend off everything being thrown here by AMPH. Nasty, nag-push, nag-slide, nag-ult, walang nagawa. Still unable to clear up that backside.
Grabe, no?
That's
Ginawa mo ng lahat pero hindi
Kulang
rin
pa rin.
sumapat. Kulang pa rin.
12-7, DLSU, match point. 1 round away. They're gonna push for Rubble control dito. Push it up. A lot of util being pumped. That's the nades pushing on. Gruenberg with a relay boat. Deep picks up the first, and Gruenberg picks up the second. Sublime makes it a triple, and Gruenberg to clean it all up. The slide in for the flawless. The 13th round and the win. DLSU, a 2-0 lineup here in the play-ins.
The force, the aggression, and the power coming in here from the side of DLSU. At mukhang medyo nalulungkot itong kasama ko. Kasi I didn't expect that it's gonna be ending that fast. I mean, not gonna lie, I feel like some props should be given here with both of the duelists here for the side of DLSU, specifically Sublime as well as Greenberg. Kasi ang tindi ng kanilang pagganap sa mga tungkulin nila, if I may say. Like, these dudes, as much as Sublime isn't keen in terms of having those types of flashy plays na malakas yung dating, he gets the job done, and that's what matters the most.
Yeah, let's take a deeper look into the highlights as to what actually transpired this game. But I think the key here is that early game momentum that they need was denied dito, no? I mean, they weren't able to pick up the first pistol, and then in the second half, they got the pistol, yes, but they didn't get the supposed bonus. And they just couldn't get the ball rolling after the fact, especially on that attacking side, no? Where we expected them to get the rounds on the board. DLSU just kept getting and going at them. That, well, AIM never really got the advantage this entire game.
Grabe, no? And even how decisive they are and the having like a clear
enemy
picture
remaining.
of what they should do once that they read something that AMPH is trying to pull out.
remaining.
Most especially how Gruenberg and Banuno's been able to like turn the tides into their favor.
Sila talaga eh.
Especially, yeah, it's really crazy. And you can see that they've been learning a lot from the experience na meron sa Sabi dito. But for AMPH, I feel like at least they've found the soft spot into having like a 1-1 in this round robin and onto Group A, which is pretty nice kasi not gonna lie, sobrang tindi din naman din mga pinagagawa ni Magix kanina pa. And wow, this is gonna be our statistics from the set game, and just like what we've been blabbering about the whole time, this is gonna be like both the MVPs, Gruenberg and Magix, onto the cream the crop of both sides.
Yeah, and I want to highlight the performance here. The duo that is Gruenberg and Banunu. That
Yeah.
one round where they held down A site all alone in an eco round, no less. Stinger
So
tsaka
good,
Sheriff
yeah.
lang yung gamit nila doon. With aim throwing everything at them, really goes to show the composure na meron this game. Si Gruenberg and si Banunu. No. MVP goes to Gruenberg with a 365 ACS.
Grabe.
And it looks absolutely phenomenal dito. I mean, I like that you brought up earlier, no, na yung games natin up against Kadiliman were kind of similar in the sense that they both won in a convincing fashion. But then you put them both in Lotus and it's not even close. It's kind of weird to think about it that way. But I guess it's just one of those scenarios where LaSalle was more prepped, had more prep into this particular map, no, that AIM
Yeah.
simply did not have.
And by the way, our MVP has been mentioned as earlier, Gruenberg with an ACS of 365.
Wow.
It seems like the chains has been let loose here from the Hayden map that it had earlier on. Kasi grabe yung limitations niya doon, no? But right now, you know what? Sige, I'm on my comfort. This is me. It's a neon and the bag, the Filipiniana, and yep, they've been able to get the job done and win this in accordance to DLSU 2-0 and a 1-1 for AMPH, and unfortunately for Kadiliman a 0-2. So that dictates the seedings that we have. And by the way, guys, we would like to give a shout out to our sponsors.
Of course, guys. Hindi lang ang Viridis Arcos ang winner. Kayo din pwedeng manalo. All you have to do is pick up a Perter Gaming laptop and you have 3-month access to PC Game Pass absolutely free of charge. All you have to do is buy a brand new Perter Gaming laptop dyan sa link down below or down in that QR code dun sa may kanan and kaliwa and get access to hundreds of AAA titles free of charge. Guys, Predator nang bahala sa inyo. Meron ka ng bagong laptop, may games ka na for 3 months absolutely on Predator Gaming. No? So,
Yeah.
what are you waiting for? If you're looking to game, if you're looking for a new laptop, get yours now at the official Acer website.
This is your sign, guys, na magpabudol kay Predator Gaming. And by the way, shoutout nga pala sa aking mga lola. Ayun, birthday ni Mama Rosario today.
Uy!
And birthday ni Mama Aurora yesterday. Ayun, baka
Shoutout!
nanonood sila dyan kasi, yeah, wala
Hi,
silang
lolas.
naiintindihan sa Valorant masyado but they really still support
Aw.
itong page na to. So, yeah, and by the way, that marks the end of our Group A. And syempre, lahat ng katapusan, meron muling magsisimula. Later on, we will be having our Group B wherein we'll be starring some of the best: Oasis Gaming,
Of course.
Zol Esports, and Velocity Gaming. So, once again, I'm Mochi, I'm with Daydum. Stay tuned because we will be right back.
The X38 is the latest high-octane curved display from Predator. This zero-frame behemoth has a 37.5-inch span and a 2300R curve in glorious 21:9, so that you can fill your peripheral vision with pure gameplay for all-out immersion. And with a very ergonomical stand, positioning this colossal display is quite easy, allowing you to tilt, pivot, swivel, and adjust the height as needed, so that comfort is maintained even through long gaming sessions. Naturally, you have all the latest ports needed, as well as 2 powerful 7-watt speakers should a headset not suffice. Though the X38 is ideal for hardcore enthusiasts and esports pros alike, what sets it apart, besides a crisp, ultra-wide QHD Plus resolution, is the Agile Splendor IPS panel it uses. This panel makes it possible to push the response time up to 0.3 milliseconds while maintaining a color gamut of DCI-P3 98% and Delta E less than 2, so that colors and details remain vivid. Add on the 175Hz refresh rate and you have a blisteringly fast monitor that keeps all the fast-paced action coming through nice and smooth with almost no ghosting, color bending, or torn frames. To make sure those frames look as pristine as possible, NVIDIA G-Sync keeps frame rate locked to the output of your GPU, while Display HDR 400 certification allows you to enjoy HDR content in or outside of gaming. So if you're looking to go all out, it's time to introduce the monumental X38 to your game setup. The X38 is the latest high-octane curved display from Predator. This zero-frame behemoth has a 37.5-inch span and a 2300R curve in glorious 21:9, so that you can fill your peripheral vision with pure gameplay for all-out immersion. And with a very ergonomical stand, positioning this colossal display is quite easy, allowing you to tilt, pivot, swivel, and adjust the height as needed, so that comfort is maintained even through long gaming sessions. Naturally, you have all the latest ports needed, as well as two powerful 7-watt speakers should a headset not suffice. Though the X38 is ideal for hardcore enthusiasts and esports pros alike, what sets it apart, besides a crisp, ultra-wide QHD Plus resolution, is the Agile Splendor IPS panel it uses. This panel makes it possible to push the response time up to 0.3 milliseconds, while maintaining a color gamut of DCI-P3 98% and Delta E less than 2, so that colors and details remain vivid. Add on the 175Hz refresh rate and you have a blisteringly fast monitor that keeps all the fast-paced action coming through nice and smooth with almost no ghosting, color bending, or torn frames. To make sure those frames look as pristine as possible, NVIDIA G-Sync keeps frame rate locked to the output of your GPU, while Display HDR 400 certification allows you to enjoy HDR content in or outside of gaming. So if you're looking to go all out, it's time to introduce the monumental X38 to your game setup.
And after an absolute slobber knocker of a Group A, well, hindi pa tapos ang show mga kaibigan. We're all in dito sa Group B kung saan ang Zol, Oasis at saka Velocity Gaming naman ang hahabol dito sa play-ins natin. Welcome back. My name is Ramon. With me is Mochi. We'll be casting the next game of the play-ins. The next group nga naman para sa ating susunod na stage. I mean, Mochi, it has been a brutal great Group A kung saan napaka-surprising na result natin. Pero are we surprised that DLSU actually got themselves 2-0 doon sa Group A natin?
I'm not quite sure if we are surprised, but all I know is that someone is depressed because this dude didn't entirely expected that AMPH would be losing that bad against the LSU. But
somebody's very sad.
What's important is at least APH managed to end it with a 1-1, the LSU with a 2-0, and unfortunately for Kadiliman, they'll be suffering a bit because of the seedings natin heading on to playoffs with a 0-2. Pero ngayon, ang magiging interesting naman dito, I feel like talagang magkakatalo is kung meron bang maipapakitang iba si Velocity at sino yung mamamayagpag kay Zol at Oasis.
That's true. Kasi the thing about the Oasis roster is that they're playing with the tip of the spear, si Zeus.
Yeah.
Na napaka-init kapag sobrang
It's crazy.
init talaga. Ang hirap niyang i-shutdown, ang hirap niyang labanan in those 1v1 duels. But that's also thanks to the support that Marky has been giving up to the table.
Yeah.
One of the mainstays of Oasis Gaming, Marky has been proving to be an asset, whether it's on the fragging department as well as the utility department as well. Napakaganda ng support na nilalabas ni Marky as well as the support staff. You got Slatham being the consistent Sova. As we head on into the map selection as well, we're heading on into the map of Haven for the next time in a row. Yan yung isa mga paboritong mapa ng mga Valorant teams natin in the Philippines. We already saw a lot of what they can offer, and I'm talking about Velocity Gaming kasi ito yung mismong mapa kung paano sila nakakwalify dito.
Yeah, and this is gonna be good history for the side of Velocity Gaming, and I wonder if Oasis will be winning onto this one kasi naaalala ko, dito sila natalo ng Naos.
Ayun na.
Diba? Ito ata yun eh.
Yeah.
Diba? Seems family ba?
Kaya
Tama ba?
nga
Tama
eh.
yun.
Yeah,
Yun.
yeah.
Na-confirm na fact check tayo lagi, guys. Ayan. It
tama.
seems like it is actually the ball here. And currently, parang naalala din natin, no, having Zeus supported by Marky, na naaalala ko Sky ata ang gamit nun also ng Drama of Lotus.
Naka-breach din siya
Super,
minsan.
super good. Especially that they've been able to like lay down the red carpet for Zeus na, sige, magwala ka lang dyan hanggat gusto mo.
Kaya nga
And
eh.
we will be taking care of the rest. But for Velocity Gaming, ano masasabi mo?
I think Velocity Gaming really have proven their mark nung nag-debut pa lang sila. You know, we kind of put a strong question mark sa team na to kung paano sila mag-handle.
Yeah.
Since that was one of the first times that they have played on stage. I want to shout out yung mga YouTube viewers natin out there. Especially
hi
yung mga
guys!
nanonood sa India as well. Good morning, good afternoon to everybody in India today. We are gonna have a really strong game with Velocity Gaming. Gonna be putting up against one of the best teams in the Philippines as we head on into that Haven map. This is the agent selection. Zeus is gonna be picking up the Neon, the pivotal pick that we've seen him time and time again. He has been doing so many good things, especially with the support from Slatham and Marky, who has given all his fragging trust with the breach combo with the Sova as well. While on the other hand, Velocity Gaming actually picked up a couple of pieces for them, now having dignified from the OSC roster. Literally one of the talents that I'd say was a standout in his performance.
Yes, sir. And we cannot disregard yung ano na natin, Astra natin onto NDG.
No
and,
Yokam.
Yeah. Makoy is no longer here. Ba't kaya?
Oh.
No, parang meron tayong naririnig na napunta sa ano eh.
Parang may narinig ako
Lumipad eh.
pumunta na franchising.
Ayun.
From one Indian org to another. Mali mo hindi totoo, mali mo hindi.
Malay mo.
Pero
But regardless, we're proud of our brother.
Very
you know?
true, very true. As we head on into that Haven map, ladies and gentlemen, Yokam is nowhere to be found. Yook's gonna be picking up the mantle of the duelist role. But maybe he can do this, maybe even better than Yokam can. Since there was a time that Yooks was a Neon player, a Jet player for his own regard. Now, all the shackles are taken off of him, as he's now the one going to be entering on in towards the site. With the early recon dart out for Slatham, he has early info, even gets the early ult orb para sa kanyang Hunter's Fury mamaya.
And you know what? Parang ang cute din ng Velocity Gaming and Digni. Nadagdag si Digni bigla. Which is something we're not complaining about, not gonna lie. Especially how Digni has been able to like do really crucial things para sa team kung nasan man siya mapadpad. It's gonna be fine because dude is really adaptive and flexible as heck.
There is no way that Slatham is actually gonna give up that A short push tapos mag-hold lang siya dun sa site na yun. Nakita niya yung Cypher cage and now he has an idea na baka nakapag-lurk na sila dun sa may A short. So he gives up that extremity, tries to give some space up over to Velocity Gaming, knowing that Oasis Gaming will have all the strength in the world when it comes to the retake scenario. Gives up the free space on A short, and now that's where Velocity Gaming will punch their ticket towards the A long side, where it's an inevitable push onto the A side itself.
An inevitable push,
30
and
seconds
it is
left.
pretty slow because you're waiting for the best time to strike that edge on the 25-second mark, wherein they've been able to get themselves a position here on the hell area, while the rest of the people will
planted.
just be scattering around a site, while the rest is just gonna be holding. Although yung Cypher nila dito, si Georgie, tamang tambay lang just in case, no? Actually, pwede na nga siya mag-push dito anytime na gustuhin niya. Although, kailangan din nila mag-ingat kasi meron dalawang magpa-flank dito from the side of Oasis Gaming. And I feel like this is about time for them to opt for a retake.
Oh yeah, fallout from heaven, and it's the push out again. Yux and Georgie, they follow up, combo in with NDG Slatham providing away for the team. Smokes in hand, pass ulit si Tesseract. Another for Zeus. This is what you don't want to see. If you're Velocity Gaming, Zeus picking up those 2 kills from the Ghost, just proving that he is on a high note to start with for Oasis Gaming. First pistol round on the board.
Ito na naman tayo.
Oh no.
Yun lang naman yun eh. Sige. You know what? Kami bahala sa iba. Basta ikaw, Zeus, go kill. Yun yung strat nila dito. Zeus, go kill.
Zeus go in, Zeus go fire. 2 kills for him, 2 kills for NDG. First
Yeah.
pistol round, that's 4 ult orbs as well for Zeus. That means he picked up the C-Long orb, he picked up one of the kills as well dun sa may mid-side, and siya din yung nag-defuse ng spike after
Yeah.
picking up those 2 kills. So
As much as possible, they want the overdrive right now
Yeah.
on the hands of Zeus. And it's pretty similar to what we have seen earlier on. As much as possible, they want to secure off the ultimates para naman karon silang leverage or the side of Oasis. And as well as a question on the end of Velocity, how would they be able to actually prevent them from doing these types of things?
that's true. I mean, Oasis Gaming, an organization known to have a history when it comes to knowing how to play the pistol rounds plus converting them when they need to. A Vandal upgrade, I believe from Zeus doon sa may B side. This is where he feels fully confident that he can take the fights head on even though he doesn't have the biggest armor to work with.
Wow. Pero nakita mo rin yun. Napaka-aggressive ng hold dun despite holding just pistols. But the rest of the people here are just gonna be minding their own business as they secure the spike down and play for the crest that they can get out of that one. Pero si Zeus, mukhang sinisimulan na ang pag-ubos dito for the side of Velocity, while the rest of the people here for the side of Oasis will be trying to aid on this own accord. The rest of the people here, tama slide to the left, pero meron siya makukuha dito. Si Zeus pa rin talaga namamaya. Kaya na possibly an ace, pero meron naman siyang suporta galing dito sa kanya mga kasama while they just, you know what, sige, I'll just get this, this defuse for myself.
Okay na
Sabi
yun.
ni Slato, okay na yun.
Okay na yun.
And
Flawless.
Yeah.
Tapos may ulti pa si Zeus coming into the next round. 4 kills doon sa
Third
second round pa
round
lang.
agad, no?
Imagine, 2
Crazy,
kills nung
dude.
una, 4 kills na ulit ngayon, 6 kills on the back of this second round buy. And, you know, Zeus is on a high note right now.
6-0.
6-0, yet to die, yet to get traded out, not even needed any type of trading so far for the
Yeah.
side of the Oasis Gaming roster. And this is a bad sign for them. Now, Velocity Gaming have to put a pedal to the metal sa pagkuha ng C-Long position. It's 4 people stacked up. Yuk's gonna be the first contact in. They're gonna be met up against the Killjoy of Oasis Gaming. What does he have cooked up for us?
Ito rin mahirap, no? Yung pupunan mo yung sapatos ng taong nawala sa team nyo for the side of Velocity Gaming. And they're trying the best that they can. This might actually be a moment of download for the side of Velocity as they put the spike down here onto yeah, and we're just gonna see. And they're gonna get a kill? I guess not. As Zeus will just Oh my, mow them down tremendously while Marky's gonna be supporting him. And Slatama as well until Yux, the lone survivor from the side of Velocity Gaming, will try to fend them off, but it's not entirely possible if that's the case. And they're gonna be heading on to the 4th round with no rounds being taken by them at all.
Yeah, I mean, doing their best to trade off Georgie, who was left to die sana doon sa may T-spawn position. He was in a good position nga din naman. Narinig niya yung pagsira ng tripwire sa lobby. Narinig niya yung tatlo na nagpupush sa kanya. Would have been enough that he was killed off alone doon sa may T-spawn position. But I like the response time. The attempt from Velocity Gaming to try to force out yung flank watch sila dito. Ang problema nga lang, they lost control of the site. They left ng yung nag-iisa na lang si Yux all the way towards that C-lobby position. And again, Zeus's impact has been felt. The slide coming in, papunta dun kay Georgie, even though he wasn't the one who killed him off. He wasn't the one who tried to like pick up the pieces for himself. He was the guy na mahirap i-trace papunta doon sa may T-spawn. So 3-0 so far. Zeus is doing really well on the duelist role as Oasis Gaming. Their defense, stacking 3 people on that flank from that previous round, were just impenetrable for them.
My Velocity Gaming will be playing with a series of assault rifles and the rest with half shields. So they better work with the most they can from this force. And still a lot of time. Nagparamdam lang sila dito sa garage area natin, which is actually good kasi ang daing nag-rotate on to see here for Oasis, although sights still at the Garden of A kung sakali lang na kailangan nila ito dahil si Zeus nakaamba just in case nasubukan nilang mag-rotate. But with the current setup that they currently have, I feel like that would not be the case as they try to free space. NDG in really good position, securing Yux. Sumunod pa si Tesseract pero wala pang lumabalik na trade dito galing sa side ng Velocity.
Yeah, they make noise doon sa may garage. They pulled the rotation but they went in towards the rotation itself. Yun yung mahirap kapag you're not playing with the info that you are given. Georgie pushing a little bit too far. Gets one. A second required. Could not convert it through. A nice blind as well from Marky to support yung peak ni Second Love. That's a 2 versus 4 in a blink of an eye. And with them planting the spike, don't say it's more than a formality this time. All that they need to do is to walk in towards Dignified Crosshair to equalize the numbers, but that's easier said than done. Na-spot pa nga agad yung CT player. Hot Sauce gets one papunta kay Zeus. Another for Dignified. Alright. Something interesting is happening before our very eyes. Dignified holding his ground. A double kill for Velocity Gaming, but NDG will save it! A 4K for NDG, denying a possible first round for Velocity as Oasis pick up their 4th.
Nakakapogi na sana ang idig na yun, no?
Oo nga
nalipat yung pogi kay NDG.
Yun lang. Pang-clip na sana ni Dignified yun.
Pang-clip na sana niya yun eh. A-upload niya na dapat sa Twitter yun eh.
Ay, asa nga
But,
lang.
I mean, not gonna lie, I really love the positioning na meron din dito si NDG early on while they are trying to offer the NP from Velocity. But I feel like it's also what matters is how it started and how it ends. And NDG has been able to do just that. Both sides actually pretty cleanly executed on their end, and we got 3 ultimates available here. Cosmic Divide, the Hunter Student, as well as the Overdrive. Whenever they please, they can use it.
Yeah, I'm not saying that this team really needed Yokam, but you could feel that there's a shift.
Yes, indeed.
In terms of playstyle, now that Yokam is not in the roster, Yuk's a little bit more of a reserved player, just finding an opportunity, seeking one while he trying to traverse towards the Haven map, and so far it's not looking too good. Oasis Gaming proving to be very diligent and when it comes to approaching their fights. Flash is on in bago mag-peak, tapos sa mga retake scenarios, maganda ang trading so far.
Nakakatakot. Tignan mo, nakaamba yung kongkaso. Ayun, kumonekta. Slatom natin, nagwawala na, sinundan pa ni Marky dito, pansamantala. Muna magpapahinga ito si Georgie dahil siya na lang ang natira para sa side ng Velocity at yun na nga, mawawala siya bigla. Flawless para dito kay Oasis. At sunod-sunod, yung round na napupunta sa mga broskies natin dito.
Makinis, walang kupas.
Walang kupas.
Walang mintis so far sa laban against Oasis Gaming. Literal na parang studied na ang kalaban nila dito eh, no? Pagkatapos nila ko ng initial info from that lobby position, it was just as easy as putting the aftershock on the cubby side, flash on in para makapag-peek na agad tong si Marky. And it's almost like he's playing the duelist role in that regard, parang Phoenix. Pero remember, he's somebody who has a long-range stun, tapos may pang-rolling thunder pa nga mamaya. So, medyo mahirap ang magiging kalaban nilang si Marky kapag na-turn up na siya agad. So far, Oasis looking like a juggernaut dito pa lang sa mga haven map natin, mga kaibigan. Zeus and NDG starting their campaign over to C-Long. And the only thing stopping them towards a flank is that only tripwire, but VLT has other plans. That Asa looking wide open.
Grabe no, libreng-libre oh. Pwede kang tumambling dyan, bossing oh. Pasok lang dito, mga suki. Wala nang presyo-presyo kasi libre na ang A-site natin. While they secure the objective for themselves here from Velocity Gaming though. Rest of the people here for the side, waste na naman tayo sa retake natin eh. Alam naman natin, magaling sila dyan. Paano gagawin nyo dyan, Velocity?
Pero may apat silang ultimates dito. So malakas ang post plant, pero mukhang expensive if they use all of that in towards the next round. They started with one. That's the Cosmic Divide set up by NDG. And the Rolling Thunder to respond with that. Velocity Gaming want to take this round by storm. Zeus, he's concussed. He's gonna try and he gets one and two. Despite them getting blinded, despite them getting concussed, he's still getting 2 hits for him. Another for NDG as well. Velocity Gaming looking to prime it up. Hindi nila alam na dinidefuse na sa mukha nila si Secret Love. Just tapping on the spike, and it is Oasis Gaming. And another out for Zeus as well, proving that Caven should not be a map that is picked against him.
Gusto ko yung pinoint out na natin na parang medyo magastos ata yung ultimate. Sige. Rolling Thunder. Cosmic Divide. Hunter's Fury. Ubos. Ano talaga naiwan dito yung overdrive ni Zeus. But what's good is they keep on with the momentum here.
Yeah.
And hindi sila nagli-leave ng any type of room para sa side ng Velocity Gaming na makaisa dito sa match na ito.
You know, let's give some room for doubt. You know, a benefit of the doubt lang for
Wow.
BLT, diba? Kasi parang ang feeling ko, they just need a little bit more time to warm up into this. Yux definitely showing that he can still hang in terms of the movement. Nasa lakad na siya ng garage, pero wala pa yung support of his teammates ngayon. So nag-iisa lang siya. Ang magiging play ba dito is leave him in towards that garage position? No, they just leave outside of that position as well. They look towards that A-long position. Play into the 2 utility players on the side of Oasis Gaming, and that's, again, Slatham, as well as Second Love, the 2 passive players who are known to actually be really strong in their position.
Yun nga, I love the passiveness na nanggagaling dito sa dalawang ito
High-low
with a
pa.
high-low position as well, which is gonna be benefiting them just in case that their shots will be connecting, and that is just gonna happen right now. For Ice, Yux, looking for the entry here with a Bucky as well. Not quite sure if this is gonna be connecting to the rest of the people. Your Hunter's Fury is not gonna be taking anyone, but instead Slatham will be taking the rest of the cake here. End the round for Oasis once again. Such of a dominating match that we have so far here.
Yeah.
It's just the first half.
And again, they didn't even need to leave A at all because they have pure confidence in their position to hold on that A-side position, right? I mean, Slatham, he was just in the middle of getting hit by the Hunter's Fury. Muntika na nga. Kung yung crosshair placement was perfect, but remember, he took 4 people on top of that. Hunter's Fury hit onto him. He was semi-flashed. He was concussed as well. So, ang daming binato sa kanya, pero parang chill lang si pare mong Slatham eh.
Wala siyang pakialam. He got the situation under control, although Zeus, maganda. Ang kanyang mabilis na sagot dito. Yun nga lang din, Tesseract will be there to try and answer him back. And maybe 3, that's not gonna be stuck anymore because he would be able to keep himself out of that skirmish and will be taking Hot Sauce off guard. And
Tamang vibe lang si Lodi, oh. Tignan mo yung player cam, nagaganon-ganon siya. Alam mo yung kinakanta niya, apat.
What's happening though? Like, Oasis is just taking their time of day.
Eh wala eh. Kasi parang chill lang sa kanila na they're very comfortable in these defensive positions. I mean, in this regard, napapansin mo, VLT have been playing, they're literally letting Yux go loose. And it's not in a good way. Talagang Oasis is doing a really good job of trying to abuse the disparity when it comes to the distance between Yux and the rest of the team, right? So, that garage position, and every single time, they use it as a power position to actually give it up para mas malakas yung magiging defense nila on other sides of the map, while Zeus picks up the operator. That long-range angle won't be a possibility for him, but Yux decides that pace will not be a weapon for them. They take it really calm, really collectively. That hot sauce plant the spike, kaso because of the mollies.
Joke lang pala.
Wala, joke lang yun.
Uy lang, ang dahing nanusworm. Pre, mamba-out muna tayo. May nakabantay dito sa bandang garahe natin. Pero good call na gumamit ng drone dito si Tesseract. Mukhang meron siyang mamamataan na isa. Pero yan din ang pudyat. Nahabulin si Bro. Yun nga lang nga, alam ba nila na dalawa yung nasa likuran nila? Yun nga lang nga, hindi ko connecta yung sa isa pa. Pero at least sinusubukan nila na humabol dito. Oasis with still 3 more people. Equalized, and it is gonna be a possibility for Velocity Gaming to actually take this round for themselves, possibly the first round that we will have on their end for this first half Slatom. Nandito sa garage area natin, and I feel like well prepared si Georgie if it comes to the occasion na kailangan nila mag-speak this one at hindi niya i-check yung likuran niya, and Velocity will be taking the first round of this game.
Yan ang problema eh. Now they finally break through after finally realizing their potential in that garage push, right? I mean, they have invested in that so many times, and now was the time where they are successful now after locking away yung backside pakatapos mag-push ni NDG, or hindi naman push, parang nag-attempt siya na makafight dun sa long-range angle from garage, gave an opening towards Zito kay Tesseract, and he tried to follow up again in that 2v2 where he also got a little bit, he's got some fire back in him.
True.
Again, towards
this matchup. Is it worth it though? At what cost?
Wala.
That's a question. Ano wala?
Wala.
No!
Nagka-crossfire pa nga sila kalaban kanina, so we're back into the 8-1 Yux. Again with the team, trying to supply hot sauce with the same exact scenario from the previous round. Ngayon, wala na yung mollies. Ngayon, pwede na sila makapag-plant on B. Hot sauce in a somewhat interesting position. Slatom has used his drone, so hindi nila magagamit yun pang clear on backside, pero he has an idea. Hunter's Fury papunta kay Hot Sauce, doesn't check that as well. Nakapag-push na din ng Neon all the way from Oasis Gaming. Perfect relay bolt, nice rolling thunder as well. Ooh. And they have to perfect it around. Kaso, the slides come in as well for Zeus, and Dignified and Georgie, they have read the situation. 1v4 this time. Classic in hand. NDG kills off one. Pasok na agad dun sa B. And Georgie will show up in time. 8-2 para sa Velocity Gaming.
May nangyayari na for the side of Velocity Gaming here. Okay. Our reps from the sides looking into hopefully evening these score lines out regardless of the odds. Because they're finally making a dent into the defense of Oasis, and most importantly, how they take these retakes.
Yeah, they also took that 2 rounds in a row too. That's a good sign for them moving forward.
That's nice. Hopefully, they would be able to keep this up.
They will. And now with the last round of the half, all that they can do is just take the pick off yet again. But interesting for Oasis, they sacked 3 players, possibly for an early flash.
They took mid control onto this one. Dalawa makakaharap ni Zeus, kaya nang malalaglag siya. Hot sauce of buy. Kumakadakang dalawa with the trades coming in here for NDG. But now, it still boils down onto Oasis winning that round. And this gonna be a possible 9-3?
Pwede. That's a possibility. I mean, may times na nakakalasan yung VLT, especially kapag ka nag-overpush, nag-over-aggress yung Oasis Gaming. Despite kasi parang naglalaro sila ng sabay-sabay. Hindi sila nagkakaroon ng individual play kapag kapupush tong si Zeus. May kasama na siya lagi. And it's like a huge difference compared to his first day on the group stages pa lang. He has shown a lot of that individualism. Ngayon, parang lagi na siyang nagko-call na may kasama siya dapat kapag naglalaro siya.
Tas may ult pa si ngayon, si Yux. So they can take this round, hopefully, as long as they give him the best environment. Yun nga lang nga, parang ayaw ibigay sa kanya yun. Ang daing dumapo na aftershock sa kanya, boss. Anong gagawin niya doon? Zeus, though, will be taking a couple down with him, and just Georgie being left alone and being caught off guard by the alarm button the first time.
What just happened?
Ramon, anong nangyari dun sa entrada ng A-site natin?
What just happened? Yux just walked into an aftershock. The last tick almost killed him. And then he was trying to dodge away from his own teammates' aftershock. Could have actually killed him that time. I mean, you can feel the struggle. And it's not because VLT are inferior nga naman, diba? It's because Oasis Gaming are doing really well on putting the pressure on them. They could not conquer that A-long control anymore. Thus, because of the fault line, they couldn't actually push. Nagkaroon tuloy ng distance between Yux and the rest of the team.
Ilang util count, ilang util dumapos na Aftershock 1, Aftershock 2, Concuss 1.
Oh my gosh.
Tapos
yung dalawang smokes ni NDG.
no way!
That is...
you don't do that to our boy Yux, man.
I know, right?
It's unfortunate.
Somebody tag Yux and hopefully makakapag-pahinga si Idol dito sa 2-10 scoreline natin, Velocity Gaming.
Na-shock dart.
And another point of util for Yux ngayon. That's unfortunate for the guy.
What's happening?
Somebody check on Yux right now, guys.
Papakamusta naman si Boss, please.
Oo nga.
Parang andain niyang nare-receive na hinunokit na yun sa kabila. Pero hopefully, they'll be able to opt for a good reset. And seems like Coast is pretty quiet as of the current time.
Hindi sila nagsasmoke. Oh my God.
Ayan, ngayon lang. At makakapitas pa siya in the process of that, which is a good news here.
Flank?
For Velocity. Yux, it's time. Yux.
Okay.
Nah, NT.
Maybe not this time.
Yeah, not this time.
Nakadkas pa nga kalaban na dito.
Good
And
trade.
actually got the trade. Okay, pwede na. Naging valuable yung naging pick nila dito kay Yux at the end of the day. So it's a 4v3. Oasis also has a pretty aggressive post plan. Nagpupush siya sa CT into a crossfire.
Oh.
NDG wants to fight 3. Kaso napatay siya ni Dignified. 1v3 this time. Slatom 1. Possibly a second. Could not convert on. The classic was just not better. As VLT, they needed a pistol round. They got one. Now their worst case scenario is that they get overwhelmed by the eco round. Kasi Oasis Gaming, in a lot of the situations where they got where they lose the first pistol round, more often than not, they will have those forced buys dun sa stingers in hand. I do like that they decided to go for the double flank here kasi even though Yux is not having a field day, you could have somebody supply that kill kahit mamatay mo lang yung neon mo.
What's important is they have the support coming in here for Yux as much as possible kasi talagang nahihirapan siya. For some reason, all of the abilities are actually connecting onto this guy. And the most that they can do is to try and support him the best that they can and offer the trades once he's already out. Especially na nasa naman sila dito, defense ngayon. So they got all the more pass and possibility for them to do that. But some shots here are going to be let out by Tesseract is not going to be connecting onto anyone and giving them some sort of information that they are indeed present here at A site. Some shots here, the Guardian, hindi ko connecta. Zeus can actually get the Guardian for himself. Not quite sure kung napunta nga yun sa kanya, but at least they got the space for themselves.
Yeah, and Yux is going to push in. That's multiple people on towards that A site position. Nakuha niya si Slatom. But Zeus is going to pick up a second upgrade for the team. Okay lang napatay yung isa sa kanila. Now they have 2 guns. How can they contest against Oasis? And now, VLT, all the Spectres in the world. Georgie follows up with 2-3 kills for VLT as well. As NDG also gets knocked down. So despite the predicament that we saw kanina, kahit na-overwhelm na agad the A-short player na si Tesseract, by the end of the day, they're able to put all their guns together and get a pretty clean retake at the end of it.
Yep. And at least they've been able to get like the rest of the guns for themselves, although meron silang na-lose na dalawa. So at least there's some damage that's been inflicted by them dito sa Oasis. But at least, ang importante doon is they took the round and yes, signs of life here from VLT, and they're going to be playing this as their bonus, but their bonus should still be 1 because they've got a long way to go in order to even out with Oasis.
Yep, and they're going to start with a default position yet again for 1. Hinayaan na lang ang Killjoy doon sa may silong habang hayaan na lang nilang labanan ang A-lobby position. Yux, first contact in, that's the judge in hand. The smoke also providing some cover. Pero he can't push too far. That gun is not as flexible as any other. Dito pa lang sa ating economy, as Velocity Gaming decide to go up the space and play for the later rounds to come.
Really good discipline from Yuxin alongside with their Omen. while Oasis will be taking their time in setting up and choosing which area they should actually go to. Early information for Yux here if possible, and he would be getting that for himself. Some intel will be relayed for the rest of the team na, guys,
I have the spike.
once sa A-side ata sila dito.
Yep, and the A side looking pretty much a death trap for the side of
Okay.
Oasis this time kasi may dalawa na nasa short position right now. They smell the predicament.
Okay.
And with Yuk supported by the team, they let the judge sing, and that's possibly info given up as they will actually run away from the A-side extremity. C now looking to be the target for the side of Oasis
Okay.
Gaming. Georgie gonna be the only guy trying to hold down the site for himself. Spotted,
Uy, saglit.
sees one, kaso
Saglit.
he can't dodge away from the recon.
Ayun lang.
That is not the decision that Georgie should have taken up for himself as he peeks on yet again. NDG getting another pick off. Oasis Gaming got the A site. Well, C.
Pero they secured the objective with a couple of people down on their end on their bonus round. Yux, buhay pa rin naman with the judge, although hanggang saan aabot yung judge mo dito, Lodi? Kasi parang meron ding nag-aabang sa bandang garaheng pintuan. At yun na nga, some people who contesting him out with the Vandal. At mukhang he's gonna be bestowing his revenge on his side with just one more person remaining. Here's Latom, sinusunod na siyang labanan as he takes the fourth kill for himself. Buhay na buhay si Yux. At mukhang ito ang ganti ng api.
Ang sabi ko sa'yo, sometimes this guy just needs some time to warm up. And warm up, he did. 4 kills dito pa lang sa kanilang buy round. And they
Grabe.
finally break through. Although they got some wins, feeling ko ito yung parang pinaka-decisive na nakita ko kay Yux right now. Full confidence, getting one in garage
Let's go.
position. Tapos yung nakatalikod all the way from the other side of the site. And it's as easy as that for the Neon to actually get themselves the top rag dito pa lang sa VLT. Problema nga lang, he has to do that multiple times in a row to catch up to them. Good news, kasi yung Oasis Gaming, they are down in terms of the economy. Pero Zeus only needs 1 kill para makuha yung kanyang overdrive, and he can just give the Vandal up to one of his teammates.
True. And at least this is also like the boost na kinakailangan din ng Velocity Gaming. And oo nga no, naaalala ko na I remember Yux being so powerful on the defense using a Neon.
Kaya nga.
So this is actually something that we better look out for, especially si Georgie. Mag-hi, hello, and goodbye sa mga member natin from the side of Oasis. Ganun nakabilis na mauubos yung mga member natin dito. And even a flawless here from Velocity, making the most out of the each round na meron dito si Oasis.
Yeah, and that's the thing about Velocity Gaming now is that once they got the eco round in check, they can build up the confidence yet again. That is when Yux is actually feeling himself this time around, getting those entries, finding some opportunities. Georgie also finding a timing pagkatapos makakuha ng isang mga tags gamit ng kanyang gamit ng kanyang camera. So
Yeah.
Zeus was in no man's land. He also positioned himself very comfortably doon sa may sa likod ng tall box doon sa may cubby of C. Timeout called again for Oasis Gaming. I think
Ay, may overdrive si Zeus.
si Marky yung nag-call noon, hindi si Robotics. Ang ibig sabihin noon, may strat na kinakall si Lodi X Marky.
May niluluto itong Oasis at ang tanong ay kung sasapat ba to para maihain kay Velocity.
I just want to point out, 16 assists for Marky.
Grabe, no? Yan yung support na hinahanap ng kahit sino.
Kaya nga eh.
As much as possible, you know what? Kailangan mo ng util? I got you, bro.
It's
You
one-
need a trade? I got you, bro.
It's one thing to give a flash to your teammate. It's another to use that flash for yourself and find opportunities to pressure yung kalaban mo.
Diba?
Which has been the strong point again for Oasis Gaming kasi Marky, he doesn't play the reactive breach that I've been used to. He's the guy that has been making windows of opportunities, not only for his team but for himself as well. And sometimes that type of individualism is needed in his leadership role.
And I really like the timing that they pulled off the timeout as well, which is going to be benefiting them a lot. In theory,
Yeah.
especially that it is going to be their buy round after all. So hopefully they would be able to make the most out of this one, although some steps will be heard rotating onto A side already while they try to set themselves up onto the entry if that will be the case. Although, yeah, they still have a lot of time. And yeah, knowing na baki ang hawak nitong Jesus, baka mag-overdrive to mamaya if he feels like it.
Yep, he's playing into
Go, go, go.
Set up over towards that short position, and once he hears noise, that's when the fault
Ay,
line comes
na-stun.
in. A little too late. Zeus has
Okay
the space,
lang.
tapos na, at ginamit na nga ang overdrive. It's the 1-for-1 trade-off. Zeus taken out of the fight. Yux trying to divide and conquer, but Marky will stand and fight 2v4. As VLT, they lost so many players, especially the head of Georgie, and it's all left up to Hot Sauce. And in days of old, this guy used to be one of the stars of Bren Esports. Now he has the clutch job, but NDG will stand tall. An 11-4 Oasis Gaming back on the map.
Tatanungin ko sana kung gaano ka hot sauce ang hot sauce ni Hot Sauce.
Ay, what? What?
Pero
What?
hindi nangyari eh. Parang medyo nanlamig siya dun, boss eh.
Kaya nga eh.
1v3 and it feels like he's been pinned down by the opposition as well. And what's funny here is I feel like they want to do something with the overdrives na meron yung dalawang neon.
Oo.
But it didn't come down to that. It come down with the trades na o ano yung pwedeng ma-trade ng bawat isa. But still, Oasis managed to win that for themselves, right? And they're one round away from the match point onto this one while they try to like fend them off their presence sa A site natin. But tons of people will be reverting back onto their default position before they even choose on what site they should go to.
It's an interesting thing to point out na naglalagay sila ng early smoke doon sa may A lobby. And it started nung nakita ko pa lang yung... I think a lot of people have been doing that nung PEC pa lang where they try to use that A lobby smoke, try to see if they can put themselves in a position to check that corner doon sa may A short. Pining na ngayon at na-spot pa nga agad. That's the info and that's the Hunter's Fury. Perfectly timed by Tesseract, and that's an even 5 versus 4. They even deny yung Rolling Thunder away from Marky, so that's one pivotal ultimate out.
Yeah.
But you gotta remember na meron pa rin Cosmic Divide mamaya.
Marami pa silang maaaring gamitin dito. Pero Tesseract will be putting down some presence here sa bandang ilong natin while they try to be a bit indecisive on where they should go,
They
but
pull away from A, tapos doon na sa B. This is the perfect time for them to execute.
Okay, though. Some space being freed by the side of Oasis. Rolling Thunder delaying them in hopes of preventing them from putting the spike down, but the rest of the people are just trying to mow them down each by each, little by little. 10 seconds of the clock. Will they be able to put the spike down? Yes, indeed. Although they're gonna be ending up losing everybody here from Velocity as Zeus strikes them down with lightning. Match point secured for Oasis.
And Oasis is looking primed than ever to take the Haven map, one of their strongest maps in the pool historically, against Velocity Gaming, who have shown a huge first impression nung nag-iisang group stages natin. Pero ngayon, it's a different story. Ngayon, talagang nagpapakitang gilas na ulit si Oasis. And this time, Zeus is not only needing momentum. Nag-start pa lang yun nung first pistol round pa lang, where you started with 2, naging 4, naging 3 kills, naging 4 kills na ulit ngayon. It is match point. It is an early Cosmic Divide as well. It's going to be used to pressure on si Georgie, who has been trying to hold up the site. However, gets picked up immediately. Will this be the same result? No, it's Hot Sauce! Gets 3 in fact doon sa pag-defend doon sa E-site. As Second Love, he tries to reconvene. Trade out Purple Blow, pero si Yux, all that he can do is try to hold up the anchor, try to hold up that long control, pero ang ganda na nilagyan ng smoke ni NDG. Provide some cover, pero wala sa kanilang spike.
Habang may laban, no? Eh di lumaban. 2 more people here from Oasis. And Tesseract just guarding this just in case they want to pull off a rotation.
Enemy remaining.
And he is going to be getting one and possibly another. Never mind. And DJ will be able to trade his lost comrade as he tries to peek along area once again with some cosmic smokes coming in. Although, what if maging aggressive yung mga member natin dito from the side of Velocity, pero yun nga lang parang lumalakad siya sa patibong na ginawa niya para sa sarili niya. And that would be it. Additional
Lifeline. Additional life para dito sa game natin. Hindi pa tapos. Nag-extend na ulit ng VLT. Sabi niya, pa-extend nga po sa PC5. And hindi pa tapos ang laban nila dito.
Kaya pa?
Mga 1 hour kayo, mga 10 minutes lang. Diba? Kasi minsan, di ba, kapag hindi pa natin natapos yung game natin, nagpapa 15 minutes lang tayo para matapos yung level.
12-12 o 13-7. Grabe, the pressure is on here. One mistake can end it all for them.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not the end of the world. They could still try. Try to put all their guns in one basket. VLT already spots out 3. Doon sa may B mid, and it's a sign for Zeus to actually take over. Especially now that he's inside. A push on in, slide on out. At kala mo nakalabas na si Zeus, pero they still try to spam on through the smoke. That prompts Oasis Gaming to take the A side.
Bro has been stopped at his seed. Ganda na sana yung movement niya dun. Yun nga lang mas maganda din yung tracing ni Hot Sauce. But the rest of the people here just to get a 4v4. Nice lockdown activated from Oasis. And Yux, prepare lang siya dito. Naku, yun nga lang narinig siya. He almost got that one with some trades coming in. And still tons of time pa naman. Ang maaari nilang mailapag dito for velocity nga with the rolling thunder being used. Someone's gonna be stunned. Shots will be connecting. A 1v2. And the last one will be secured by Put Milo on Rice Dignified. Additional. Uy.
Dagdag 15 minutes tayo dito mga kaibigan. Mukhang hindi pa tapos ang laban ng VLT dito sa Haven map. And it's all thanks to a really clean retake scenario after akala ko mauubos ng time thanks to the lockdown. Put down by the killjoy of Oasis Gaming. But nevertheless, they ran out towards that hookah or that heaven position in time. Tapos doon pa lang nakakuha ng frag si Tesseract as well as si Dignified. So the trade-offs definitely favoring the defensive side so far of Velocity Gaming. Still a lot more rounds to go if they want to equalize against them. 2 ultis na lang. 2 ult-ups ang kailangan na lang ni Tesseract if he wants to take that Hunter's Fury yet again. But Yux deciding to actually peek on towards that C-long side. That's been the default position for him time and time again. But that space created doesn't really add up to much kasi Oasis Gaming gonna try to pry open the other side of the map.
Kailangan makuha ni Oasis to kasi kung hindi, mag-iigo sila, mapoprolong, baka mag-12-10, tapos pag nag-12-10, masisira momentum nila, baka mag-overtime.
Nako,
diba?
nag-overthink malala to.
Overthink ako dun pero dun tayo magaling mag-overthink pero
he dodged the trip.
Ingat mo tayo, maganda yung pag-dodge niya dun nakakabaliw pa naman yung tripper na nila magpalang velocity. But the important thing, if it works, it works. Though, hindi pa man din nila nasa-secure yung spike plant natin. Sa A-site natin, nagkakandaon na sila. Tatlo pa yun yung iwan dito pinasado pa Oasis. Pero mukhang mag-i-equalize yung numero natin bigla. Velocity, palag-palag lang naman. Marky ang may iwan. Okay, pareho sila medyo sugatan. And it's all more na merrier for him to rotate. Hopefully, magpakalma. At makakuha ng magandang posisyon para sa sarili niya.
May head start pa si Marky dito. So mauunahan nila ang dalawang nasa VLT. So this is definitely a doable position for him. He does not have the ult, but the fault line after the tap could be enough for Marky himself. He plants the spike down doon sa may C. That prompts the rotate coming down for Velocity. And they are do or die in this Haven map right now. So Marky, all he has to do, play the patient game. Kompleto na din ang kanyang fault line. Could the same be said as well for Velocity Gaming as they march on down. They even give their presence away. Gets one! Vault line activated! Perfectly timed! Pero na-flash din siya! It's Breach versus Breach! But Dignified will extend play! Night round! Tatlong round na lang! Makakahabol sila sa Oasis off the skin of their teeth!
Lakad matatag! Normalin para sa Velocity Gaming! As they are getting nearer and nearer with the scoreline that Oasis have. Pero once again, one mistake will be the end of them. So they better keep this going.
Ang galing kasi sa point na namatay, yung nag-iisang nagpo-push doon, di sana flick off na sana tong si Dignified agad no? Try to play for the trade. Pero ang dinaside na lang niyang gawin is mag-hide kasi alam na makukon ka siya, tapos ginamit niya yung flash.
Yeah. Pero tignan mo yung assist ni Marky, 20 na.
20!
Grabe!
This guy is
solid si boss.
A demon when it comes to supporting his teammates. That just shows how much Marky has matured as a player. Back then, he used to be one of the fiery hot duelists that we have in the league. Ngayon, siya na yung mismong sumusuporta, nagli-lead. Dito pa lang sa Oasis Gaming, and now he is proving another point.
A-side push ulit.
Another A-side again for Zeus as he's the one marching on in. And VLT, their habit of giving up the A-side is definitely prominent right here. But they have a purpose. Talagang playing for the retake this time around. And once they plant on, doon pa lang maglalagay ng Hunter's Fury.
Ay, nag-overdrive din si kumpare mo. The ult of the Hunter's Fury, Tesseract will be able to take Slatam as well. Although they have another initiator para mga nabuhay pa rin. Zeus, overdrive. Antay lang. Kung sakali man na mayroong mga ngahas na mag-push forward sa kanila. Kasi not gonna lie, 4v4. Rolling Thunder, sinet up na. Marky, 31 HP. Tingnan natin daw kung merong mauubos.
So much time
merong
wasted.
manalagas. Di natin sigurado. Georgie, tumalawa. Ay, ang tindi naman ng kumpare mo dito. Nubos na lang bigla itong si Oasis. At anong nangyayari? Ano ang scoreline natin? 12-10.
12-10. At kung kanina lamang tayo ay nasa 10-2 scoreline, well, VLT are coming up back into the matchup round after round, looking to strike back against Oasis Gaming, who definitely had a very dominating first half. Pero nung ngayon na nasa defense sila, they all relied on that Hunter's Fury. The setup was perfect. Georgie picking up 2 kills from that heaven position. The elevated angle, where it was forgotten about because the smoke off siya. Nung nag-fade, doon pa siya lumabas ng lakas.
Grabe, no? Bossing.
Bossing talaga si Georgie.
Bossing, ano nangyayari? Bossing. Grabe, no? 12-10. Parang kanina lang ang layo ng agwat, ha? Ngayon, wow.
Wow, close game.
So close.
Before our very eyes, Oasis Gaming struggling to actually end this matchup right here, right now. But with the smoke on down, Yux, prominent position, known where he is gonna be because of the drone. But he has a bit of an option to run away towards safety. And he has picked up that since alam na nilang nandun lang siya. At pwede din gamitin yon bilang beacon of defense ang A-site itself. Kaya after nila gamitin yung fault line at saka yung nag-iisang recon dart, that's a lot of util actually dumped on in just for him.
Totoo. Although, kukulangan tayo dito for the side of Oasis ngayon
Try
kasi
stack B.
kanina. Oh, ayan da! Ata nilang nakita doon na mataan. Hot sauce nagpapamap. Sinabayan lang naman din naman ni Dignified dito. And, overtime ba?
Overtime, isa na lang. Isa na lang. Mukhang nakakaamoy ako ng napakaraming round.
Nanggigigil na tayo.
Oo nga eh.
Grabe, no?
A 3K for Hot Sauce in that previous round as well. They read the call after the reset. Doon pa lang sila nag-B-rush.
Linis, oh.
And Hot Sauce, he was just
Wow.
a defender doon sa may B. Nung nag-peek sila doon sa may window, napa-audition ng mga idol.
Yun nga, tsaka hindi na rin kailangan ng util.
Oo.
Anong ginawa ni Digny? Imbes na mag-blind, sabayan na lang kitang pumatay.
Tama.
Diba?
In that regard, util is not even important. What matters is you have that chemistry. 12-11 mga kaibigan. Match point pa rin naman ng Oasis Gaming, but Velocity Gaming are 1 round away from forcing OT. And it starts with Oasis Gaming huddling themselves doon sa may B-mid position, demanding the attention from that Omen smoke put down by the Omen. And Second Love decides to lurk around the shadows, see if he can catch any stragglers pushing outside of that smoke. Pero BLT are playing this a little bit more defensively, and in this regard, parang okay lang sa akin yun eh.
Yeah. And I'm not gonna lie, so far maganda yung
Nagkakaamuyan sila
level
ng
of
hot sauce.
passiveness na meron din dito. Ay velocity and the heavy saturation down on their end dito sa mid area natin, which is actually a good position to take and behavior to have kasi that just means there will be easier rotations if ever na kailanganin, but they better be careful kasi someone's gonna be left here. From Oasis, their Killjoy is just gonna be holding the entry point dito sa B-site natin just in case no, na mabalak niyang mag-flank. But everyone's gonna be into
Rolling
A-site. Once again, Rolling Thunder not be connecting with anyone but the Paranoia will. So they better be careful. NDG, minapitas na, madadagdagan pa. Hot sauce, ayan na naman siya. He's just making all these impactful plays time and time again, pero papatahimikin siya ni Zeus bigla. 40 seconds of the clock there, yet
You
put
can
his spike
plant.
down here. Ay, nako, hindi siya hinayaan! Georgie taking 3 for himself! Everyone taking on to our overtime for both sides. Oh, Velocity Gaming is making the most out of this match.
From 2-10, naging 12-12 pa nga. OT in the horizon. And VLT, they're back into the game after 6 rounds straight. makakuha sila ng kahit ano pang entrada, makakuha sila ng kahit anong first bloods, okay lang. Hot Sauce always has it in the bag. Georgie also feeling yung init na dito sa matchup natin so far.
Grabe.
And I mean, Oasis Gaming, they could still try and ring this back in towards their reins. Pero VLT have done an astounding job of putting the pressure on them. Hindi sila makatapos. At ngayon na nasa OT sila, mukhang VLT has the momentum.
Yee! Oh my gosh, everything's getting good right now. Imagine that type of comeback and the dedication it requires, the tenacity that they have. Sabi nga ni Daydum kanina, it's just crazy to possess here for Velocity Gaming. All the while, they've been able to put the spike down here at B, and they'll be playing for Pause Plant, which is actually great because they've got the advantage in terms of the positioning. But the question is, will they be able to mow some people down, respectively mga controllers natin? Pero si Zeus na yung mawawala dito ng Oasis.
Oh my God.
Oh no.
Wala din silang flank dito all the way from Garage, so it's all gonna be coming down to mid where Second Love has potted up one again. 1-for-1. Yux sliding in! Will get themselves Second Love. He's blinded. He could not do anything. Marky and Slatham, they get the 2 picks. Tesseract still holding down the line.
What's happening?
Nahapangan ni MDG. 1v2. And all that he can do is try to stop this push.
Kaso,
diffuse pa! Hindi!
Dignified!
Will get 13! As VLT has secured the 1 round that they needed.
What is happening? For some reason, it feels like best of my the way how they've been able to adapt to each other's plays, how they've been able to catch up, how they've been able to like try and retaliate against each other's playstyles and strategies is so good from both ends. But
imagine
wow.
all that they needed to do was deny yung pag-defuse ng spike. They did not have a flank all the way towards Garage, so it was a big question mark for them. All that they needed to focus on was yung nasa harap nila.
tama. Focus sa goal.
Oh.
Iwan, ay hindi na, wag mo naman iwan yung pamilya, pero
Sobrang lapit ng defuse na yun.
Yeah.
And DT was that close to stick on the spike.
lapit na, no?
Na-realize ng sitwasyon itong si Tesseract, and siya pa nga yung is mga unang pumasok doon sa loob ng B pagkatapos ng
True.
i-half.
Wow.
The balls on this guy is amazing.
Anong boss?
Yeah, I mean, napaka-brave
okay.
kasi niya eh.
Inawin mo, boss.
Yeah.
Pero ang tindi ng nagiging adaptation nito ni Velocity. I really love how they've been able to get back, especially dito kay Yux, kasi regardless of nahihirapan siya makasecure ng picks, he makes the most out of the utilities na pwede niyang iblapag dito, which is, nabanggit na rin natin kanina, as much as they are duelists, they don't, hindi nalilimit nung responsibilities nila, yung pag-free ng space, pag-get ng kills. No, you've got
Nice
your
flash.
abilities, and you can use that, and now he's taking all the kills that he can onto this one, being supported by their initiator as well.
Medyo may
Tesseract.
misstep pa nga si Zeus. After ng flash, medyo na-cancel niya yung isa mga dash.
That's bad
niya
news
sa,
for Oasis, yeah.
Bit of a mispositioned play for this guy. That was after the flash. That would have been a really good play para mapatay na sa A-long position. Yux able to take advantage. VLT playing the passive position this time around. They can even have Georgie go to the CT position, let the traps play for themselves. Pero he just wants to take the fight. He just wants to take the defensive side. And he even used the cage and the smoke to his own advantage. Hindi pa nga sara yung mga cages. He has to be careful. Mukhang nasa spam pa nga siya. Second Love actually fights off tong si Hot Sauce.
Oh, the tripwire!
Nice fault line. Nice tripwire as well. Georgie has made his presence known. The 4 versus 3. The defense on the backside. And he could not get cleared. Nasa likod lang siya. At natapos pa nga ng ganto. VLT have completed the comeback from 10-2. Naging 14-12 pa nga.
That is crazy. And also, ang tindi, no? Visayas represent Velocity Gaming winning that match with a 14-12 against Oasis. And natuyo yung Oasis na meron ito si Oasis Gaming. Naging disyero to bigla because they've been fatigued all throughout. And I really love how they've been able to have to flip the switch the moment that the karoon ng magandang boost itong ibang mga member, especially kung paano kumukonekta yung mga ultimates tsaka utilities na meron sa Velocity Gaming regardless of the cosmic device na contest period binabato sa kanila, wala sa pakialam, and even yung Rolling Thunders, it's fine. They've got it in control because they've got each other's backs.
That's
and
true.
that is what matters the most in these types of 5v5 moments, or rather dito sa FPS games natin. But yeah, you can see maganda ang simula ni Oasis. It's just that they haven't been able to end it that well. And I love how Hot Sauce has been able to be online dun sa last few durations natin in that match. So, well played for Velocity.
Ang sabi ko lang, what an endurance match. I mean,
Yes,
Oasis Gaming, they
exactly.
were this close. Pero Velocity Gaming just made sure that they kept their mental in check so far sa buong laban natin. I mean, it started on them on the defensive side as well. And that's the surprising thing about this matchup kasi sa Haven map, ang dami mga sikot na pwede nung gamitin on the attacking side where you could play tempo as a team.
Yeah.
And you could also use that as a weapon as well. Velocity Gaming have shown how much they have proven their worth this time, even with a revamped roster. No more Yokam, no problem kasi nandito pa ang ating mga mainstays ng Velocity. We have Hot Sauce as the MVP. Pero let's give some props over to Oasis. Kasi syempre, despite a very,
NT,
very,
mga boss.
very big NT on their side, they had a pretty strong attacking side to begin with.
Tsaka, ang galing ni Marky mag-support.
Oo.
Grabe. Umabot ng 20 plus yung assist niya. Hindi lang kita dito. But, yeah, it just leaves a statement on how they've been able to improve themselves. It's just that, parang binibigyan naman ata ng tsansa itong mga Visayas people natin to show what they're made of. And, man, they're strong.
They're very strong, man.
Not gonna lie, they're so strong. And by the way, if we haven't been able to stress it enough, match MVP natin dito ay si Hot Sauce with an ACS of 238.
Wow.
Which is super nice.
Very
An omen
exacto.
pick as well, di
Yeah,
ba? No?
eh.
Wow.
One of the things that I like about Hot Sauce is how flexible he has been all throughout the years, right?
Yeah.
May time na naging coach siya, may time na naging duelist siya.
Oh,
Ngayon,
nga, no?
di ba?
Grabe. It's pretty similar sa pinagdadaanan ni Happy right now.
Kaya nga,
no?
eh, you know.
Naging player, naging coach.
Naging kahit ano ang gusto niya, di ba?
Yes.
And now, Hot Sauce, he has proven his worth. Literally at the top of the scoreboard, and every single time na nagkaroon ng time na kailangan niya mag-step up, ay nakapag-step up nga naman ng idolo nating si Hot Sauce. Well, mga kaibigan, that concludes ang Oasis Gaming versus VLT. They are up 1-0 dito sa ating Group B. But before we throw on into the break, we would like to thank our sponsor, ang PC Game Pass. Once you buy ang isa sa mga Predator laptops natin at one of the official Acer websites as well, you can enjoy 3 months access of the PC Game Pass para hindi lang laptop ang meron ka, you can have some free games as well.
Yeah, so if you're interested, yeah, sa ating QR code in the bottom left corner of the screen, scan nyo na yan at upgrade your gaming life and upgrade your rig right here, right now.
Age check nga tayo. Ano yung mas
Ano?
pipiliin mo? Ilalagay mo yung website or i-scan mo yung QR code?
Bakit pinapapili mo? Dapat yung manonood. Pero ako personally, just search for the website. Kasi
Okay.
unang-unang lalabas mo yun, Acer Predator, Emerald.
Tama.
Diba?
Tama.
So,
Okay.
grabe, pinang-isip mo pa ako dun.
Kasi ako itatype ko yun eh. Literally, mabilis lang mga kaibigan. 3 months for free sa ating PC Game Pass once you buy your own Predator laptop sa official Acer website natin. And I think hindi pa naman tapos ang araw. Kasi may dalawa tayong BO1s mga kaibigan. So huwag kayong aalis. Ako si Ramon, kasama ko si Mochi. Magbabalik ang Predator League.
The X38 is the latest high-octane curved display from Predator. This zero-frame behemoth has a 37.5-inch span and a 2300R curve in glorious 21:9, so that you can fill your peripheral vision with pure gameplay for all-out immersion. And with a very ergonomical stand, positioning this colossal display is quite easy, allowing you to tilt, pivot, swivel, and adjust the height as needed, so that comfort is maintained even through long gaming sessions. Naturally, you have all the latest ports needed, as well as two powerful 7-watt speakers should a headset not suffice. Though the X38 is ideal for hardcore enthusiasts and esports pros alike, what sets it apart, besides a crisp, ultra-wide QHD Plus resolution, is the Agile Splendor IPS panel it uses. This panel makes it possible to push the response time up to 0.3 milliseconds while maintaining a color gamut of DCI-P3 98% and Delta E less than 2, so that colors and details remain vivid. Add on the 175Hz refresh rate and you have a blisteringly fast monitor that keeps all the fast-paced action coming through nice and smooth with almost no ghosting, color bending, or torn frames. To make sure those frames look as pristine as possible, NVIDIA G-Sync keeps frame rate locked to the output of your GPU, while Display HDR 400 certification allows you to enjoy HDR content in or outside of gaming. So if you're looking to go all out, it's time to introduce the monumental X38 to your game setup. The X38 is the latest high-octane curved display from Predator. This zero-frame behemoth has a 37.5-inch span and a 2300R curve in glorious 21:9, so that you can feel your peripheral vision with pure gameplay for all-out immersion. And with a very ergonomical stand, positioning this colossal display is quite easy, allowing you to tilt, pivot, swivel, and adjust the height as needed, so that comfort is maintained even through long gaming sessions. Naturally, you have all the latest ports needed, as well as two powerful 7-watt speakers should a headset not suffice. Though the X38 is ideal for hardcore enthusiasts and esports pros alike, what sets it apart, besides a crisp, ultra-wide QHD Plus resolution, is the Agile Splendor IPS panel it uses. This panel makes it possible to push the response time up to 0.3 milliseconds while maintaining a color gamut of DCI-P3 98% and Delta E less than 2, so that colors and details remain vivid. Add on the 175Hz refresh rate and you have a blisteringly fast monitor that keeps all the fast-paced action coming through nice and smooth with almost no ghosting, color bending, or torn frames. To make sure those frames look as pristine as possible, NVIDIA G-Sync keeps frame rate locked to the output of your GPU, while Display HDR 400 certification allows you to enjoy HDR content in or outside of gaming. So if you're looking to go all out, it's time to introduce the monumental X38 to your game setup.
Welcome back, everyone. You're still watching the Philippine qualifier here of Predator League. Of course, my name's Zadum here with the one and only Ramon. This is the play-in stage, number 4. And we're knee-deep in it. We're at the 5th matchup of the day here, folks. At medyo, that last game, Chris, a little bit disappointing if you're an Oasis fan.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a good look for them. They did actually get a 10-2 first half. Kaya medyo may expectations tayo to actually close it out, especially with a very fiery group stage performance nga naman sa kanila. Pero, it doesn't mean na tapos na yung kanilang journey dito sa Predator League. Kasi it's only 0-1 sa kanilang group standings. There's still a chance for them to go further into the bracket because of the results. And kapag nag 1-1 ang lahat ng mga sa bracket ngayon, I mean, there's a possibility na baka it will come down to round differential. But so far, it will be that next game, ang Zol Esports versus Velocity Gaming. And it's been a long time since we've seen Zol Esports. Sila yung isa mga pinakauna na qualify all the way up to the NCR qualifiers. And, well, something that we can expect from Zol Esports is that they're not gonna change much except for their stability when it comes to their now revamped roster. Kasi hindi naman sila nagpalitan ng player, pero nagpalitan sila ng roles.
Oh, that's well, that's I would argue one of the strengths of Zol Esports.
Yeah.
No, one of the strengths as well of well, any team in this professional league. If you can switch around the roles ng mga players, it's always a good sign.
Yeah.
And you talk about that qualifier as well, right? Metro Manila, doon nag-qualify yung Zol Esports, and majority of our VCL teams doon based sa Metro Manila, no. So you could say Metro Manila, one of the hardest qualifiers to qualify, and Zol Esports, they did so without dropping a single game. So that's a phenomenal showing for them. And this time we're going into the land of Bind up against Velocity, Zol Esports. So it's a classic map dito. Now, do you think Velocity has enough fuel in the tank to take down Zol Esports in Bind, Chris?
Kasi the thing about what I want to say about that is they kind of came off of a really hard win, diba? So medyo may, you could say that baka meron pa silang konting fuel in the tank. Pero compared to a fresh Zol Esports who literally, the last time that they played the Predator League was 1 month ago. Like, literally refreshed, revamped, and they have been watching all the games all throughout. So, if they will play up with all that information, that is going to be a good thing to point out. But nevertheless, we're heading on into the Bind map. It is going to be the agent selection. 2766 back in the lineup. Hindi na si Patnen maglalaro. Mukhang on race duty ang isa sa mga coaches ng Zol. Remember, before he was even a coach, he was one of the main players, and I really like this guy when it comes to the fragging department. Talagang welcome back dito si Kuya 27.
And not to mention, both teams here have the deadlock, sort of becoming a trend dito sa ating Predator League, no? Particularly for the past couple of stages. And Clove in the hands of Georgie, something interesting as well, putting for Georgie back on the fragging department. And as well as the double controller para dito sa Velocity is an interesting take for Bind. I mean, typically when we see a double controller sa Bind, you see something like a Viper on top of an Astra, maybe a Viper Brimstone, but it is a Clove in the hands of Georgie, a man that we already know, to say the least. And he was, well, he's tried his hands at a couple of roles, one of those being the duelist.
Okay.
So I'm not surprised putting Georgie on that fragging department role. Put Miley on Rice, that's Digny, this time on the Sky. And I'm super excited to see this matchup of VLT versus Zol in Bind. And like you said, Zol, we haven't seen them in quite some time, but the last time we saw them, Chris, they look pretty darn good.
Damn sharp. And I'm expecting this Zol Esports roster to be somewhat the same lang din naman.
That's true.
I'm not even sure if this really is 27766. Kasi mali mo si Patman lang pala yan. Ayun yung pangalan niya na 2766 Smurf. Kasi coach lang din naman ni 2766. Malalaman natin kapag nag-time out tapos lumabas yung pangalan 2766. But anyways, going back. This lineup from Zol Esports is pretty much interesting then, to say the least. Double Sentinel, and they use it in a way to deny or punish anybody in a very wrong position. So we have a quad stack doon sa my short side. And he's looking pretty much a strong point for the side of Velocity Gaming. They have Georgie picking up the front line. Hindi nila nakita yun nasa ilalim ng hookah. That could be a point of contention. Mukhang nagtipi pa nga. And VLT, they want to play towards the push. Wow. Kakarot also gets locked out.
Interesting pathing coming through here from VLT. Finding a straggler. That's the heavy initiator here. Heavy info gather and heavy util point. But because of that TP play, Zol gonna be getting that A site for absolutely free. Look at the rotation from VLT though, galing sa showers. Yux forced off. Fair bit of utility invested. Georgie does go down. Yuk still looking for the trade. It's a 4v4 now. The retake starting to happen. Yuk's with a nasty couple of shots. And Zol struggling to hold down the fort here in A. Actually, one coming in from TP, one from U-Haul. Is not going to be able to hold down this spike.
Headhunter. This guy's gonna have to come up big. He pushes into Tesseract's crosshair. That was after the TP, so they had full info on where he's coming from. Even though all esports were coming from all sides, VLT just had the read. And Yux had the perfect adjustment doon sa pag-push niya from that shower's side. Napatay si Patman at saka si Alcocoy, who I'm trying to wrap my head around kung sino talaga yun. You know, at this point in the game. But nevertheless, Yuk with that impact frag, triple kill for him. Getting closer and closer towards his overdrive doesn't mean a lot when you give up. Again, yung pistol round dito on the side of VLT. That's 4 ultors for this guy. And a lot of momentum. At least the start of it doon sa VLT.
Yeah, I love it. VLT coming out, swinging. Putting all the ult orbs in the hands of that Neon. Grabe no, run round pa lang. More than halfway down through the overdrive now si Yux. Now holding on to the judge inside of U-Haul. Zol about to push towards.
Ooh! What is this?
What
a shot from downtown, and Yux fall into the ground. That is one heck of a way to start yung magiging eco round de la Sana. A judge picked up again from Je all the way towards U-Haul, and that's a very powerful position. That judge is going to sink to the hands of Je. He gets another, and El Cocoy also follows with a second on towards the 4 versus 2. VLT struggling to get a leg up, especially with their buy round. This is going to be pivotal if they lose this.
Rough. Tesserect goes down as well. What is this aim from Zol? Absolutely snappy. With Milo on Rice. Okay, quick work off that Marshall, but it's just not enough. Headhunter to shut him down. And Zol, there you go. Dinanay na nga yung buy round dito ng VLT. And just as quickly as they take that first round, they go down in the second. And it started with that nasty shot from Kokoy.
Yeah, literally. Kebzy actually finding impact just after those really pivotal headshots from the Sheriff in hand. And I believe this is going to be a very tough call if they decide to actually go for the eco round, which, by the way, VLT, remember, it was a full buy for them previously.
Yeah.
Slated for them Sana to win it off. Unfortunately, it was not enough for them. 1-1 score. Velocity Gaming deciding to go back to their pistol strat. Push on towards A short. But Zol Esports, they're aware of this.
Oh, 3-stack Georgie with a nice tap onto Headhunter. And Jay, well, he expects the push at least. No one walking up to just somewhat reserved position. Smurf. Push it up in showers. 2766 Smurf, that is. Oy, ginamit na nga yung deadlock ult doon. Walang nahuli, but here comes the push nonetheless. Georgie does go down. Not a lot of weaponry, but they're still making it hard here, VLT. 2 players down from Zol, and they have to back off here, Chris.
Yeah, they can't even force themselves outside of the showers push. VLT doing a really good job of negating the lower guns that they had because of the smokes put up by the controller, so that they could be forced on towards the peak itself. That's a 3 versus 4. And the reset coming in at 45 seconds. They have to make a move. They have to push on to the double sheriff position. Tesseract holding a really long angle. And if they go through Tesseract, they have to clear the close one, which is the Brimstone itself. But for 30 seconds, they have a lot of time to clear it off. But if they waste a lot of it, then it's going to be a very bad thing for them. Good thing that Sind is actually coming up with him. Kakarot peeks on with him as well. That's a second again for Zind as they open up that A-short extremity. They still got the split up, but they also have the TP right behind them. 12 seconds they have to run. They have to go for the objective right here, right now, and I believe they barely have enough time.
Kakarot, 5 HP left. Has to be careful. We'll get the spike down at least, but Jet about to get spotted. I think kinig yung footsteps niya doon dito. No, Jet coming in from B-Long. About to get caught off by the timing dito. Tesseract catches and pants down. 5 HP left still on Kakarot. Alcocoy got to find the kills. Doesn't hit the shots. And Yux take him down. Zol, his post plant falling apart. Kakarot the only one left standing. And the grab doesn't work. Digny goes down. Tesseract against Kakarot. There you go. The cleanup VLT. Pick up the Thrifty.
Exchanging lesson after lesson all throughout. Just exchanging blow for blow. Wrong timings after wrong timings. But in the end, the Sheriffs actually showing why they should be feared in the matchup. A Thrifty win from VLT. A very surprising one-tap from Georgie. And even though it was an impenetrable defense doon sa loob ng A side, on B was where all the dust settled because of the isolated picks. I mean, the overpush shot from Zin doon sa loob ng elbow side, leaving the only low guy na si Kakarot sa loob ng tube para makapaglabag against the two players alone. I mean, it's a tall task to handle, especially for Kakarot, who, again, was supposed to support the team, but he was left to die in the hands of VLT.
Yeah, and because of that, Zol very scattered by Headhunter, just a sheriff.
KFC.
He's about to take that fight. 22 HP left, and the switcheroo from Tesseract takes him down. El Kukoy able to find one at least, but gets dealt with immediately. Georgie, what?
Down B.
He turtles up, he keeps the same position, and he keeps holding
That's
left
crazy.
mouse button. 3 kills for Georgie. It is Jay all alone, 1v3, Sheriff in hand, 45 HP left for him. And with 3 bullets, 3 enemies to kill them off one by one. Gets another! Could have been a 3rd kill, but Hot Sauce stays composed, stays cool. Gets the 3rd round for VLT. Doesn't want to give away the gun just yet.
Nakakatakot yung aim ng mga players natin today dito, Chris. Everyone is looking sharp. This is why we're getting 2 thrifties already. Each and every one putting itself on the board. And look at this, Georgie as well.
That's why.
Hindi niya naman lang tinanggal. Kahit fully flash siya dito, just click left.
Spike
Took down the
B.
3rd. It looks so easy from his point of view.
Yeah. In that scenario, I would have panicked. I would have tried to see if I can take the nade out before I got peeked on, but he just knows that he's gonna hit the shot. I mean, Georgie has always been known to actually not be afraid to take fights head on.
Yeah.
And in the 3-1, VLT are gonna be happy to take all 3 ultimates. And I like it that they put the deadlock wall very early on, because then they have full info that they're still gonna try to take hookah. And an early smoke as well. Even though Georgie is one of the controllers for the team, they have a Brimstone, so it's okay for him to invest these smokes early on. Because they're like aggressive smokes. If they push through that, then it's always going to be a jet trap, one way or another.
Yeah. And you can see VLT advancing up against those smokes. Hookah in their control. Yokes go down. Neural Theft activated here for Zol. Spot out only 1 player here in A. That's Hot Sauce getting swarmed now by all these players. 81 HP remaining. About to play up against Headhunter, and Georgie takes down the Cypher. Here we go. Sky Smoke's about to be laid out as Zol yet to get the spike down. Already TPing away. 2766 Smurf takes them all down. And he's just gonna take the site all by themselves. What? A 4K for the Rays, and Zol take the round. 3-3 now, Chris.
I mean, Patman is allergic to objectives. This guy wants to fight. All 4 kills off the back of his backside defense, even if he's the attacking player.
I don't understand what's happening here, Chris.
I mean, literally taking picks left and right here. What more could you ask for?
More can you ask for, indeed.
1 enemy
Look at
remaining.
this. It's just
4 enemy remaining.
telegraphed almost. Tesseract. Well, trying to be a hero in his own regard, but able to do so. 3-2. VLT leading by just 1.
Oh, this lineup is going to be perfect. That's Bison all the way towards, I believe, the garden position. And that's why you don't see him on deadlock a lot. I was hyped up for it, because I've seen this time and time again work out in their favor. And then this time it doesn't work out. Patman, though, he has the ulti, showstopper in hand. Clears off every corner of the site. Then Georgie doesn't even get spotted. It was a blind shot through, but Jez even gonna take off 1 and 2.
Yeah.
Hookah already controlled. The B site already on lockdown. A 2 versus 4 that VLT are not even asking for.
Orbital Strike available as well. Yukes. Overdrive at the ready, but I don't think VLT are going to activate that unless you get an opening pick here first. Information being given away. Hearing a couple of shots.
Player standing.
What is that shot from Batman? What is that shot as well onto Hot Sauce's head? 3-3. And Zol, are they going to cut off any hope of a thrifty there? Because those were some nasty shots.
Literally during the slide too. I mean, in that regard, you gotta have like the most disciplined aim, the best crosshair placement, just to expect somebody, at least the Neon, to slide in. He was trying to cross himself towards the elbow position, and he wasn't even given a chance. I mean, that was a low buy round for the side of VLT. A 3-3. This game's looking like a banger.
Indeed. Bit of a slowdown here this time. VLT. Bit of a attack down in A. Seeker's going to be activated now into the orbital strike. Zol gets caught by the Molly. Ooh. Deadlock actually catches one from behind, but I think they'll be able to free him now. No, they won't. Georgie finds a couple. At least the push will be halted for now, but it's a trade of kills as Kukui finds Yux with that old hot sauce, so holds the line. And Batman again on a solo venture, a 1v2, gets the head of Tesseract. And it's against Digny, who will clutch it out. VLT get themselves ahead again.
I mean, they could have actually TP'd on all the way towards that B side, but he decides to fight, and I respect that. But in that regard, when you know that he's on the teleporter, that would have been a possibility for you. That's one way to actually use your duelist, right? I mean, he gets killed off, or at least gets caught because of the annihilation. You walk up, Georgie picks up 2, and even though he gets traded, it's a really good way to neutralize the numbers. But Patman, man, oh man, this was so close to him clutching up with 3 kills to his name, but in the end, it was not to be. 4-3 on the side of VLT. The defense looking on point so far. The back of the individualism right now.
If you can even call it a defense here, Chris, it's just all over the place. They're pushing left, right, and center. The pathing they take, they're just slithering all across the map here. Digny as well. Look at how advanced the position of Digny is. And Georgie, you could say the same thing for him. Shuts down Jet, gets the overheal, and gets out of there. I mean, what is this defense, Chris?
I mean, it's not even a defense anymore. As you said, this is their best defense is offense, as in my eyes would say. As looks like KevZ's already picked up his own, puts out the nade. And you also got Zind attempting an aggressive push. He got naded! Tesseract could not run away at all. Even though the wall's supporting him, Batman is able to get 2 as well. They're all picking picks, all on their own. They're separating everybody from VLT. Zol had a one-man mission for everybody.
I'm loving this. I'm loving this. Matt VLT looking fired up after taking down Oasis. And you were hyping them up here, Chris, going into stage 4. I remember you hyping this team up. I was on the AIM hype train. You were on the VLT hype train. But hey, I'm all for it here. Zol getting a run for their money. And it's just a pendulum of rounds here, one after one.
Yeah, swinging on the other direction this time. And you could argue that the momentum could be anywhere, but for the economy, I wouldn't say VLT have the leg up in this matchup right now. As Zol played the slow tempo this time around. They're expecting VLT to play the aggressive position because they have the overdrive now. Since the eco round, they will have it in the back of their minds that they might actually go for a push. The diligence from Zol, primed up to see if they can get the later rounds. They also got Kakarot. Seeking at least where the Neon could be coming from. They spot one, that could be a clue. Will he be alone? That is something that they have to watch out for.
4 people there. Flash does come out. Here comes the Neon you're talking about. Kakarot
Overdrive?
ready to receive, and 4 people, but the overdrive is just too much from Yux. There's more in the way, but Yux has got to weed them out. Meanwhile, Zol, Tucktail, run towards that A site, and it should be free, Chris.
I mean, it should be free for them. They still have the 4 versus 5 numbers advantage. Plant on down. And Jet has probably still a bit more time, but they can get the objective this time. Orbital Strike activated. They lock away Yux, isolating the Neon, and his overdrive has already been expired. 30 seconds. The cage also separating Yux, evening out the odds. G even getting himself another. That's when they planted down a nice nade all the way from downtown. Patman is like a basketball player getting 2 picks as well. And this guy's locking them away outside of showers, but Jez also the guardian of that flank, even spotting Georgie. The controller versus controller players are looking to fight back, but he dodges away from the tripwire. In all evens the numbers, it's all coming down to pieces. It's Georgie in a 1v2. Perfect nade from Zind as well to knock down a 5-4, but that was a close regard. The flanks on flanks as well as the showers push. I mean, Patman was doing so well, and then you also got Georgie coming up clutch with that kill.
The one thing you gotta remember here, Chris, that was an eco round. They only had ults that round to VLT. Well, it was a fairly expensive round nonetheless because they invested everything, the NDY, the overdrive. And I think the overdrive, the orbital strike was theirs to expand too, but
yeah,
weren't able to secure the round. Heroics from Patman again, putting a chicane right where they're standing, and Kakarot flash for a little bit of info, forcing off. Yux there off of U-Haul. Here comes the showstopper, and right in the middle of the fight, Hot Sauce goes down. Batman's not done, but Georgie says, yes, you are. Here comes the neural theft. And Zol finally take control of A site, Chris.
They have full control. They have info of where they're coming from as well. And Georgie left on a pickle over at that shower side. He's isolated from the fight, but nevertheless, the team is still here. And with this 3 versus 4, Zol can play for the long angles. They got a double U-Haul control. A really nice one-way, so they can peek onto the pocket position. Headhunter picks up 1 and 2. That's a triple for Kevzi as well. And because of the numbers advantage, VLT could do nothing but die. A 6-4, a strong attack from Zol Esports. They get half of the points from that first half, and now they get themselves a confident 6-round win.
All right, now we see an emerging trend here. Zol with a 3-round consecutive win, and this might be what nips this momentum from BLT. I mean, it's been super consistent, right? For Patman, for El Gokui, for Headhunter. these anonymous players hiding under different aliases, but we know who they are. And Zol leveraging their experience to maximum effect here. Please.
Please? Yes. It actually does.
There you go.
At least we know that it works. Even if it doesn't hit on to anybody, it's still space given to Patman. It's also the Trailblazer supporting Patman in his push. It is the low buy again for VLT. And they contest with the lower guns. Dignified does not actually do anything, as after the flash comes in, that's another kill for Patman. That's a double out for Zind. And Headhunter is actually doing a lot of work, but Yuk surprising him. Doesn't have the overdrive, does get the upgrade, but it is Zind with the triple. It's the 7 for Zol Esports, again dominating on the eco round of VLT. The conversions are looking crazy as ever.
Yeah, absolutely. 7-4. And it's looking pretty good here, Chris. Zol starting to run away with this half here. VLT's got to stop the bleeding, but this is a completely different beast, it feels like, compared to Oasis. Zol is just looking as good as the last time we saw them.
Yep. And very well, it could take this 5th round, but nevertheless, VLT could have the firepower matched up. An early smoke on D-Long, that's interesting, because they can put this down without that much purpose. A good trap just so that they could deny the ult out as well. The orbital strike already forced on towards that garden. They thought that they already dealt with that B-Long player. They want to give the space up as well. So Hookah in control of B-Long also dealt with, but Dignified, he has done his work. But Georgie also knocked down another as well for Kebzi. And Zol Esports, they're winning all the fights.
Yeah, a 4v2 now. Hot Sauce gonna have to come up massive, but here comes the deadlock. Oh, and Hot Sauce can't do nothing. Yuks in a lone, impossible task, it feels like. No overdrive, no help, and nowhere to turn to. El Kukoi will shut him down. Zind with the closure, and Zol with the 8th.
And Zol Esports, where we have expected them to be refreshed, while everybody's fighting for their spots, while everybody's trying to qualify, Zol Esports were at home, VOD reviewing, scrimming, preparing for this very moment to remind everybody that at one point they were the top 1 team in the Philippines.
They cooked, and they're cooking here, Chris. 8-4 in bind, no less. And Zol looking to continue on. The big question is, can they pick up this pistol? The last pistol round, VLT was able to secure. Will they be as explosive on the defense as VLT was?
Well, maybe the pedal to the metal could be the strat for them, as they do have majority of their players over at that decent extremity. Leave Georgie on an island, possibly to lurk into the shadows. It's interesting that they leave Dignified to play around, or actually I believe that was Kakarot, to play around that teleport position over at A. Usually he's even around B long, but because of the sky changes, I think he's going to be playing a bit more of a reserve role when it comes to those flashes.
Either way, it's somewhat of an aggressive angle you could play at here for Dignified at least. 4-player stacking. Oh, he's discovered by the Trailblazer. And Zol, they're not budging. So they're pretty confident in this B-side hold.
I mean, they played this same setup time and time again. They're already used to teams trying to test their tempo, try to test their patience. And even in Split 2, they've been known to have pretty impenetrable defenses, as Tesseract does actually get one over to Kakarot. He slides into the tripwire. That's not what you're looking for, Yuks. As Patman has dealt with another. Headhunter even tries to reconvene. A double for Hot Sauce. It wasn't even with the right click. It was with the long-range tap from the Classic. He has an opportunity, but Zind has knocked it down. A 1v1, and Georgie versus Zind is the battle for the ages. How will they find each other with the spike not planted and with 30 seconds on the clock? He will push on. He sees Georgie, and Georgie has no idea. Zind is going to have to wrap around this triple position, and Georgie will have to flick. Oh my god, it was so close for Georgie, but in the end, Zind had the perfect angle, and he saw where Georgie was coming from.
It was close, but nowhere near close enough here, Chris. Zind with the pickup, and Zol pick up the pistol here. Starting to pick up the pieces off that shaky first half. This second one looking absolutely great. 9 rounds on the board. And one away from double digits here, Chris. It's one way to shake up the confidence of VLT here, is make a 5-round lead.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, that's 5 rounds in a row for them. An eco round to contest with. The only sheriff buy for the VLT side is, I believe, on Georgie, and well, he gets a very surprising kill from Kakarot all the way with the Outlaw. As Dignified, he tries, but he pushes into the Outlaw again. Jet, long range taps, long range angle. It's the same story from A to the B site. And the 1v5 Tesseract, he hits a heater, but not onto Patman. Never expected the wraparound all the way from A short. 4-10 so far. Zol Esports, they're comfortable in their winning way.
Yeah. Certainly feels like so. With a 6-round lead, that is, well, VLT's got to go for the full-on buy this time. Zol, are they going to go for a force here? Patman, confident enough with a Guardian. And Jay, just a Bulldog. Marshall, I mean, just an Outlaw as well. I mean, it's just, it feels like the guns they have are enough here, Chris.
Yeah, it's not just enough, man. It's perfect for the situation they're in. They're forcing long-range angles. They contest B-long and both showers,
Exactly.
which literally are the longest angles here in this map.
Let's see, a bit of a slower approach here from Yokes coming down from showers. Kakarot, no long angle for him. I think he's got an Ares to play with, yeah.
And the Raze is actually giving himself a chance. I mean, Patman can actually have the biggest moment of his career here. Finds a timing, but could not trail up a little bit faster. He picks up the knife again. He sees Hot Sauce in his horizon. The trigger discipline is real. 1 tap, 2 tap! And Patman has possibly broken this round open, but Dignified. He reconvenes with Tesseract. A 1v2 Zind. He's still full HP. Vandal in hand. Could not hit the shot on Dignified. It looks like the young gun has his reflexes on point. A 5-10. VLT still in this.
Yeah, Digny saved that round from falling apart as VLT almost gets shined down by this lurk from Patman. Where we get the trade, and then Digny able to go for the save after Zind get discovered when the sky smokes dissipate. A 10-5 scoreline. Zol still leads, but VLT, they pick up their first round in the second half. Their first round in 8 rounds here, Chris?
Good
but
lord.
Round is a round is a round is a round is a round.
Yeah, exactly, right? I mean, it doesn't matter how sloppy it can get. At least you got yourself what you're looking for. Means to not find the end this time around, as VLT are happy to take this, even though it was as close as ever. Early wall up from Syndicate. And he even gets a lot of noise, a lot of damage done because of that long peak.
Yeah, Zind almost going down there, not calling upon a bit of healing from their teammates, which leaves only one player here in B site, vulnerable for an attack from VLT. There's a 4-stack in A now because of that rotation. And well, gotta come up massive with this defense here. Yux only has the Judge, has to weed out the Cypher. It's not gonna be an easy push, is it?
Yeah, and they don't even have like an agent to destroy one of the tripwires for them. You could say that the dog could do that, but I mean, Dignified is already on the other side of this B push, so he's gonna have to do this alone. He also has to deal with the nade, the annihilation. It doesn't actually connect. And actually, he goes on towards Sin, but who doesn't get the shot, the headshot all the way towards backside. And another for Zind. This guy is popping off on the defense and doesn't even need to peek every single time. This guy is popping off on the long-range angles. The defense for Zind. And everybody else on Zol Esports, the response time was just impenetrable.
What was that shot from Zind? I mean, he was trying to get the Neon who was canned up here. But the tap onto Tesseract,
remaining.
the other to Georgie as well. It's just impeccable here, the double sentinel. And you gotta remember, this is after Zin got tipped down to 1 HP, rotated down to A for a heal, came back to me to collect his kills. Zol looking like beasts in their own regard here, Chris.
Yeah, and it's not even just luck. It was just pure instinct for the guy. In the 5-11 scoreline, Zol Esports are proving why they're still the top dog, and now it's no different. Patman knocked out of the sky. Hot sauce. We'll trade that 1-for-1, but they can't get that upgrade as easy as that because the Vandals on the other side of that truck.
Molly comes out from Jet, trying to deny Yukes off that space, but Yukes already in U-Haul. Georgie there to supplement, but they don't have a lot of weaponry here, Chris. Only sheriffs to work with.
They don't have somebody watching the flank as well, so this is an opportunity for Jet to actually wrap around from showers, or they could just fight for them. A second out again from the Outlaw. 2 bullets, 2 kills. With Zol Esports controlling the long angle, this is proving to be almost impossible unless they hit the shots. Dignified was naded and blinded, killed off by both Sin and Jet to get match point for Zol Esports. This is the most convincing game so far for the play-ins.
Zol is looking unstoppable here. Arguably the best performance that we've seen ever since the day started here. A 12-5 scoreline. And I'm up there with you here, Chris. Really, really phenomenal showing here from the Manila qualifier winner. And they're 1 round away from the top seed of their respective group here. I gotta remember, this is a squad. This is a group of no slouches, man. They're just about to 2-0 them, unless VL2's got something to say about it. Yux leading the charge. Always been the hero of the play here. Always been a top fragger. Can Yux find the same groove, find the same rhythm, getting pinched from both directions, the nade, everything going up against them. Batman will be dealt with this time by Hot Sauce, but Zol, they got 4 more people to work around here. Georgie activates the NDY. Jet deals with him a second time around. As here comes the orbital strike, forces away the headhunter. Now it's all down to 1. Now it's all down to none. Hot Sauce go down. So does VLT. Zol with a 2-0 here at Play-ins.
The top dogs of the play-ins have proven their worth here in their first game of play in 1 month. So it's almost like we kind of expected this, but at the same time, a lot of teams haven't been watching Zol for a long time now. Possibly in scrims, possibly in some type of practice where Zol has been lurking around the shadows. We kind of also thought about the possibility of Zol actually watching their VODs, watching a lot of the scrims, or watching at least like the past matches from a lot of the teams here. And they definitely made their homework. I mean, a lot of the things that Velocity has tried to cook up, I mean, Zol Esports were 1 step ahead every single time.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see the fundamentals were at a level playing field there, right? And
Yeah.
you got pop-off moments from both sides here. But it just felt like the defense here from Zol was nigh impenetrable.
Yeah.
And VLT was able to do much about it when they went on that flip of sides. Let's take a deeper look with the highlights here of the game and see just how many shining moments there were. But I have a feeling that majority of these clips are going to be for Pac-Man.
I know, right? I mean, how many times has this guy put on a high right wheel, especially on the defense, right? Because in a lot of situations, this guy was the tip of the spear. And in a lot of those situations as well, it's not because somebody made a mistake, but this guy actually was instinctively finding picks left and right. The timing from that Guardian flank all the way towards A short, plus the defense on the B site by Zind. And a lot of these ways, they didn't really sweat that much, especially after VLT's performance from that Haven map kind of made them sweat a little bit, literally VLT had a pretty tiring game after this, so maybe I could give some benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, perhaps. But the fact of the matter is that was still the best performance we've seen so far, right? It was we reached 4-4, and then it just went downhill from there on out. I mean, it's just... And it's not actually Batman that's the MVP here,
Zin.
which is quite surprising, but I would have given it to anyone, to
That's
be
true.
completely honest here. Zol just looked absolutely on point here. A 13-5 scoreline with Zind. 25 kills to his name.
Yep. And that just means that Zol Esports definitely put up a show all throughout this matchup. But VLT, I mean, they won the previous game. They have shown a lot of their prowess when it comes to their individual skill. Those moments where Georgie actually had a few good timings, especially on that hookah play where he held off, made the most out of the nade being given to him by Zind. In a lot of those situations, it all came down to their instincts now, and thanks to those instincts, they kind of got themselves 5 rounds. But by the end of it, Zol Esports, every single time, they have adapted pretty well to what has been thrown to them. And it's all thanks to, as well, their initiations in the fights that they are given.
Yeah, and I love the way they approach this composition as well, right? Sky is one of the hardest initiators to work with to deal with this Cypher. But the way they pivot around the utility, the Cypher utility in particular, is just so creative that it just felt like it was non-existent here on the attack. So props to Zol. They're looking good as ever. Let's take a look at who the MVP is. So, spoiler alert, we already saw them last screen. It's, of course, Zind on the deadlock. 25-8. And I'm loving this trend of deadlocks here, Chris.
Yeah.
Everyone becoming aggressive, and then you got MVPs like this.
I think I'm only seeing it from Zind. Literally from Zind, who has been innovating. Who is usually the duelist for the team. But again, everybody has swapped the roles around, and he decides, oh, you know what? Nobody's playing the aggressive deadlock. Nobody's playing this as a way to punish like very bad mistakes in terms of positioning. So he's going to be the one to take that mantle, and he has pioneered this type of playstyle. So a very exciting start for Zol Esports in the regard. Very late into the day as well, as we have one more game coming up to you guys on your screen. But before that, we would like to thank our sponsor, the PC Game Pass. You can get up to 100 plus AAA games played just because you have bought yourself an Acer Predator laptop. All you have to do is buy one at the official Acer website right here in this link to get a 3 months pass over from the PC Game Pass.
Yes, exactly, guys. If you're looking to game, if you're looking for a new laptop, and if you're looking for games, Predator's got you. All you got to do is get a Predator gaming laptop, and the 3 months access to PC Game Pass is on Predator.
Yep.
You can check out the website down below or scan the QR code right down there to the left of the screen. And that's the website, store.acer.com/n-ph. That's the QR code if you're fancying a bit of a more high-tech approach. But thank you so much. Thank you so much again to the PC Game Pass. That concludes our 5th match of the day here, guys. When we return, it's going to be Oasis up against Zol. Let's see if Oasis have got their stuff back together or if Zol is just continue on their streak after this.
The X38 is the latest high-octane curved display from Predator. This zero-frame behemoth has a 37.5-inch span and a 2300R curve in glorious 21:9, so that you can fill your peripheral vision with pure gameplay for all-out immersion. And with a very ergonomical stand, positioning this colossal display is quite easy, allowing you to tilt, pivot, swivel, and adjust the height as needed, so that comfort is maintained even through long gaming sessions. Naturally, you have all the latest ports needed, as well as two powerful 7-watt speakers should a headset not suffice. Though the X38 is ideal for hardcore enthusiasts and esports pros alike, what sets it apart, besides a crisp, ultra-wide QHD Plus resolution, is the Agile Splendor IPS panel it uses. This panel makes it possible to push the response time up to 0.3 milliseconds, while maintaining a color gamut of DCI-P3 98% and Delta E less than 2, so that colors and details remain vivid. Add on the 175Hz refresh rate and you have a blisteringly fast monitor that keeps all the fast-paced action coming through nice and smooth with almost no ghosting, color bending, or torn frames. To make sure those frames look as pristine as possible, NVIDIA G-Sync keeps frame rate locked to the output of your GPU, while Display HDR 400 certification allows you to enjoy HDR content in or outside of gaming. So if you're looking to go all out, it's time to introduce the monumental X38 to your game setup.
Welcome back everyone, this is still the Predator League Philippine Qualifier Stage 4. Ako nga pala si Daydom kasama nag-iisa na si Mochi para sa ating final game of the day, Mochi. And what a performance dun sa huling game, no? Tingin mo, magagawa din ng Zol yun sa Oasis ngayon?
All I know is this is bound to be quite of a close match if possible. If makakapag-reset naman, although nagkaroon naman ng isang buong 30 minutes or so. Itong si Oasis, especially after that slump that they suffered upon sa Velocity Gaming.
Yeah.
Although this time around, seems like Zol is gonna be up on the notch, considering that they've been able to win our last match, which is not gonna lie, quite of a strong match on their end. So, ngayon ang laban natin ngayon ay Oasis and Zol. Ay, meron ka mang bias dito.
You know what? It's pretty hard. It's pretty
Yeah,
hard.
it's so difficult to predict.
To root for either of these teams, right? Kasi both of these teams, kahit sabihin natin na yung Oasis bagong roster, yung Zol, well, they've been at the top of their game. Lahat sila matagal na nasa scene, no? So it's really hard to pick one to root for. But I'm not gonna put a bias. I'm gonna put a prediction. I feel like with their form currently, I feel like Oasis just haven't figured out the intricacies of how they work together yet, especially in terms of closing out games. I mean, we saw them earlier struggling so much after picking up such a huge advantage. Meanwhile, Zol, parang walang pipigil sa kanila ngayon dito no? I mean, granted, we only saw one game so far from Zol, but that one game, it was up against Velocity and it was really impressive.
That's so true. I also would like to agree with what you said. I feel like it's gonna be in favor for Zol as well, especially in terms of how they've been able to capitalize on the double Sentinel setup that they had earlier in Bind. And I believe our map this time is going to be interesting as well, and we'll be finding about that more later on. Although, sino ba yung mga nakita mong worthy of recognition from Zol earlier?
Well, we gotta highlight that performance from Patman, right? I mean, this time taking themselves back into that duelist role, something that we haven't seen a lot of these days, and it's a refreshing performance from them, no? I mean, Zol, I think the whole team performed really, really well in that Bind map. They were just on a different level. VLT tried to catch them by surprise from that level 1, no? I mean, nagpaikot-ikot sila around the map on that defense. But Zol, unfazed. I mean, I love it. I love whoever the IGL is for Zol. Whoever is the acting IGL for them. Kasi madaming pwede mag-IGL sa kanila, no? It looked really, really good. I mean, whoever the IGL is takes my pride.
Yeah, I believe it's Kakarot. So, parang meron pa tayong coach dito, si Kakarot, si Kakarot. Ito si Kakarot naman nga talaga. And nakita din naman natin kung gaano kadindirin at garami yung assist niya kanina. So, I feel like it's safe to assume that we are gonna be having that this time around. And by the way, ladies and gentlemen, and everything in between, ito ang ating agent lineup on this one, dahil meron tayo double initiators from both sides, but the question is, which one is better?
Whoa, wait, Oasis. An interesting composition dito, no? You're gonna go for the Sky again. This time in the hands of Marky. Meanwhile, si Patman naman, the guy I highlighted earlier, will be taking on the helm of the Omen. And this is a particularly interesting composition from Zol, considering that we're going to Abyss. This is looking like an Icebox or Breeze comp, but we're playing in Abyss here.
Guys, Abyss yung mapa. Hindi natin masyado nakikita to. Pero pagka nagkaroon ng Abyss na mapa, laging merong bagong putahing hinahain sa harapan natin. At lalong-lalo na mga gahapunan na, hopefully guys, nakakain na rin kayo. At ine-enjoy nyo ng maigi itong ating play-ins for Predator League 2025 dahil, nako, sino man manalo dito, advance forward seed natin. Pretty similar to what we have kanina sa ating Group A. And while we were onto it, we are gonna be heading into the land of Abyss.
Ito na nga, Mochi. Last game of the day, Zol. Can they clean it up with a 2-0 or can Oasis come back with a 1-1? And medyo mahirap medyo mahirap yung mental gymnastics na gagawin dito ng Oasis coming from such a devastating loss. I mean, it was a close game still, but they were so close to it. I think ito yung type of game na pinakamahirap mag-recover from, and I think that's the biggest challenge for Oasis, is to come back from that last series mentally.
Man. It's so difficult to put a finger into whoever is gonna be excelling on this one, not gonna lie. And I just really hope that there's gonna be some of a good thing that's gonna happen here for Oasis, because not gonna lie, from what we have seen from their past matches, it seems like they're quite reliant on Zeus. If he is gonna pop off, I mean, he is actually popping off from time and time again, but I feel like that is not necessarily sustainable, to say the least, especially if it's gonna be battle of in terms of consistency.
Yeah, here we go. Kakarot with an early knife. Nakaka-detect ng dalawang player ton. So we'll be staying on to that A backside for now. It's a pretty slow default para dito sa Oasis. And NDG pressing up a little bit deep here. Muntik na niyang makikita niya dito si El Kukoy. Gets that tap immediately. And NDG starts things off with a bang.
My, if ever man na magkaroon ng maraming kalamangan ng Oasis dito, I just hope that they will be able to end it quick, because earlier on, Velocity didn't give them the match. And grabe yung comeback nila doon. So, hopefully, they've been able to offer a really good reset. And with a really good early kill and pick off here from Oasis, seems like they're gonna start this off pretty well, with some people already heading towards B.
Yeah. Actually, 1 HP left for the Sova dito ng Zol, no? And Zeus. Talk about the young gun, the head of the spear para dito sa Oasis. Will be leading the charge up against Batman dito, who will hold on to the site for now. J
30
on
seconds
the back
left.
of that swing as well,
Spike
shuts
down,
down
B.
Sladom. And a spike in the middle of the site dito. 3v3 Oasis taking a step back. Pero they do have control of the spike. Pero malapit sa Batman dito eh. Can pick off Marky if mag-peek siya ngayon. Playing up against the Astra Smoke. Plant does come through from NDG. Marky providing that assistance, Mochi, with a post-plant in the works dito.
Batman on the Omen. Getting caught off guard here by Second Love. Hindi niya alam katabi niya na pala. Second Love popping up with a 4K. What a way to start this match.
Yeah, Oasis on the board. Second Love with a massive round of 4K to start things off in Abyss dito. And it started to fall apart here when NDG found Zin dun. Very aggressive
30
angle from
seconds
NDG that Zin wasn't expecting. Here comes Second Love as well to close things off really nicely para sa Oasis. So 1-0 Oasis. Well, it's a pretty good start for them, but I did not expect how slow the approach was para sa nila, no?
Yeah, actually. What's important is it worked out.
Yes.
And it worked well in their favor, even after Zeus being eliminated early on dun sa round na yon. Pero with NDG, with a Bulldog not really connecting any of those shots. Something like one after the ADS. Never mind, but was dito si Zend. So, if ever that they will force the push onto here, which is hopefully not, because that's not gonna end well for them, but they've got eyes for sure at that corner, while Kakarot will be able to get 1 Second Love onto the trade. And such of a passive behavior here from Oasis.
Yeah, and it's kind of pulling upon the impatience dito ng Zol, no? I mean, you could see Zol getting so aggressive, and you could see them moving around the map. Some would say unnecessarily so. Because NDG has to check the corner. Nandun si Patman, classic in hand. Uy! Muntik na makakuha ng kill doon si Patman, but NDG deals with the Omen. Ngayon, push sila dito sa B-side much.
On the bright side, they already got a -1. So Oasis, which is something that they want. The more the damage, the merrier. But
30
I
seconds
feel
left.
like they gotta get another one. And Kakarot would do so. A 2v3.
One
And
enemy
however,
remaining.
no guns on the side of Zol as of the moment. And instead, they're just being pinned down one by one. Headhunter all alone. Zeus will be trying to take him out, but unfortunately, it's not the case. It's quite the opposite, if I may say.
Nakuha ba ni Zin yung upgrade dito? Cam comes out. Yes, nakuha niya yung
He did.
Vandal. And DG about to pick out. And we'll get the headshot onto Zin. There you go. Denies the clutch from Zin. And that's the round for Oasis dito. 2-0. And I like it. I like how aggressive Zol is becoming in this defensive half. Though. I'm just a little bit surprised how indecisive they are, considering how
30 seconds left.
well composed they were in that last game. And I think that's attributed to the map. Abyss is not an easy map to execute.
That's true. Especially if you're quite indecisive towards choosing in between taking mid control or holding down the side. Yeah, it's really difficult, especially if you're onto the attacking side, or you know what, both sides, if I may say. But current setup, a couple of people here at A. For Zol, which is actually nice. Although, as much as possible, syempre, iiwasan ng Oasis yan if they could. And if they can get a pick-off as well. Pero right now, they're pretty slow in terms of doing their executes, which is actually nice because this just means that they would be more sure of their stances and what they're trying to do.
Batman receiving a lot of info here. Dog. Recon Dart comes out. Tinamami niya agad dito si Zin. Gets the headshot onto Zeus. Flash on out. Zin goes down. Marky gets flashed by the Paranoia. Batman with the big peek gets a kill. But NDG goes in for the trade. 2v3. Oasis at a man deficit pero wala silang control. No spike dito. Mochi coming in from main. Kakarot finds second love. And Jet hindi niya naabutan doon si NDG. Scanned and taken down. Kakarot on the board. And Zol as well. 1-2 para sa Zol.
And at least they managed to convert their Baron, which is something that matters the most. And maganda rin yung pick up doon ni Zen. Then he has been able to give tons of information para sa mga kasama niya in order to like get an edge on this one. Although, kahit na inalay siya, it's still worth it. Couple of ultimates already active here sa kamay ni NDG, and as well as Second Love, respectively the Neural Theft and the Cosmic Divide.
Yeah. 1-2 dito. Remember, it's the equalizer round in terms of weaponry dito sa dalawang teams na to. And Marky about to lead the charge sa may B site, Much.
Nako. Nasilip. Nakita. Si Zed madedetect pa ata. Uy, safe siya! Zeus daw mukhang makakapitas na. Although, Zen...
Uy!
Shots not connecting, but Zeus makakabawi naman siya. 3K on the bag here with a couple of members low here on the side of Zol, which is quite scary, if I may say, because they're moving a bit slow here and they're being anticipated by NDG na magda-drop dito just in case, but they're taking the safer route as much as possible.
Yeah.
Dito kay Headhunter.
Bleakest row approach mula dito sa Oasis on this post plant. Zeus gets caught pants down. Kakarot with a cheeky angle, but that's the round para sa Oasis, no? Zol just looking for the exit frags at this point to minimize those economic advantage. Kakarot will be going down, so that's one gun out for the count para sa Zol. But Oasis, I really like their execute done, no? Over the past of the last 3 rounds, they've been conditioning the speed of this game being slow. Zol, they caught on to that speed, and once they did, Oasis speed things up, and Zeus just popped off. Dun sa B site, no, open it up real quickly, and by that time, Zol was just forced to go for a save with 2 players left standing. No, really nicely done para sa Oasis, and I like it. It feels to me much na nakapag-mental reset na talaga sila dito.
Hopefully. It's pretty early to say because I feel like the skirmishes happen once na they're already heading on to the second half, which is something that they struggle a bit. Of course, consistency is not an easy thing to have. Although, I just hope that they can actually do that this time.
Zeus
really aggressive, making his way all the way onto the backside. Drone is gonna be detecting this guy, and he's gonna try and see if the Blazer will actually connect, and it will, while the rest of the people here will be making them fall down one by one. Backside natin became a cemetery.
Yeah.
Immediately as NDG secures the 3 kills on their end. And before we even know it, absolute lead here from Oasis.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of weaponry in the way of Zol anyway, but the push from Zeus and NDG was really what ended that round there. Taking control of that backside, absolutely essential. NDG, the support system dito ni Zeus. No? I love the play as well from Zeus. Playing away from the map, jumping off the map, and using that jet passive to stay afloat as long as possible. But Oasis on the board again, 4-1. And this time si Zin, naka-operator.
You are
Ang
divided.
tanong ay kung makikita siya ng Trailblazer natin.
Uy!
Okay! Shots of the reconnecting though. Unfortunately, Cosmic Divide already activated here from NDG as well. Although, I feel like this is gonna be pretty difficult for Zin to secure a good angle, considering that there is gonna be something hindering that. But they have all the time in the world to actually plan on what their next execute is gonna be about. Zeus in a really interesting position here. While the rest of the people from Oasis is gonna be there you go. Headhunter will be taking him out. Wow. This seems like he's expected that he's gonna be there at B site. 45 seconds in the clock without their entry.
Oh, ang ganda ng basa doon, no? Ng Zol.
Yeah.
Able to weed out Zeus, pero now they have to decide, are they gonna go this A side or this mid push? Marky, ginamit na yung Seekers, but nahanap ni Zin. Si NTG dito much.
Okay. Some presence being detected here in mid. Okay! Kamunti ka na si idolo mo, pero buhay pa rin naman. Mark will be taking down Jed, though. People, they're closing up on him. May nahulog pa na isa! Slatom taking Zed down, but what just happened at that interaction?
Nahulog.
Slatom, a 1v3
10
spike is
seconds left.
on you, although I feel like someone's just waiting for you to pass through his crosshair. He's gonna
Spike
make
planted.
it. He's gonna put the spike down. He's gonna be successful in doing so, although Patman is gonna be right behind him.
Yeah, there you go. Finally a round here para sa Zol. And the key there was to weed out Zeus, no? I mean, they were able to read, they were able to be careful, cover their bases there, Zol, which is why they got the base covered of that B site. Taking care of that Jet made sure B site was never out of control para dito sa Zol. And it was everything too, kasi may neural theft. Si KFZ doon, no? Nahulog pa nga sa second lap off the map, but the round has already gone in the way of Zol either way. No? I feel like kahit di mahulog doon yung Cypher, they wouldn't be able to
Ang sad lang.
keep control of the map either way. But yeah, 4-2 in favor of Oasis. And it is a slow burn para sa kanila. No?
Naalala ko tuloy yung mga rank natin, tapos laging nahuhulog si Job pag naka-jet. Shoutout sa'yo, Job.
AFIT Noctis.
Ang funny nun eh. Pero ano yun yung mga moments na tatawanan mo na lang eh. It's fine.
Tactical yun. Tactical.
Yeah, it's tactical. Some sort of way. Okay. I guess. But they're gonna try to inhibit mid-control on this one. Sana. Pero force na umatras itong si Zindo pansamantala.
May operator pa rin siya dito. No? So Zin gonna hold on to that mid area for as long as possible, but it's second love to find Jet dito. No? Now the question becomes, where does Oasis pivot? Yung B-side, nandun yung spike nila, pero there's one lurk. Uy.
Side by side.
Uy.
Pupush siya. Nakita. Oh! Slatom's gonna take that one.
Unantap pa nga ni Slatom.
Grabe.
And Batman will go down, pero andito na naman si KFZ, no, holding onto the side.
Oh, Zeus. Oh, hamuntikan ka na, but he is gonna be well aware where Headhunter is gonna be, and he's gonna be hunted. In the contrary, just two more people here from Zol. I wonder how would they actually make this work out on their end. Playstorm already activated from Zin as well. Yun nga, he's gonna be taken aback. Someone from the back lines, Kakarot will be falling down. Jet, the operator. Save mo na lang ata yan, boss.
Oo nga eh. And
Nakita.
Uy! Uy! Oh! Sladom.
No!
There you go. Shuts down Zin doon. Gets the 3K and Oasis. A flawless on the board dito, no? You know, I'm surprised how good Oasis look in Abyss, no? It really goes to show you how big of a difference these maps can make. Timeout. Finally, does get called para dito sa Zol. Off the back of a couple of operator pickups, no? Yung eco kasi nila is gonna be absolutely shattered. Wala pa nga silang Blade Storm, so it's rough sailing. A bit of an off timing, in my opinion, as well. They could have put the timeout in the round after this, but I think at this point, any momentum stopper they could use, they will. Especially with how much space Zeus is creating. No? I mean, granted, walang masyadong kills dito si Zeus, but I dare say he creates a lot of space for Oasis.
Yeah, as long as he goes in and secures the responsibility, that's what matters the most. But rest of the people are just gonna try to stop that. Yung kinakarga na horsepower from Oasis. Ano yun?
Horsepower.
Iba na horsepower yan eh.
Iba ba?
Girl, ano ka kabayo?
Ano ba sa Tagalog ang horse?
Horsepower, hindi
Ay.
horse on its own. Okay. Nasa mid tong isaw. Okay ka lang, free.
5 to 2.
Ito ba yung
Napakalakas.
epekto ng 6 matches sunod-sunod?
Ewan ko, boss. Pero ito na tayo. Oasis. Ang lakas nila ngayon. Taas ng horsepower nila.
Stop! No! May aso. Nakuha ni Zeus
Ayun na nga.
pareho. Kala mo pa man din may kalamangan sila doon mukha namang wala.
10,000 IQ horsepower plays yun. Mula kay Zeus. Sa 2 kills. Para dito.
Stop.
Sa Oasis.
No!
And just off of that, Mochi, no, kaya nila mag-rotate and overwhelm any site. I mean, granted, eco to ng Zol, but that early pickoff from Zeus is really good.
Yeah. Tatawa rin tayo dun no? Yun, sige, ginusto mo yan. Although, heavy presence here at A site, they're gonna make their way in here as collected and fast and as catering as much space as possible. Spikes being commenced here at A site with just 3 more people remaining here from Zol. I wonder what is going to be the setup idea for them because before they even offer a retake here na kulang-kulang sila mababawasan pa sila lalo with just 1 for each area where they can come from. Zen is even low in second love, would be taking him out. A flawless round here in favor for Oasis, and they are indeed off to a good start. I just hope that they can hold out until the end.
6-2, I mean, no matter what, at least equal na yung score na makuha nila, no? Could be extended further should they at least win this next, 4 rounds, at least one of those next 4 rounds, but parang hirap mag-adjust dito yung Zol, no? I mean, they haven't been able to pinpoint exactly what strat they're gonna pull off. I mean, they put a little bit of aggression sa may A main kanina, no? But even on the eco, medyo reserved pa rin yung aggression nila, no? I think Zol are putting too much respect for Oasis at this point in time. I think they should just go all in on the aggress like they did earlier on. But for now, they're playing the operator in A. And mukhang may makikita dito si Zind at si Kakarot.
They're playing for pickups here for Oasis, and hopefully that actually works out in their favor, although someone is going to be detected at B site, and it's going to be their controller initiator, so what do they expect? They might be expecting the rest of the people is going to be at A, because that's how you can pinpoint their location somehow. But drone out. Hopefully they can detect someone here. Yes, they will be aware of it. Oh, the operator's not gonna be seeing anything. And regardless, if he'll be able to get out, he's gonna be falling down. But 2 people already gonna be secured here by Oasis. And
Post plant.
yeah, this is gonna be a good +1 situation for them, if I may say. Although someone's gonna be gunned down as well.
Yeah, Batman, nalaglag dito, no? 2v5, Zol. Kaya ba nilang makarecover? Kakarot Headhunter. It's the IGL. Kaya ba nila much?
I'm not quite sure, to be honest, because there's 2 of them. Crossfire situation. Never mind, Marky's gonna be able to sweep them off.
Yeah. Oasis picked their 7th, only losing 1 player in the process, but Zol, yung operator na naman nila na-punish dito, no, Monch? And it seems like Zin can't catch a break with these operator pickups, no? Just get flushed by a ton of utility in either side they're holding on. And ang ganda lagi ng execute dito ng Oasis, no? Zeus always finding the opening pick and then denying those kills from Zin has been pivotal for Oasis. 5-round lead para sa kanila, no? And there's a looming possibility na hindi ko matanggal sa isip ko dito. We could see a 3-way tie sa ating leaderboard.
That's so true. I mean, not gonna lie, at this rate that these operator plays from Zen is not entirely working out, they should actually just quit it overall.
Yeah, I think so.
I feel like they would be able to get more out of just holding the Vandals and keeping themselves part of the squad in terms of their executions rather than having a -1 and destroying their economy entirely. But they've been able to take in the objective here for Oasis. Seeker's gonna be out and thrown here by Marky. Some people gonna be detected. Indeed, Hunter's Fury not actually connecting onto certain people, but some people is gonna be quite low in terms of HP at 3v3. As of the moment, Zeus is just trying to see if there are any more people worth gonna be killed, but Just one more person. And I feel like they're all aware where this guy is out. A wall bang from Marky. And a strong lead of 6.
Yeah. Very convincing para sa Oasis dito, no? And I think the most important part of that post plant was that position from Zeus. Because Zeus was in the center of the site. Nagtatago lang siya sa loob ng smoke eh, no? Hindi siya nahanap dito ng Zol. And Zeus just able to find a couple of kills that was really important. Even though there was a huge flank from Zol, because Zeus held that middle site, hindi talaga nakapasok eh, yung Zol. And then the final recon to shut down Jet doon sa final encounter, no? Zol, 2 more chances to take this into a 4-round deficit for them. And it seems like this time, tama ka, Mochi, hindi na sila mag-op.
Yeah. And then, you know what? I really like how Second Love is doing the most out of the Cypher pick that he has right now. Because earlier, being on the Sentinel, I feel like he hasn't been able to show his true colors yet. And right now, look, he's taking off early pickups and really meaningful trades for Oasis, which is something that we would want. And hindi na lang si Zeus yung nag-execute on this one, which is really nice. Though, there's gonna be a -1 here for Zol, which is, of course, bad news.
Yeah. Ang galing din mag-bait out ng util dito ng Oasis, no? They put a little bit of attention in mid, so they immediately capitalize by baiting out one peak and that owl drone. So now they have superior util papunta dito sa A site much.
Yeah, and there's tons of them well prepared just in case that they offer A site indeed, but I just wonder if they can try
30 seconds
to
left.
take someone just like what we're seeing here, which is a good trade before we even head into post plan. Although Batman is gonna be seen here by Slatom, and alongside that, Zeus will be taking out Zed as well. Jet all alone against 2, and he's gonna be out as well. Headhunter.
KFZ.
Okay, left alone. How would you address this one? Quite unsure. Okay. Nagkakakitaan, nagpaparamdam. At bigla na lang siyang papatayin bigla.
Grabe yung shot na yun. Wala dito kay NDG, 9-2. And I feel like Zol are really struggling to get up to gripes with not only the map but the roles as well. I mean, I highlighted yung performance department in that map earlier. It seems like this time on the Omen, he can't really find as much impact, not in the kills. And because of how slow Oasis are approaching this map, again, Zol just left wondering, left indecisive of what they're gonna do each and every round. That Oasis are playing them like a fiddle at this point. 9-2, and Oasis have a chance to even extend to an 8-round lead dito, Mon.
And they're gonna be detected earlier.
Okay, that's good.
Which is good here for Zol. But the question is what they can do about this information. Because even though that the knives that's being thrown here by Kakarot is always on point, it's a bit too early. And after that, there's already series of rotations coming in here from Oasis, regardless if it's gonna be a commitment or not. But someone's gonna be mowed down here. Batman will be quite clueless of the whereabouts of Zeus, and they will be forced to rotate, heading towards B site, and they'll be stopped on their tracks. And you know what? Let's evaluate this one because it seems like they're gonna be heading on to B this time.
The mid-round dito ng Oasis, really good decision to go to this B site. Walang tao, but there is the neural, or rather the util of the Cypher there. Plan's still gonna be pushed on through, Mochi, and it's gonna be a post-plant 4v5.
A 4v5 actually doable for Zol as well, just in case that they will be able to even out the numbers. I feel like Zeus is not gonna let them do so because there's gonna be series of kills. Zeus popping up again, a 4K and possibly an ace. Although Zind left alone, securing one, Blaze Storm out.
Zeus.
Quite unsure where this is gonna be landing. The daggers are connecting, but until when? Because he's gonna be shut down by Zeus as well. An ace for this prodigy.
10-2 Oasis with a knife's edge performance off the back of Zeus's ace. This is looking sharp from Oasis. They're duelists, they're young duelists, as you mentioned, coming up huge once again. I mean, take a look at this, man.
Wow.
Absolutely stellar. I mean, Zin tried to take the spotlight, pero 30 HP na lang kasi siya eh. Not nearly enough for Zeus. making it easy for the young gun to shut it all down. 10-2 Oasis. I mean, I think Chris is watching in the background. Chris, I think we have a new best performance of the day.
Yeah, that's so true, no? Although, I just really hope that now that the sides have been swapped, these are like the moments where Oasis is, what do you call this? Parang nawawalan sila ng karga? In some sort of way?
Tingnan natin, maybe.
Hopefully, they will be consistent.
Hopefully. I mean, this is the best lead that they've garnered all throughout the day so far. And on the defense, well, at least it feels like they got the read right. One flank coming through much.
Oh, headhunter daw. Oh, saktong-sakto sa ulo ni Zeus. Ang mga balad galing sa Ghost. And someone's gonna be in the smokes as well. MDG nasa likuran mo. And Zin will be able to take him out. The trade for trade, but still the advantage on the side of Zol once again. And the first round of the pistol on the second half will be taken by them.
Parang may kilasters cross ka dito, Mochi. Yeah.
I mean, I'm just putting out reminders here. So,
I mean, it's just a pistol, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
the
just
pistol
a
kasi
pistol.
anything could happen. Zin catching a timing onto NDG there and then shutting down the flank there with a massive hold mula kay Headhunter dito. But
yeah.
Zol, well, they
Wait,
gotta...
saan to? Yung naka-drone cam, saan to?
Sa
Hindi ko
Abyss.
alam kung I mean, like, saang part ng Abyss? Like, wait, parang hindi ko pa nakikita yun, but yeah, that's so cool. Oh,
Uy.
Zeus.
Uy.
Zeus, kinakabahan ako sa'yo, Zeus.
Uy.
Zeus, kalmahan mo, itong batang to. Pero, couple of people here are just gonna hold here in the mid area, although there's gonna be 4 of them, mind you, so we better be careful about that. The rest of the people are gonna be heading towards A site.
Plans.
Yeah.
Nakakarat dito, no? A bit of a lull time as Zol trying to gear up positions, but Oasis, I like their approach dito, man.
Pick up? Pick up? Question mark. Tons of them coming from the backside. Jetto. Oh, they're just mowing them down. And it's all up to NDG and eventually not anymore because Jet would be quick enough to act. A 4-10. Oh no.
Wait lang.
Okay.
Chill lang tayo. 4 to
Okay,
10,
okay,
6 round
chilling.
lead pa rin doon, no? Kahit
But this
sa-
is good for Zol, not gonna lie.
Pero
Good
alam mo,
news for Zol.
this reminds me of the time na nag-watch party kami ni Chris kasama sila Borkum, sila Chani Boy. Sabi nila hindi na daw 9-3 curse ngayon eh.
Ano na raw?
Yung bagong patch
To
notes
10.
daw 10-2.
Is it 2-10 curse?
10 curse na daw yung bago ngayon.
Shout out kay Chani Boy. Kung
Shoutout
nanonood
din
ka
kay
man.
Borkum, of course, kung nanonood kayo. Here we go. Oasis. 10-4 on their gun pickup. And I like their approach, no? Kanina on the pistol, on the save round, they controlled mid.
Yeah.
Hindi lang talaga naglakad doon yung Zol, but if they had Oasis, could have had that round in the bag. And Zol pushing up inside of B.
Oh, there's also an early pick-off here from Second
Oh,
Love,
my.
which is super nice on their end. Because they really want to break the streak as much as possible. Shock Dart though, I wonder if this is going to be connecting on to Zeus. No, but he is going to free himself out of that position. Because there is a possibility that he might be cornered if he stays there. While the rest of the people here from Zol will try to commit onto B site. And the rest of the people here from Oasis will be just waiting for the best time to offer.
Retake 10-4. One-man advantage for Oasis. Although nasira agad dito much.
They're even yet to secure the objective here, pero si Zeus na naman ang
Ito naman.
tumatrabaho. Ito na naman siya. Hindi siya magpapapigil, being supported by Marky and the rest of the squad. The dude is gonna secure a 3K and he is not gonna stop.
Yeah, it's the Zeus show and everyone else is just a supporting cast para dito. So Oasis 11-4, a 7-round lead, a very confident-looking Oasis. And they're looking to tie things up. A 3-way tie dito, no? And this is gonna shape up things in the leaderboard because remember, this is a groups format na ang pinaglalaban lang natin points. So a 3-way tie means we're gonna have to rely on round differential dito. And
True.
if Oasis are able to keep this hefty lead, I think effectively magiging 2-0 yung scoreline nila dito. Considering na malalapit yung ibang games eh kanina.
Let us see if that will be the case.
If.
Yeah, that's if. Okay, we have conditions here. Although they're gonna try to restart on mid control. Actually, they haven't been able to do this for a hot minute because earlier on, seems like Oasis is not just giving away the mid area at all, but at least now they can explore and exploit additional possibilities in terms of strategies that they can do and throw out. Trailblazer connecting onto Kakarot after securing an immediate trade here from NDG, and all the while, Zind might actually be meeting up someone at this corner, but yeah, it's all about the timing.
4v4. Spike, nilalakad papunta sa may B-site dito, Mochi. There's still the Cypher setup there, but Sladom gonna use the owl drone to find a little bit of info. Nakikita si Zin dun. Mid control, not the play anymore. Zol pushing down B.
Ay naku, may napatid pa sa tripwire, but Zen at the mid area taking one and possibly another. He's gonna be running out of bullets, but with the switch up and another Vandal, it seems like it is possible for him to get another. Never mind, NDG says no onto his face. A 3v3, and yes, someone's already wounded here from Oasis, but this is gonna be no sweat as long as they play together as a team. NDG gonna be caught up onto that trip where saktong-sakto yung pagkalaglag niya doon. And it's all up to Marky. And I wonder if he is gonna be contesting this one because, not gonna lie, they've got no choice.
Yeah, Oasis 1v3, Marky. Medyo malay siya doon. Just gonna save the gun up, and I think that's a smart choice. Zol pick up their 5th round here, thinning out the lead a little bit for Oasis. And I like their approach dito, Mochi. They push down mid, take control of that area, and it was sakto kasi Oasis this time, they didn't put up any defenses down in mid. It was just Kakarot with an aggressive position down in A. And the good thing about Kakarot's hold is he was able to find a kill before going down. That makes sure na 4v4 pa rin, and that mid push made it even so that they could pivot either towards B or A. Because they already have a little bit more control in B, they pivot there. And the post plant was just really good. The positions really nice, and Zol get themselves around on the board. So Oasis, the bank starting to break dito, no? And at least Oasis kept guessing. This time, early pick off, Zeus goes down.
Oh no, it seems like history is bound to repeat itself. I hope I am wrong, but okay. There's gonna be a series of kills here from Oasis, and they will try to even out the numbers. Zind on a really tough position. The rest of the squad, Slatom with just the Sheriff will be connecting down to Headhunter, but Zind will be answering back as well. 2 more people from Oasis bound to strengthen the defense onto the B site, and they will be catching Je in act.
Yeah, Jin able to find a lot of space down in mid, pero yung Spike medyo malayo sa kanya, no? A 2v2, and Oasis have got no idea where the last 2 players of Zol are, but that goes both ways.
Ang lalim. Lalim. Grabe. Wait lang Ang lalim ng duelist natin sa Zol. Sabi nila, free space baka mo. Sige, ako mag-free ng space, pare. Dito ako sa spawn ng defenders. Akong bahala sa'yo. Go mind your business, put the spike down at A, and let's wait for them to rotate. And I just hope that they will be close to each other and will be peaking together, because if not, that's gonna be over here for Zen. But kung ano nga bang gagawin mo dito, I feel like he's gonna be catching up upon the possibility na baka hindi sila dadaan dito sa spawn area natin. Kakarot will be taking NDG, and there's 1 more second, love. There's gonna be backstab by Zend, and another round for Zol.
Another one in the bag, much. This is looking a little bit shaky dito. Oasis, well, Mochi, wait, calm down. It wasn't eco round. It was a Sheriff round. Yeah,
I'm chill. What are you talking about?
They just found a little bit of damage, but of course that wasn't supposed to go their way anyway. So Oasis, oh wait, it wasn't a full eco. It was a half buy. And now they're gonna have to go for another half buy here, Mochi. 11-6. 2 ults available para dito sa Zol. Kakarot at the ready with the null command. And it's still a slow approach. I mean, it looks like a rush, but it's a bit of a bait here, forcing Oasis to push up. Zeus looking to peek, spotted out by the owl drone, pero buti na lang Oasis decide not to be too aggressive.
Yeah, as much as possible, they have to work with what they've got and take care of that, because if not, it's gonna be a struggle later on the next round. But some presence here at a site.
Oh!
And even Patman taking out NDG in the process. Their controller, which is someone that they would need, especially in terms of retake, is already out. And they have to work with what they've got. Spike already planted here at A site, and the rest of the people here from Zol will just be anchoring their specific positions in anticipation of where our members here from Oasis will be coming from.
Zeus from behind. Andito siya. Paspat Zeus. Gets the one, Mochi. Can he get another? Yes, it's Headhunter.
Okay.
And there you go. Oasis down to 1.
They're down to dogs. Oh my. And they're just using a sheriff here. He's all alone, and he is gonna be ascending onto heaven after that. An 11-7 scoreline. Still in favor for Oasis, but until when?
It doesn't feel like it's there in their favor, Mochi. I mean, it's been rounds and rounds and rounds for Zol. And Oasis can't seem to do anything about it. It's feeling a little bit close for comfort. And I like the timing here from Oasis. Sakto lang to, in my opinion.
Yes.
Couple of
Good decision.
half lackluster eco calls. So now they go for a bit of a timeout just to get themselves in that same page. Marky gotta be cooking something up dito.
Oh, I hope it works. I
Yeah.
mean, not gonna lie, the calls that Marky makes is usually those plays that works out, and he always, or should call it, whenever that they have the bias, just in order to somehow calm down, and hopefully momentum gonna be shifted on their end. But there's also tons of ultimates that they can use here,
Exactly.
which is nice. So I hope that whatever they're cooking up works.
Yeah, Cosmic Divide 2, one of the best ults to work with here in
True.
Abyss, no? So maybe they're just going for a post-plant retake dito, no? Let's see what the plan is going to be for Oasis. But the fact is, they're 1 round away from match point. They've been at 1 round away from match point for 4 rounds now, and they haven't been able to just get to that final mark. Zeus, nag-operator na naman dito, no? It seems like they're going to anchor that mid area. And I like the call because Zol has been taking advantage of that mid control every now and then. Zeus, at least wala pang information na may op dito yung Oasis. And there's a 2-stack coming through in A site. A bit of noise being made. And the key here is patience. They have to keep that operator patient. But already they rotated away from that mid area. At wala nang tao sa A kung saan pumunta yung op dito ng Oasis now. So this could be a risky play from Oasis.
But they still have all of the traps necessary from Second Love. And I hope that they can make the most out of this. Never mind, no command already being used here by Kakarot. And they're just gonna take their time of day into doing their execute here at the B site, while the rest of the people from Oasis will be trying to regroup themselves in hopes of opting for a retake. But Headhunter? Oh, what a really good position to be on. Even the tripwire, but Zeus will try to anchor that position. Although NTG will be taking one, it's still gonna be in favor for the side of Zol as they try to mow every single one. Batman popping off on the Omen pick. This dude is just crazy. As much as possible, they want to get rid of the advantage that Oasis has, and it's all up to Zeus holding an operator, and instead of them getting the edge, he's gonna be limited.
Yeah, it's alone. At least you could hear a couple of footsteps, one coming down from that A main position, the operator down inside of vents. And I think Zeus will be granted his life, his op for now, but Oasis, what does their economy look like at this point? An 11-8 scoreline that Zol keeps on creeping up into. And look at this post-plant retake, Mochi. Just the hold from Batman, getting everyone from Oasis off the back of the Hunter's Fury.
That's
And tingnan mo yung
crazy.
eco dito ng Oasis, just sheriffs.
No. This is one of the worst case
feels-
scenarios that we
feels,
have here.
it feels hopeless. I mean, it's 11-8, but it feels hopeless.
Yes, for some reason, right? You have this certain vibe that is not that good for Oasis, but in turn, Zol, oh, they're making the most out of this opportunity that they currently have in C against Oasis,
Mid control.
and they are indeed in control. Economy stonks. The round stonks as well, and all they had to do is to keep this up Rest of the people are at mid once again, and no one would dare to peek that one from Oasis because they don't necessarily have all the resources to do so.
Yeah, and I love the read as well from Zol, right? They predict that the operator is going to be in one of these sites, granted that it is an eco, and they're absolutely right. They're already taking control of half of mid already, and they could push up in vents in B, where there is going to be a triple stack from Oasis, but it's hard to imagine how. A bit of info being bought by the From the Shadows operator, still in A, and Zol, they're pinging A. I think they're gonna want to go to that A site execute.
Oh, what's gonna happen?
25 HP.
Oh, even 25 HP on Zeus on the operator?
Yeah.
What is happening here for the side of Oasis? But
30 seconds left.
okay, from mid to B. And we should hope that this necessarily works here in the favor of Oasis, but I guess that would not be the case. All equalize the numbers here. Some numbers from the side of Zol already pretty low in terms of HP, but still they've got tons of resources. Slatham! Oh, what a cheeky position to have this guy is at, but oh, the shots are just gonna be connected the best time possible. 4 seconds on the clock. Oh, they're not gonna be taking the plant down, which is... Oh, never mind.
Yeah, that's a win for Oasis.
Yeah.
Zind, or rather Slatham, with an impeccable hold in that site. Just the Sheriff bought so much time.
That's anticlimactic.
Yeah, it was, but hey, it works. It worked here for
It
Oasis,
worked.
right? I mean, they didn't even need the operator. It was a thrifty win, and they bought so much time getting the read right. There were 3 people in B site, which is why it was so hard to clear up that B site. And then Slatham put a massive showstopper there. I mean, in a manner of speaking, it's not an actual showstopper.
yeah.
Putting Oasis to the 12th round here. Match point. Is that
I
what
like how you
matters?
really clarified it. Like, no, there's no actual stopper. There's not a raise even, guy.
And Zeus is just gonna be in a cheeky corner here.
Okay, I just hoping this works because the first time that he tried to do this didn't necessarily work out on his head. But Zend going big with a couple of pickoffs pretty early here at a site, freeing the most space as possible
Planted.
with a couple of pickoffs on their end. All down to just 3 more here from Oasis. How would they be able to equalize this one? Or
Here we are again.
oh my.
But it's a match point this time. They might as well attempt this. I mean, do they have an operator to lose? I'm not sure, but
Nah, they
it's
don't.
a 3-man prong
They
approach.
don't.
They're not even going to try to attempt this Mochi. So Zol 1 step closer, 3 rounds away from overtime. And Oasis still on shaky ground despite winning that last round. It's touch and go at the moment. Zin down to 1, hunting for the kills. I think they're about to walk into the crosshairs of Zeus.
Oh!
Finds a one. Headhunter goes down. Second
Okay.
love finds Kakarot. Wait a second. That's a bit of damage done by Oasis, but still, the round
Not
is
bad.
in favor of Zol, yeah.
Not bad if I may say, but Zol is creeping up on the ranks here at 12-9 and even a timeout being pulled off here by JCL. Shout out, coach. Parang sabi niya,
Teka lang.
okay okay yung ginawa niyo pero kalma muna. Kasi malay mo 12-12 natin to.
Yeah, still a lot of pressure.
Parang yun nangyari kanina sa Velocity Gaming. Diba? Hindi naman sa binabati ko, but that might be a possibility.
Hindi naman sa binabati mo, pero parang 3 times mo na nasabi yan, Watch.
Oy, di Ngayon ko lang binanggit si Velocity But I feel like there's gonna be, how do I call this? I feel like it's gonna be pretty difficult for Oasis to try and just anchor a site because they're always being taken aback by Zend. And Zend is pretty quick in doing those pushes.
Yeah, that's true.
They need to find a way to combat that, not gonna lie.
I need to find a way to just keep a level head, I would say. I mean, Zol, they got the fundamentals right. They got the game plan right. I mean, it's been working so far. Apart from that one round na nahirapan sila makapasok ng site, no, they have been able to consistently get the best foot forward against Oasis. All you have to do is stay consistent. But it seems like they're on the right track to do that. With Oasis, bank looking broken so far. I mean, they got 4 ults, granted. Pero they're not looking to try anything too aggressive this time. And Kukoy leading the charge much.
Ayun na naman
Ayun
siya. Sinisimulan na naman. Hello at goodbye.
Zeus.
Pero Zeus mukhang makakaisa. Zen once again will be pulling up the strings here. Taking in control of
Ace.
Oasis. And a possible ace on his end. Just gonna be waiting for the last person to walk onto his crosshair. And that is the question, if he is gonna be aware and anticipating second love that's gonna come from Spawn. And just a meter away, second love will be able to take him down a 1v3. I wonder how long would second love be able to hold out onto this specific situation. Jet is gonna be taking him. Oh my.
Alam mo, Mochi, yung timeout doon ng Zol, pang mental reset lang talaga. Because if you take a look at how they executed this site, standard lang.
So
Zin,
good.
updraft, dash in, gets the 3K off the back of that one flash, shut down Zeus,
Yeah.
and then just get the spike down. It was a pretty standard approach. So I dare say, wala naman silang strat na kinol doon sa
They're just doing what
timeout.
they're doing ever since.
It was just a mental reset. Guys, kaya natin to.
Yes,
It's been
sir.
how many rounds in a row? Now we only need 2, and Oasis are gonna be forced to overtime dito.
I'm actually wondering what makes Oasis take half buys in consecutive rounds. Like, I feel like this is already their third half buy.
Zin.
And Zind is on a shorty. Never mind. They still have the Vandal as well, just in case if someone's gonna be there. The shorty will get activated, you know what. But rest of the people from Oasis will be stacked at A. Interesting choice, but this might actually reward them. Not gonna lie, but too early to say. Zen once again in a really deep position. And I wonder if he is gonna be eyeing someone. Will someone be at tower? Because he better be careful about that. He's gonna be timed. Zeus will be
Okay.
taking him. Another,
Patman.
and as well as Patman stopping him on his tracks. Seekers will be having an idea of where they are at. Oh, the pistol not connected, but at least he has the stinger to try and hopefully salvage that. But yes, with that Patman being there, that is going to be a match for Oasis
There you go, Mochi.
after the long haul.
It was a battle of endurance there, but Oasis
Oh
finally
my.
able to break that curse, and they finally break through into securing that 1-1 scoreline dito. No? So we have a 3-way
Yes.
tie going into this group in particular.
Interesting.
And which is going to
Yeah.
be particularly interesting, no? But we already talked about the round differential being the tiebreaker, so we're going to have to look
True.
at deeper look at the numbers later on. But Oasis, I mean, I like their return of composure.
Oh my. I mean, not gonna lie, I feel like they could have been able to end the match earlier on, but what matters is that they've been able to hold out onto the end. Props for Zol because they've been able to like tip them off the balance, I may say, and they've been able to do waves of efforts that are actually being rewarded. It's just that they committed a bit more mistake than what they're supposed to.
I think so too, yeah. I think what the defender side showed us here for Oasis, that is they come into this map prepared. They have a lot of set plays, even on the defensive side. I think even more than Zol, no? And I think the biggest difference maker nga is, as you said, the mistakes. Oasis, made a lot of missteps, in my opinion. And for another, just lost their composure. I think they just
Yeah.
lost that that same momentum, that same drive. I don't even know what to call it. It's not actually momentum, not actually drive, but they just
feel like,
they just weren't hitting their shots. They weren't winning these duels.
Their composure.
I guess, yeah, it's composure, sure. But they had a lot of set pieces going into both attack and defense that I feel like they should have won this round way earlier. But case in point, I think Oasis really have Abyss planned
There
out
we
here.
go.
Zeus, a phenomenal performance from both Zeus and El Kukoy Zind in this Jet map, but Zeus, I think that Ace really tipped the scales in Oasis' favor.
Well played still. And I really love the results that we had here for Group B because as much as we can say that these guys has been able to like have pretty close in terms of the scores that they have here in this round robin setup, I can still attest that there are some obvious strengths and weaknesses in between these teams, and we want to recognize their strengths first. And you know what? These stats are super meaningful, not gonna lie, but it is going to be an understatement of what other values actually comes into play in between these rounds, like their composure, the efforts, how synchronous they are in doing their executes and stuff. So yeah, tons of stuff that you guys have to take into account. It's all up to you which team you're gonna be rooting for. But wow.
Yeah, wow indeed. I mean, Oasis, they've got a lot of kinks to work out, but nonetheless, they pick up their win.
There we go.
And here comes the MVP, of course, Zeus, the duelist, the showmaker. Shout out to showmaker. And Zeus actually performing at a knife's edge party. It's Oasis though with 25 kills, 15 deaths, and a 309 ACS. Absolutely impressive stuff. And considering the amount
has plot armor.
Considering the amount of experience Zeus has, I mean, he's technically still just breaching through the rookie era, but the performance that he puts up to the plate is very impressive, Monchi.
Very impressive indeed. And I mean, there are some moments wherein he overextends, but it's always being saved in some sort of way. It's either by himself in the next few rounds that they have, or being supported by the rest of the squad here for Oasis. And regardless, congratulations to all of our teams.
Of course.
And I am pretty sure that they will be learning a lot from these. But before we even end this day, games that we currently have, because not gonna lie, you see that triple 1-1 scoreline here for Group B. Interesting results. Although for Group A, it's pretty self-explanatory.
And you know what's most exciting to me out of this out of all the play-ins? It's the UAAP champs coming up with the best standing out of all of them.
Collegiate
we
on
did not
top
predict
on this one
at all. But maybe you did. But
yeah, I did.
Definitely did not. So there you go. In Group A, we got DLSU Valorant with a 2-0, AimPH a 1-1, and Kadaliman, unfortunately, we were starting off on the back foot at 0-2. Group B, 1-1 three-way tie, so it's going to be the round differential that will decide. But because of this three-way tie, I cannot wait for Cebu much.
Oh my, you guys better prepare for our coming playoffs as well, because these guys have been able to show the seedings that we are going to be having, although might not be obvious for Group B, but you guys will be updated on the official Facebook page of Predator Gaming or all throughout social media as well. But before we even end, be sure to follow all of these social media outlets that Predator Gaming can be found on. And yeah, do you have any more thoughts here, Dito?
Of course, we gotta thank our sponsor for making this event possible. Thank you so much to the PC Game Pass. Guys, if you're looking to game, if you're looking for a new gaming rig, and if you're looking for games, Predator Gaming has got you. For every purchase of a Predator Gaming laptop, Predator has got you with 3-month access to PC Game Pass. That's hundreds of AAA titles all at your fingertips. All you gotta do is pick yourself up a brand new Predator Gaming laptop at the website below, or scan the QR to go to the Acer official website. That's 3 months absolutely free of charge, Tita Mochi.
Grabe, no? And hopefully, maging maganda ang tulog din ng mga manonood natin, kasi nakita nyo naman kung gaano katindi yung mga pangyayari sa araw. It's been a long day full of Valorant, which is the way we like it.
Yep.
And we do hope that we will be seeing more of that one. Once again, I am Mochi and I'm with Daedum, and we will be seeing you guys for the next stage of the Predator League 2024 Philippines playoffs. And good night.
Bye-bye.
Who trained you? Flash out!
Last player standing.
Blinding! Shut up and let me work.
Clutch.
Flash out!
Sweet dreams, asshole. Last player standing. Spike planted. One enemy.
Taking that back.
Idiot.
Down A. Last player standing.
You and me.
Bad move.
One enemy remaining.
Four down. Out of charges. All done.
Deleted.
Last player. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Good.
One enemy remaining.
Shot. Down. That's three. Go, go, go. Done. I'm out of here. Oh, wait.
One
Go,
enemy
go.
remaining. One enemy remaining.
Down.
Spike down. C.
There we go.
One enemy remaining. Flawless. Defend. One enemy remaining.
Oh, come on. Distant.
One enemy remaining.
Here we go. Go, go, go.
Shot down.
One enemy remaining. Flawless.
Go, go. Go, go.
Spike down A.
Gotta go. There.
10 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Down. Gotta go. Watch it, find it.
One enemy remaining.
Next.
Last player standing. Spike down B. One enemy remaining.
Four.
One enemy remaining.
Careful now.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. 30 seconds left. 30 seconds left.
I set the punishments on.
Survivor's rest. Out.
Blocking sight.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
When it done here. Enemy kill.
One enemy remaining.